know he's the Shove It
Man! Alright, Shove It Squad, I hope January isn't treating you too badly, but it could be worse. You could be dragged around the January sale sadly. But for once, the fact that you lost your girl to the HAWK ain't no reason to spray. I recently came to the conclusion that Bastion Booger had the worst short run in wrestling. Watching that one back made me sick. But the question still remains, who actually had the best short run in wrestling? And this was really hard to figure out from the Ring of the Hawk episodes I've made, but I've tried my best to work our way through the best of the best in order. But of course, if you know a better wrestler who can do the JOB to the HAWK, shove their name down in the comments, Jack! The second run of Trish Stratus in the WWE. Will she come back once again? Who really knows? So for the time being, all we have is our most recent comeback tour, which is in this video. Alright, it's Trish Stratus, but now she's old, even if she injected that Botox into her fold. So I guess the place to start is with the modern era and the Women's Revolution. Match 1, Royal Rumble 2018, the Women's Royal Rumble match. Trish actually enters last at number 30 to an unbelievable crowd cheer. She's still looking pretty good at this time considering her age of around 50. She immediately spears Natalya. The Bellas try to team up against her, but it doesn't go well for them and Trish hits a double Stratusfaction. She isn't done as she takes Bayley off the top rope with her leg strength. She then has a face-off with Mickie James. These two have a lot of history and the commentaries say it's one of the greatest women's rivalries of all time. Mickie blocks Trish's leg flip thing and smiles with happiness. She ain't smiling for long though as Trish kicks her to eliminate Mickie. Trish is immediately flattened by Nia Jax. Trish wakes up and kicks Nia in the head, which leads to every remaining girl in the match working together to throw out Nia Jax. The teaming is then over and Natalya aggressively throws Trish to the mat. Natalya puts her in the sharpshooter, shades of Bret the Shitman fart. Trish manages to break the hold, but now she feels like mold. She manages to throw Natalya onto the ring apron and she chip kicks her head off, and she's gone. Sasha Banks is having a bad hair day and gets in Trish's face. Trish looks like she's about to hit Stratusfaction, but it's countered, and Sasha Banks throws out Trish. That's that. It was a pretty nice spot, and the way she worked, it was believable that she might actually be able to win this thing, despite her hiatus. The crowd loved her, and she managed to eliminate 2. It's a B for this re-debut, pretty nice. Trish Stratus teams up with Lita, 2 women who made Divas Wrestling watchable. Alexa Bliss makes her way out to introduce the opponents. She also cuts a promo laughing about how old they both are. The opponents are Mickie James and Alicia Fox. Apparently at this point, Alicia was also the longest tenured woman on the roster. That just sounds a bit mad. Trish doesn't start this one. Lita eventually tags her in and dives off Trish's back to hit a bad looking poetry in motion. Trish squares off with Alicia and hip tosses her. She also hits a snap mirror a couple of times, there's no need for rhymes. The crowd chant, "You've still got it," whilst Alicia dumps in her nappy of fear. Mickie gets the tag as the crowd seem to remember their past history as they go nuts for this face-off. They have a punch-off, which Trish wins. She also hits a Thez press with more punches. Mickie catches her with a kick to the face. She blocks Trish's Hurricanrana and they fight on the top rope. Trish tease a double tope, but they don't do it. Alicia looks like a little baby dumping in its nappy. The fight heads out to the floor. The ref is distracted and Alexa Bliss interferes to take out Lita. She's isolated for ages now. Mickie takes a cheap shot on Trish, which brings her into the ring. Randomly and also awkwardly, Trish waits to throw Lita at Mickie James so she can do a head scissors. It doesn't help the outcome of the match and Lita continues to be isolated. The tag is eventually made and Trish is in with Mickie. She does a couple of headlock takeovers. Mickie goes running and Trish hits a sit-out spinebuster for a 2 count. Didn't normally associate that move with her. Trish starts licking her hand and chopping Mickie. Her overconfidence almost costs her with Mickie getting a close roll-up. They keep reversing each other until Trish hits the Stratusfaction. Alicia breaks up the pin, but now Lita is back. Lita hits the moonsault to both girls at once. Trish knocks out Mickie with the chip kick and that's the 3. Pretty enjoyable, it feels like she's gotten a bit more advanced since the Attitude Era. So far, no problem keeping up with the others. It's a B. 3 Raw, 10 women's tag. Lita, Trish Stratus, Natalya Neidhart, Sasha Banks and Bayley take on Mickie, Alicia Fox and the Riot Squad. Trish actually starts this one with Sarah Logan. Trish is showing her age a bit here. Trish hits a snap mirror and looks pleased with herself. She also takes out 2 members of the Riot Squad in one move. Just like the last match, Lita runs off Trish's back. Why does that move always look so bad? How hard could it be? Trish and Sasha Banks do some cringy teamwork elbow drop on Alicia. Trish tags out. Not much to say for a while now as Banks is isolated. The match breaks down. Trish takes out Sarah Logan and flips Mickie off the top rope. Banks and Trish try to do a cringy celebration again, which we're fortunately spared of. Neidhart wins with the sharpshooter. It's hard to stand out with so many people in one match. It's a D, the match was pointless. After that, Trish disappears again for 10 months. Match 4, Raw Tag Match. Becky Lynch teams up with Charlotte Flair to face Cat Ears, Natalya and Trish Stratus. It seems to be taking a very long time for Trish to join this match. Natalya is being a match hog. Isn't she aware that Trish is competing for a place on Ring of the Hawk right now? What a strange match. Still waiting. Still waiting. Is this tag ever coming? Trish is smacked off the apron. She just stands there watching as Natalya has a chance to tag out, but Trish doesn't move. She then realises that she's on Ring of the Hawk, but the ref won't let her in the ring. Natalya eventually gets the sharpshooter on and refuses to let go, so the ref rings the bell for DQ. What a real shover. Trish is in shock and wants to see if Becky Lynch is okay. A match that Trish did nothing but stand around for. It must be a record for the least someone has ever done in a match. Match 5, SummerSlam 2019, Charlotte Flair vs Trish Stratus. Well, despite that last match, the crowd are ecstatic to see Trish in her hometown. I'm interested to see if Trish is going to be able to keep up with Charlotte here. She has a humongous size advantage. Charlotte keeps powering her into the corner. This woman genuinely terrifies me. Trish manages to do an arm drag and a really nice spring off the ropes into a head scissors. Trish fights off the submission and milks the crowd who are chanting, "You've still got it." Trish escapes a powerbomb and sends Charlotte out of the ring. Stratus kicks her through the ropes and does the Thesz press off the apron. No signs of not being able to keep up so far. Charlotte is jealous of Trish embracing her age and drops her face on the steps. How's that for a Botox injection? Flair keeps the fight on the outside and brutally throws Trish into the barrier. Wow, I'm not sure a simple barrier throw has ever looked so devastating. Charlotte gets her in the ring and tries to make her tap. It doesn't work, so she changes tack and suplexes her across the ring. Out of nowhere, Trish reverses a back suplex into a 1 count. Flair smacks her straight back down. The crowd are stunned into silence as Flair screams, "This is Trish Stratus," over and over again. I thought it was Mae Young. That fires Trish up, who smacks her into the corner. She tries 10 punches but is sent onto the apron and booted away. She does make it back in at 9, but the way this is going, she may have been better off staying on the outside. Flair misses her moonsault. Trish flies through the ropes to hit a DDT. Flair is up first, but Trish shoves her away. They exchange kicks and chops. Once again, Charlotte looks to dive. Trish meets her up there and they brawl whilst Trish is sat on her lap. It looks like they're going for a Charlotte Flair powerbomb, but Trish switches that into a Frankensteiner for a 2. Trish can't hit a kick to the head, but Flair can. She gets a 2 count. Flair starts softening her up for the submission. Trish switches that into a pin. Flair kicks out, but now Trish has the figure 4 on Charlotte. Trish also bridges up to make it a figure 8. Great noise from the crowd for this moment. Charlotte makes it to the ropes after a minute. We seem to be at a standoff again. Charlotte Flair misses a spear as Trish hits the Stratusfaction. Charlotte Flair kicks out. Normally a very well protected move. They both hit chops from their knees now. Trish destroys her with chops. Once again, Stratus comes close to the roll-up. She blocks a Flair kick and hits the chip kick for a 2. Probably a good thing, the kick didn't look great. Both women try boots again. This time Charlotte can connect. She puts on the figure 8 submission and Trish is done. Wow, that was fun. She didn't try to have a wrestling match, she tried to have a fight. She took her bumps and had me believing in her. It's an A from the Hawk. Now there's another big 3.5-year break now, but don't worry, the return will be good. Match 6, WrestleMania 39 Saturday, 6 women's tag. Lita, who is now a tag team champion, teams with Trish Stratus, who's come dressed as a gangster. It's actually an updated version of a previous WrestleMania attire for her. And they team with Becky Lynch, who is tag team champion along with Lita. Remember that, it's relevant to this run. They take on Damage Control. All 6 brawl before the bell, which our girls team win. Poor Becky has dominated for ages. I hope we're not about to see a repeat of that previous match. The tag is almost made, but Bayley drops Trish into the apron. When the tag is finally made, it's Lita and not Trish. Lita gets isolated, so it really is looking like another match which Trish won't do anything at all in. After a double DDT, Lita finally tags Trish. She does a Thesz press on Dakota. She then takes out Dakota and Bayley at the same time. A neck breaker on Dakota gets Trish a 2. She takes the straps down now and goes into perk ankle mode, but can't hit the handstand head scissors and falls on her face. Damage Control drop her on the apron. Out of nowhere, Becky and Lita flip Trish upside down so she can head scissors Dakota out of the ring onto her partners. Really cool moment. Back in the ring, Trish gets a 2 off a spinebuster. Trish tags Lita and once again they do poetry in motion. Why do they keep doing this? You can hear the energy being sucked out the crowd because it looks so bad. She's gone for a bit now, but returns with Stratusfaction on Dakota. Bayley immediately hits Trish with the Bayley to belly. Everybody has fallen out the ring so that Io Sky can hit a moonsault. All the girls end up back in the ring and it looks like a car crash. They end up brawling just like how this match started. Trish seems to have a real vendetta against Dakota and chick kicks her. Becky wins the match with a second rope manhandle slam. This was a surprising amount of fun in the end. Trish didn't do loads, but what she did do was good, and she looked very youthful here. Still not out of place at all. It's a B. Now this point is where the main feud of this video begins. Lita has been attacked backstage and she's been sent to hospital, but Becky has promised a tag title match tonight, but now she has no partner. Match 7, Raw, tag title match. Trish Stratus has taken Lita's place as a tag team champion alongside Becky Lynch. They take on Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan. As usual, Trish doesn't have any involvement for ages. Becky and her big booty tag Trish for large cheers. Liv tries to matrix away from Trish but is smacked in the gut. Becky makes a blind tag with Liv on the top rope. She kicks Liv so Trish can do a handstand kick. Cool move, but Trish is confused and doesn't know what's happened. We get a double down and tags are made. Trish looks like she needs to join Lita in hospital after that one. When she returns, Trish and Becky attempt a double superplex but can't manage it. Trish hangs on up there and does a Frankensteiner to Rodriguez. Trish holds Rodriguez across the ropes as Becky dives down on her. Somehow that isn't a free. They try the double superplex spot again. It still doesn't work as Raquel powerbombs the tower. This match is a bit ugly and botchy, but it's not really Trish doing anything wrong. Stratus eventually rushes the ring with a Stratusfaction on Rodriguez, but she isn't legal. Trish ends up alone with Liv Morgan. She swings with a chick kick but misses it, and Liv rolls up Trish for the 3. So Trish lost the belt when she wasn't even the champion. Trish is a bad loser and attacks Becky. What a swerve, it felt like that would be the other way round. So Trish has turned heel. It's a C, it would have been a D, but I enjoyed the character work at the end. So Trish goes full on heel in this feud as she wants the spotlight and takes full credit for why women's wrestling is so good nowadays. There's really nice mic work between Trish and Becky, with Becky pointing out that some of the things Trish did in the Attitude Era make her feel sick. Match 8, Night of Champions 2023, Trish Stratus vs Becky Lynch. Both girls have been forced to put more clothes on because this is Saudi. You are allowed to show wrist skin, fortunately, because the Hawk really likes wrists. Especially my own. Wait, what am I saying? Someone smacked me with a brick. Anyway, Becky starts with an intense onslaught. Trish has to bail out the ring and shoves Becky into the steps. That isn't enough for her and she throws her into the steps again. Trish brings her back to the ring with a rib boot. Trish is getting cocky and takes a bow on the top rope. Becky tries to take advantage but she's hit with a tornado DDT for a 2. Trish is like a vicious pit bull in this match. It's a completely different style from Trish the Dish. It's quite slow, but Trish's character work and facial expressions are star quality. Trish connects with a Thesz press and an almost botched neckbreaker. Becky eventually blocks a chop and smacks her one. The crowd come alive for Becky. Trish is sent flying with an exploder suplex. She tries to escape when Becky hits her with the guillotine leg drop. Trish dumps in her whatever she wears in Saudi and hides on the outside. Becky baseball slides her. Becky tries to get her back into the ring when out of nowhere Trish head scissors her into the ring pole. Trish hits the spinebuster now for a 2 count. Trish gets another 2 off the handstand head scissors. Becky does counter Stratusfaction, hits the diamond dust. She isn't finished and climbs up to the top rope to hit a leg drop. It's still not over. Trish escapes a Boston Crab as the fight heads out the ring again. Becky dives off the steps and catches a kick from Trish. Trish tries to take the count out victory, but Becky scrambles back into the ring. Stratus kicks her in the head straight away, another 2. That move really isn't working anymore. Both girls start ripping each other's haircuts off, this one's violent. Becky almost gets a roll-up victory and then hits the manhandle. No, Trish gets her foot on the rope. Zoe Stark suddenly attacks Becky Lynch on the outside of her knee. The Stratusfaction connects and Trish wins. That was an unexpected ending. Wow, great match, really enjoyed it, it's an A. Even without skin it made me spray. Match 9, Raw, Raquel Rodriguez vs Trish Stratus with Zoe Stark. This one is such a size mismatch that it almost looks comical. Raquel ragdolls Trish and slams her to the mat. Raquel slams her again, this might not go long. Trish slapping her doesn't help and she's speared into the corner. Raquel misses a spear in the opposite corner and she hits a tornado DDT out of the corner. Trish is now having a good time. Stratus looks like she's about to be buckle bombed, but at the last second manages to head scissors her. Raquel eventually fights out of a submission and side slams Trish. Rodriguez connects with Snake Eyes and a big clothesline. She hits a dodgy looking fall away slam where Trish lands on her ankle and falls out the ring. That allows Zoe Stark to weakly sweep her leg out. Becky Lynch neutralises Zoe Stark. She's completely flipped and she slams Trish into the crowd barrier, and that gives Trish a DQ win. Becky is dumb as this win has just qualified Trish for Money in the Bank. A nothing match, it's a D. Match 10, Money in the Bank 2023, Bayley vs Io Sky vs Zelina Vega vs Zoe Stark vs Trish Stratus vs Becky Lynch. Trish and Becky brawl on the ramp straight away, but Trish has her little friend Zoe Stark with her, so it doesn't go well for Becky. Trish and Stark throw Sky at a ladder, who back kicks Stark and she clumsily falls on Trish. Becky Lynch returns and tries to crush Trish with a ladder. Moments later, Trish is the first woman to fall off a ladder. That gets rid of her for a bit. Becky has got Zoe on the ladder. Trish handstands out of nowhere to remove Becky. Trish really isn't having much luck with this ladder so far. Trish and Io Sky fight near the top of the ladder. Trish kicks her down. Now Zelina Vega stops her with another ladder. She bridges Trish to walk to the other ladder. Bayley collects Trish and gives her a snake eyes. Io Sky moonsaults off a ladder onto everybody except Trish. She frantically climbs up the ladder. She has her hands on the case, but no, Becky stops her. Becky teases a suplex off the ladder before Trish just sort of falls down. Zelina Vega hits a crossbody from the middle of the ladder. Momentarily, Trish and Becky end up working together to powerbomb Vega. Trish looks like trash here. Becky and Trish remember that they hate each other. Stratus takes a break from fighting Becky to hit Stratusfaction on a ladder. She then returns to fight Becky. Zoe Stark has handcuffs and they cuff Becky to the ring, but they screw it up and Becky frees herself and fights off her enemies. Becky throws Trish over the announce table. She isn't done with Trish. They brawl on the table until Becky hits Trish for manhandle slam on the ladder. She is done. Io Sky wins when she handcuffs Becky and Bayley to the ladder. It was alright. TNA had a similar match around this time which was actually a lot better. But this isn't a TNA storyline. Well, it sort of is because it's Trish. Anyway, whatever, it's a C. She took a couple of big bumps and one major bump. Match 11, Raw. Becky Lynch versus dashing Trish Stratus. Trish doesn't want this match and is forced into it. The bell rings and Becky floors her. Zoe Stark immediately rushes the ring and causes a DQ. Trish hits Becky with a chair and they leave. It's an S. Match 12, Raw. Dashing Trish Stratus. Zoe Stark is banned from ringside, by the way, versus Becky Lynch. Becky smashes Trish all over the ring like she should because she hates her. Trish headbutts her and apparently this is her new gimmick because the mask hurts the opponents. Trish misses a big kick and gets an exploder suplex. She falls out the ring where Becky baseball slides her away. She hits a diving smack off the apron too. Trish starts dumping in her thong and running away. Then she changes her mind and turns around with a clothesline. Becky kicks her from the apron now and Trish pretends that her mask has fallen off, which stops everybody. It's actually fine and Trish is just distracting her so she can do a handstand head scissors for her too. Out of the ring we go again where Trish sends Becky's hip into the steps. Trish tries to smack Becky with her mask, which doesn't work and the ref takes it away. Becky nails a smacking combination and the guillotine leg drop for a 2 count. Trish responds with a roll up and the spear for a 2. They fight in the corner for a while before eventually Becky hits a superplex for a 2 count. Once again Trish runs away. They fight in the audience as the ref counts them both out. The crowd loudly boo. They almost fight out of the building. Trish starts throwing bottles of water and is acting like she's drunk. Becky tries to manhandle her for a tabletop counter before Zoe Stark saves Trish. Trish kicks her in the head and it seems to be over. Kind of a slow lane matchup, it's a D. Match 13, final match, Payback 2023, steel cage match. Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus. Trish smiles at Becky, who refuses to smile back. Trish slapping her just wasn't a good idea. Becky flips and hits 3 exploder suplexes in a row. Somehow Trish survives and starts throwing Becky into the steel. She hits the spine buster for a 2 count. Trish tries to leave through the cage, instead Becky almost rolls her up. The match grinds to a halt with Trish slowly working her over and gritting her teeth with happiness. Becky suddenly wakes up and starts throwing Trish into the steel about 5 times. Trish matrixes away from a Becky smack, but Becky gut punches her. She hasn't done much in this match, but now Becky goes nuts and starts slamming Trish's head into the cage a bunch of times. She's feeling good now and hits a guillotine leg drop for a 2. Trish seems to bruise really easily in this run. That face has taken some damage in this video. Trish ends up on top of Becky's lap on the top rope. Trish desperately fights her off and gets to the top of the cage. She's unable to escape and Bex brings her back with a powerbomb and a 2 count. Trish also has her own power moves as she steals Victoria's Widow's Peak. Becky responds with a twist of fate. Victoria versus Lita was the first women's steel cage in WWE, so they're kind of throwing back to that. Becky can't hit a dive and almost pays for Stratusfaction but kicks out. Trish is really pulling out all the stops in this one but just can't finish her off. The top rope bulldog doesn't end the match either. Trish gets up from that and climbs the cage. Becky wakes up just in time to pull her back. Big Match Bex has her hanging upside down from the top of the cage. After a bit of work, Becky hits an insane superplex from up there. Trish gets her shoulder up. Zoe Stark arrives to try and help her friend, but she's too weak to pull her out of the cage. Zoe slams the door on Becky's head. Trish tries to follow it, but misses a chip kick and gets a manhandle slam. Zoe breaks up the pin. She brawls with Becky whilst Trish is climbing the cage. Becky gets rid of Zoe Stark and desperately climbs to the top to get Trish. She hits the manhandle slam from the top rope, and that is the 3. Stratus blames Zoe for this loss and they have a little falling out. Well, for a women's cage match, that's about as good as you're going to get. It wasn't necessarily about the moves they did, but the hatred and intensity that they displayed throughout the match. I believe these two women want to kill each other. It's an A from the Hawk. Game over. Now that last match was about 6 months ago. Trish isn't actually retired, but keeps her cards close to her chest on a return this year. She could have a feud with Zoe Stark, although it wouldn't be that good because Zoe isn't very good on character work. Well, what do we think, squad? Do we have a bit more respect for Trish's work coming out of this video? Her character work has always been good, but she has really brushed up in the ring. Everything looked good. She didn't try to do anything too complicated, she stuck to what she knew. She took some hard bumps and earned her spot on the roster, just like she's earned her spot on the Ring of the Hawk roster. As far as any criticisms go, it's just nitpicking really, but she didn't have any new offense, it was just more polished. The Zoe Stark stuff was slightly boring. I'm not sure if Trish really helped to get over that much. This was not a perfect run, but she did prove some doubters wrong and showed she could still hang, so it must have taken her a lot of work, especially at her advanced age in her years off wrestling. So I'm going to give her a low A. I don't think it was as good as Pentagon's run, so she can have second spot, and if you don't agree with that, I'll take away what you've got. It was interesting to see such a transition from the more raunchy sexy stuff she was doing during her early time in the company to somebody who can now do the moves and put her body on the line. She clearly busted her ass to catch up with the girls of the modern era, and that has to be commended. I knew she was good, but not this good. But despite how good I thought it just wasn't as impressive or fun as some of the following wrestlers. Angelico in Lucha Underground. Yeah, this is a strange one. Long-time viewers may be smacking their screens with bricks right now, because Angelico only got a B. He's also one of the least known wrestlers on this list. So what the hell's going on here then? Well, I personally think about this video a lot. Angelico in Lucha Underground was just a lot of fun. Okay, let's go, Angelico. Was he the whole damn show or did he straight up blow? Match 1, 4-way elimination match. Aerostar versus Argenis versus Angelico, who is our guy. He gets a great reaction from the fans. And the final man is Brian Cage. We get taken down straight away by Cage as the big man takes down the little men. Angelico gets up quickly and hits a powerful knee on Cage to take him down. Then Angelico catches Aerostar, but he can't hold him for long as he gets kicked down. He continues having a bad time as he gets a kick to the nutsack and then takes a head scissors from Argenis. I'm really liking the camera angles and the intimate feel of this show so far. Angelico comes back into the ring and kicks Argenis off the top rope. Unfortunately for him, Cage comes back in and crushes him with a clothesline. Cage follows it up with a torture rack into a net break and Angelico has the bell for the match. It's really fun watching all of the smaller men hitting their high-flying moves on Brian Cage. Angelico gets back in the ring with Aerostar, but he lives up to his name and flies through the air to take out the other. Angelico doesn't want to be outdone and follows him with his own dive. I thought he was going to overshoot them for a minute. Back in the ring, Angelico hits a running kick to Aerostar's gut. Then he has a kick-off with Argenis, but he eats a spinebuster. Cage then eliminates Argenis with a pump handle into a facebuster. Brian Cage is really dominating and he throws Aerostar into our guy in the corner and then he puts him away with the clothesline. It suddenly turns into the Matrix now as Angelico shows some nice moves. He keeps running and he gets floored by a clothesline and that ends the match. Really enjoyed my first exposure to Lucha Underground, but I always enjoy the big man versus small man matches, so it might be making it seem better than it is. We'll have to wait and see. A good debut, it was a really fun match, it gets an A. Match 2, Son of Havoc. He looks like a complete joke, and he's with Ivelisse Velez, who looks tougher than he does. She cuts a promo saying that the Son of Havoc doesn't suck, and she doesn't date losers. She's really good on the mic. Why did TNA pass on this girl again? And he'll be taking on our guy Angelico. Our guy's surprisingly tall. They start out with some nice chain wrestling. Angelico eventually nails a dropkick to take out the Sun. Angelico then hits a nice kicking knee combination. He hits another running knee in the corner, but then Ivelisse starts cheating and grabs his leg. Angelico tries a head scissors, but then the Son of Havoc drops him on his face. Sun sweeps his legs out and hits a standing moonsault for a 2 count. Angelico turns it around pretty quickly with some Matrix moves, but he doesn't stay in control for long as he gets dropped on his nutsack. Ivelisse chokes Angelico across the ropes, but it doesn't help her lose her boyfriend much because Angelico stomps on him. He sends Sun to the outside and hits a somersault dive on top of him as the hot Ivelisse dumps in her nappy with fear. Back in the ring, Angelico tries to win but gets drilled with a backbreaker for a 2 count. Havoc tries to finish our guy off but he gets caught on the top. Sun then reverses the suplex attempt and throws Angelico. He tries a shooting star but impressively he lands on his feet. This Son of Havoc guy is definitely better than expected, but he desperately needs a new attire. Angelico tries a razor's edge out the corner but he gets sent to the outside. There's no dive though because the Sun is messing around doing gymnastics. Ivelisse is on the ring apron and they keep teasing that she's going to get smacked. Then Angelico tries to kiss her, but he gets slapped and rolled up. He kicks out of the pin attempt and he sends Sun into his girlfriend gut first, and Angelico wins with the roll up. I really enjoyed that sequence at the end, nice stuff. Really fun match, more character driven than I expected as well. It's a C for this one. Ivelisse has the mic again and says that her boyfriend was supposed to have a rematch with Angelico tonight, but because he's such a loser, she's going to wrestle the match instead. Match 3, Ivelisse Velez vs Angelico. Why didn't TNA sign this girl again? Angelico doesn't really want to hit Ivelisse and then he hits a drop toe hold to take her down. He's still a bit reserved about fighting her and she keeps booting him. Angelico locks her arms and is looking for a kiss, but instead she knees him. Angelico then tries another kiss, but instead he gets a slap. This isn't really a serious wrestling match if you can't tell. She slaps him in the face again and hits a nice head scissors. Ivelisse hits another knee to the gut and then she hits a hard kick to the head. She charges at Angelico, but he finally does something as he throws her through the air. The Sun starts distracting Angelico on the outside and he kicks him. He falls over Ivelisse and she rolls him up. What the hell, Ivelisse wins, I wasn't expecting that. Our guy gets a mic and we get to hear him for the first time. He says he wants to go one-on-one with her with her boyfriend not around and it would be his pleasure. So his gimmick is a ladies' man, I guess.
Hey Ivelisse.
I didn't know you spoke French.
If you ever want to go one-on-one with me, without your boyfriend around, it'd be my pleasure.
More character-driven wrestling with entertainment. The match wasn't anything to write home about, but I'm intrigued where this is going, so it's a C. But if he loses to any more chicks, I'll have to smack him one. Match 4, special referee match. Angelico, who's now not even getting an entrance. He looks like a lanky, derpy Chris Sabin. He's taken on Ivelisse. The referee is unfortunately Son of Havoc, so I guess it won't be a fair matchup. Angelico is an idiot and still hasn't learned to stop flirting and instead start wrestling. He might get beaten again here. He throws Ivelisse, so at least he's trying this time. She starts out speeding him and hits an arm drag off the ropes. He tries another throw, but she turns it around with an arm drag again. She continues to dominate as she sends him to the outside of a head scissors. Next up, she nails a beautiful dive to the outside. I'm not sure how many rotations it was, but it's down as a 10 from me. Back in the ring, she misses a dive but gets thrown into the corner. Angelico misses his following knee in the corner. She then tries to apply the grapevine to Angelico's leg, but instead nothing happens. Then, we get a funny exchange as Ivelisse keeps dropping down to attempt the pin, and Angelico keeps deliberately pulling her on top of him because he likes it. And who can blame him? Why didn't TNA sign this girl again? The Sun looks pissed. Ivelisse goes for a monkey flip, but Angelico lands on his feet. He continues to mess around and he gets brought back to his knees with a chop. The referee finally shows his bias as he stops Angelico from hitting Ivelisse. Our guy then tries to hit a vertical suplex, but she reverses it into an octopus choke. He's still messing around and he starts rubbing her back. Ivelisse misses a kick and Angelico finally hits her with a strike, but he feels bad about it. He then tries a razor's edge, but the referee saves Ivelisse. She hits a hurricanrana with a roll through, but it's only a 2 count. Ivelisse is stupid and slaps her boyfriend because she wants the count to be quicker. Angelico then drills her with a big kick and he rolls her up in a unique way, and the referee fast counts it because he doesn't like the pinning style. Who can blame him? More entertainment, it's all good stuff so far, it's a C. Match 5, Angelico versus the Son of Havoc with Ivelisse Velez. Bit of a grudge match here. Havoc starts out of a big spear. He goes for a dive to the outside but changes his mind last second, nice stuff. Back in the ring, Havoc hits a clothesline from behind. He doesn't make the cover though because he's busy grinding Angelico's head and stomping him. Our guy fights back with a nice striking combination. Then he hits a kick from the floor again. Angelico misses his knee in the corner, but he does connect with a kick to knock the Sun to the outside. Next up, Angelico hits a giant dive to the outside that made me squawk, and trust me, it takes a lot to make me do more than talk. They get back in the ring and our guy hits a knee. Enjoyable match here. Havoc finally does something as he gets a 2 off a pump kick and a standing moonsault. The green man tries to fight back, but he gets caught with a back breaker. Ivelisse is screaming and it starts to distract her boyfriend. She takes him to the outside by the beer to lecture him. He's not completely distracted though because he boots our guy and then nails a springboard double foot stomp into a standing moonsault, but it's only a 2 again. Angelico manages to finally land some offense next with a knee in the corner. He looks for the razor's edge, but as usual it gets reversed by the Sun with a head scissors. He wants to go for a dive, but he gets caught at the top. He fights off the suplex attempt and throws Angelico onto the ropes, nutsack first. Instead of finishing off the match, he gets hold of a mic and tells Ivelisse that she's holding him back and says she's dumped. Massive shooting star press from the Sun, and it's over. Now that she's single, Angelico thinks he's got a shot, but she kicks his head off. So I'm trying not to get too carried away here because it's so entertaining, but I can't work out if that's down to our guy or not. It's a B for this, great stuff. Match 6, Angelico, who again doesn't get an entrance, versus Johnny Mundo. Johnny's in a very bad mood today. These two guys are moving at a million miles an hour. The opening exchange lasts a minute as the crowd shows their appreciation. Johnny misses a dive to the outside and Angelico kicks him in the gut for his efforts. Mundo starts doing some parkour into the crowd as Angelico misses him and gets hit with a follow-up kick by Johnny. He gets a 2 back in the ring. Johnny then nails a big kick followed by a running knee strike for the 2 count. He wants to hit a dive but Angelico rolls away. Our guy gets a couple of 2 counts next but he just can't put Johnny away. He stops the pinning attempt as he stamps on Johnny. He continues doing okay with the striking combination. Then Angelico uses his long legs to kick Johnny. He tries a cocky cover and he can't get the free. He pays for his cockiness next as Johnny hits a springboard into a kick. Mundo then misses his dive in the corner and Angelico catches him in the corner. Then he turns into a complete fool as he tries the razor's edge which he never manages to hit. Well, this time he actually hits the move as he throws Johnny into the corner. Guess I'm the idiot, but it's only a 2 count. Angelico goes for another but Johnny reverses it and kicks Angelico down again. Our guy won't give up and he kicks Johnny on the top rope. Our guy tries a hurricanrana, but instead he gets flattened with a powerbomb, damn, and Mundo puts him away with the Starship Pain. Another good match, they paired up nicely. It's a B for this one. On a side note, I'm really enjoying the Lucha Underground product so far. It feels so full of life, it's not just cruiserweights doing a load of spots. The commentary is great and energetic, it feels like a wrestling show for adults. Match 7, Trios match. Oh god, it's Ivelisse, Son of Havoc and Angelico versus Drago, Aerostar and Phoenix. Angelico starts off with Phoenix, but he gets his back double stomped. He's not doing well, so Ivelisse tags in. Angelico blind tags her back, but he eats a Phoenix kick. Drago comes into the match with a DDT, but it's just a 2. The Masked Men are really dominating as Aerostar dives off Phoenix to hit a big splash, but the Masked Men start fighting amongst each other. Angelico uses this chance to hit a knee on Aerostar. Ivelisse and Son are also still fighting amongst each other. Aerostar hits a big head scissors on our guy. Drago then tags in and hits a spinning DDT. He must be dizzy from all this spinning. Everyone starts diving to the outside, but the Masked Men take each other out. Ivelisse wants to dive to the outside, but she keeps getting interrupted. But then she's happy because she manages it. Angelico tries to come back into the ring, but he gets kicked and then nailed with a rope walk elbow by Phoenix. Our guy is kind of a non-factor in this match. Son of Havoc is desperate for a tag, but Ivelisse doesn't want to tag him. Aerostar and Drago continue fighting amongst each other, and Ivelisse leaves, and then Son of Havoc wins with a shooting star press. Another enjoyable match, but I know for a fact this time it wasn't because of Angelico, because he didn't do anything. It's a D for his lack of impact in this match. Match 8, 3 teams trios elimination match. Tejano, Brian Cage and King Cuerno versus Angelico, Son of Havoc and Ivelisse. Versus the team of Big Rick, who's smoking a cigar, Killshot and Willie Mack. I don't see how our guys' team stands a chance in this one. Big height disadvantage. Angelico hits a big running knee to take Cage off his feet. He wants to fight Killshot, but Cage takes them both down with a clothesline. Holy crap, Cage hits a double suplex. He almost messes it up, but it still looked crazy good. Next up, Angelico gets drilled with Tejano's knees, but he kicks out at 2. He's just there crying in the corner. Angelico gets booted in the ribs by Tejano. Him and Cuerno then try to hit a flapjack into the knees, but it doesn't go well, and Cuerno hurts himself. Angelico finally tags out to the Son of Havoc. The match carries on without our guy for a while, but he's next involved as Cage hits a moonsault on top of him on the outside. Angelico gets back into the match and hits a big knee on Big Rick. Angelico boots Tejano off the ring apron and then gives him a flying knee to the outside. He then crashes into Davari, who's sat watching in the crowd randomly. The commentary team have no idea who he is. Angelico tries another dive, but he gets drilled on the outside. Killshot then eliminates Tejano with a double stomp from the top to eliminate one of the big boys' teams. Angelico then carries on taking a beating in the ring as he gets squashed by Big Rick in the corner, who has a big round gut. Willie Mack drills Angelico with another big clothesline. Angelico looks like he's on Dream Street as Killshot hits a rapid looking kick. Big Rick then drops a massive elbow on Angelico, but he kicks out. Rick hits a suplex and Willie Mack crashes on top of him with an elbow drop. He can't have much left in the tank here. Our guy starts a comeback somehow as he sends Big Rick to the outside, followed by Willie Mack. He can't hurt Killshot though as he puts his knees into his back. Son of Havoc then randomly comes into the match even though he wasn't tagged in. I don't know if I'm just missing the lucha rules here, this is the only time this happened in this video. Son of Havoc is extremely fresh and he takes out everybody on his own. Angelico then hits the razor's edge into the corner and he wins the match. Angelico did most of the work here in a pretty good match, it's a B. Wow, a really feel-good moment, which is now ruined by the general manager coming out, and he announces that they have to win one more match against a secret team before getting the titles. And that match will be happening right now. Doesn't seem fair. Don't think it's meant to be either. Match 9, no DQ trios match for the titles. The Crew versus Angelico, Ivelisse and Son of Havoc. I'm not familiar with any of these three bold guys. Angelico is sent to the outside and pounded on. I'm guessing from their style that these three are like hardcore type wrestlers. They look a bit like a Wish version of LAX. Ivelisse has been selling her leg for the whole match. In fact, I think it's legit. It's almost a handicap match. One of them takes Angelico up the steps into the crowd. He fights back with a knee on a balcony and then he gets back body dropped onto a roof. Holy crap, I thought the roof was going to go down. I love the grimy feel of this arena. Then there's a scary looking botch with a suplex in the crowd, but luckily our guy wasn't involved. Then one of the most insane things happens. Angelico nails a crossbody onto two guys from the rooftop. Everyone loses their even the Hawk lost his I thought he was gone from this match. It's not the end of the match though, because Ivelisse now has the cane and she batters everyone. Havoc and Angelico hit stereo top rope attacks and then the match is over. Incredible stuff. The first ever Trios champions are crowned in Lucha Underground. Well deserved. The second match was not as long or technical as the first, but shut up or I'll smack you with a brick. It's an 8. I don't care what you say. Look at the crowd, they're eating it up. Match 10. No entrances for anyone. Son of Havoc and Angelico with Ivelisse and crutches versus Cortez and Mr. Cisco. Angelico still doesn't want to work with Son of Havoc, but he reluctantly comes into the match. He knees Castro in the head. Mr. Cisco then comes in, but Angelico kicks him from the floor. He keeps doing this funny karate scream whenever he nails that move. Then he leaves the match. Ivelisse is complaining at ringside again. Son of Havoc then tags Angelico back in, but for some reason he wants the tag this time. He hits a knee in the corner on Cortez. Then he hits a spinning knee on Cisco. He tries the Razor's Edge, which is known as the Fall of Angels, but it's reversed. Angelico hits a double stomp, but it's still just a 2. Everyone starts diving to the outside, and Angelico hits a massive somersault dive to the outside and impressively lands on his feet. Then he gets back in the ring with a knee for a 2 count. The crowd don't really seem to like Angelico that much, they just want Son of Havoc. They then get him as he sends his partner through the ropes to the outside deliberately. The Crew win the match with a flat jack into a code breaker. Probably the weakest match so far, but I think that might be for having worse opponents to work with. It's a D for disappointing. The Lucha Underground manager is bullying our team and he doesn't like them. He puts them in a ladder match despite Ivelisse having a broken leg. The only thing letting Angelico down so far is his lack of promos. He's just kind of there, looking derpy. Match 11, Trios Titles Ladder Match. The challengers, the Crew, Mr. Cisco, Cortez Castro and Bale versus the champions Angelico, Son of Havoc and Ivelisse with a broken leg. The Crew race up the steps and don't want to wait for the entrance. So this one is basically a handicap match. This is probably the most clear-cut heel versus face match I've seen. Out of nowhere, Angelico hits a somersault dive over the ropes on top of a ladder to take out 2 of the Crew on his own. Angelico then comes into ring like a gazelle to hit a knee. He climbs the ladder for the first time, but the Crew stop him. He then misses a knee in the corner and he gets crushed. The Crew whack a ladder into Angelico's nutsack with a chair. I'm not sure if this guy still wants Ivelisse, but between her broken leg and his bruised nutsack, he ain't getting none. There's this shady looking office and it just starts to get broken up by the moves that are being done into it as the windows fall in. There's nothing covering one of the windows. Then Angelico pushes Castro off the ladder through the window. I love that spot so much. Angelico sets up one of them on the table and he climbs up the ladder. Then he goes on top of the office. They're getting a lot of use out of that office today. He can't dive though because he gets battered with a cane up there. Then one of the Crew hits a dive through the office window. This product is incredible. Why didn't I watch this when it was actually going on? So entertaining. Shout out the next move as the Crew tip Havoc off the ladder and he flawlessly lands on the ropes and springs back at them with a moonsault. Son of Havoc does a really good job on his own and he sends one of them through the table on the outside. Then it all goes wrong. Havoc tries to hit a shooting star press through the table but he misses and it's like all the energy is instantly sucked out of the crowd. Castro is climbing up the ladder but Angelico flies through the air with a drop kick to take him out. Now the crowd are awake again. Ivelisse with a broken leg climbs the ladder to capture the belts for her team. Well, I don't really care about that botch, this was so entertaining. I'm seeing so many things I've never seen in wrestling before. I had no idea this would be like this. It's another 8. Match 12, Trios title match. The challengers, Brian Cage, Big Rick and Daivari versus the champions Angelico, Son of Havoc and Ivelisse. These guys are incredibly popular. Cage scores the first big knockdown with a hip toss into the backbreaker. Angelico does a nice change of direction next off the arm drag and he hits a screaming karate kick. Then he starts arguing with his partner because they still don't like each other. Our guy then returns the favour with his own blind tag, and fortunately gets power slammed by Cage. Big Rick up next with some big man offense, whilst Ivelisse leaves the match because no one would tag her in, probably because she has a broken leg. Daivari's in the match next, and he throws Angelico from the corner. Big Rick then lifts Angelico up with the suplex for a while, and then he switches mid-suplex to Brian Cage. I'm seeing so many things I haven't seen in wrestling before. Cage gives Angelico a powerbomb next, but he kicks out. Angelico then hits him with the kick from the floor and then dodges a Cage clothesline to knee him in the face. He still can't make the tag though because bigger than biggest Rick takes the Son of Havoc out. Daivari hits Angelico with a back body drop. Tahano then appears at ringside and he distracts Daivari. These two seem to have some sort of feud going on. Angelico knees Daivari and then the Son makes the tag, but Angelico's not done as he somersaults out the ring to take out Cage. Son of Havoc straight away hits the shooting star press and it's over. Man, Angelico carries all the work in these matches. Not as good as I thought, but I guess it's a bit of a come down from those last matches. It's hard to live up to those standards, isn't it? It's a C for Angelico. Match 13, Tornado Tag Trios title match, the Disciples of Death with Katrina. Oh, hello, it's an A from me. Just kidding, and they take on the champion Son of Havoc, Ivelisse and Angelico. You know, I keep trying to keep the video length down. Just on a side note, I try to keep it under 25 minutes, and this just keeps happening. I'm sorry if it annoys any of you. I genuinely didn't expect to have as much to say about this in this video. Ivelisse can't hide in this one. One of them hits a spinning powerbomb on Angelico. Son of Havoc then hits a couple of dives, but our guy feels left out and he has to hit one of his own. Back in the ring, Angelico hits a knee and his partner hits a standing moonsault, but they can't win it. Angelico then gets brought up the steps and they have a brawl at the top of the stairs. It ends with our guy getting a back body drop onto the stairs. Our guy wakes up eventually and hits a crazier looking dive. How could he have even seen his opponents on that one? Katrina, who is the lovely lady at ringside, holds a stone above her head. It's supposed to have some sort of supernatural powers over her team. Ivelisse takes her out. Then Katrina hits her with the brick. Okay, it's a stone, I'm kidding. But come on, it's gotta be a brick. Her boob almost falls out and then they pin Ivelisse. It's over, new champions. It's an A because Angelico tried to kill himself. I also give it an A for several other reasons not involving Angelico. I don't care if it's against the rules. These are Rob Terry rules, remember. Moving on to Series 2 of Lucha Underground, I'm so impressed with this show. This is what a wrestling show for adults should look like. Blood feuds. I truly believe these wrestlers hate each other. Swearing. Gritty storyline. Hot women. A crowd that is into everything. A commentary team that is awake. And I just love the Mexican culture anyway, I might be biased. Someone duplicate this in 2021, I promise you can have all my money. Our trio want their belts back, but the leather lady says no and instead puts them in a number 1 contenders match against each other. Match 14, triple threat number 1 contenders match. Son of Havoc versus Angelico versus Ivelisse Velez. We start out with lots of frantic pinning attempts as the crowd show their appreciation. The men then just start messing around as normal, but Ivelisse is trying to take it seriously. Angelico gives her a running knee in the corner to shut her up. Son of Havoc then catches him with a springboard crossbody for a 2 count. Ivelisse comes back into the match with a crossbody from the top on our guy. Ivelisse then gives him an enziguri for another 2. Angelico tries to throw Son of Havoc out the ring, but he bounces off the ropes, and then Havoc dives on top of him to the outside. Son of Havoc gets a 2 on a double stomp into a standing moonsault. He tries to win the match, but Angelico catches him on the top rope, and Son fights it off and suplexes him back into the ring. He's looking for a dive, but Ivelisse stops him. She frantically runs into the ring and pins Angelico with the Mahi Stra Cradle. Wasn't expecting that, but now I'm gonna have to smack him one, aren't I? She's now the number 1 contender. Wasn't really fearing this one. It's a D. And in case some of you are wondering, no, Ivelisse isn't able to beat Mil Muertes for his title. Some of you might know him as Judas Messias from TNA. Match 15, Ivelisse Velez, Angelico and Son of Havoc versus Chavo Guerrero. Oh no. I'm not going to go there, but instead I'm going to take this in a completely different direction. Did you know that in India, Chavo would be a face against the Hill faction led by a wild slapnuts of piss?
Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
I didn't do it in the last video, did I? And some of you got upset, so there you go. He teams with Cisco and Cortez. Angelico starts out the match as usual and he nails some Japanese arm drags on Cisco. They're actually working as a team as Ivelisse comes in. She ends up getting isolated for a long time before bringing Son of Havoc in. Son of Havoc brings in Angelico in dramatic fashion. He hits a nice Pershing motion type move to hit a kick on Mr. Cisco. Then he gives Chavo a bicycle kick. Our trio then hit a beautiful triple dive to the outside. Angelico hits a double foot stop from the top into the ring to pin Cortez. It was decent. I'd like to see some storyline progression at this point for this team though. It's a C. Match 16, Trios title match. The challengers, our guys. You know who these three friends are by now. And they take on the champions, the Disciples of Death, with Katrina. She reminds me of that one chick off The Mummy. If our guys don't win the match, they will all have to leave Lucha Underground. They keep swapping attacks in the corners to start the match as the crowd go nuts. The match turns around pretty quickly as Angelico gets sent into the ring pole and booted for good measure. Angelico then makes a blind tag and comes in with a knee off the ropes. He hits a kick from the floor and then he hits another mass moron with the AJ Styles Pele type kick. Our trio once again hit triple dives to the outside, love seeing that. Angelico then hits a knee and the fall of the angel in the corner. Havoc follows up the shooting star press for the 3. Two-time champions, the match was boring, it's a D. Match 17, Elimination Trios title match. The champions, it's our three friends versus the challengers, the Disciples of Death with Katrina. Angelico starts out with a couple of arm drag variations before bringing his partner in. Unfortunately, Ivelisse gets booted and is eliminated pretty quickly. Angelico hits a nice parry motion into a knee. He follows up with another knee to knock a mass moron from the apron, but then he eats a dropkick. It doesn't affect him that much, and Angelico hits the Fall of the Angels to even up the elimination match. Our guys then hit double dives to the outside. For some reason I preferred them when they didn't get on. Maybe I'm just a confrontational kind of guy. Angelico scores a big knee off the ropes, he looks for another elimination but he can't manage it. Then our guy suddenly gets eliminated as the mass moron crashes down on top of him with his knees. The move looked rough, whatever it was supposed to be. Son of Havoc is really impressive and wins the match for himself. Matt Strike on commentary asks, what's next for our team? Well, first of all, the match is a D. And to answer your question, Matt, it's nothing good. Angelico got injured at some point and Ivelisse and Sun were forced to defend the trio's titles as a two-person team. They lost the belts to Prince Puma, Azteca Jr. and Rey Mysterio Jr. That's a lot of juniors. Angelico would be out of action for 5 months. Match 18, Battle of the Bulls Fatal 4-Way. Jack Evans versus PJ Black versus the Son of Havoc versus our guy. Angelico is a surprise inclusion in this match. He starts off with a head scissors on PJ Black. He then fights his old partner, but that doesn't last long because he dives to the outside. Back in the ring, Jack Evans runs off PJ's back to boot Angelico. Our guy then stacks Jack Evans on his back and the Sun hits a double stomp. Then Angelico throws Jack on top of PJ. Havoc fights his old partner again with the springboard crossbody and a standing moonsault. Then Havoc almost puts him away with a backbreaker. Angelico gets double teamed by the boys with hair buns, but then he fights back with 2 kicks from the floor for a 2 count on Jack Evans. Angelico tries the Fall of the Angel, but Jack Evans hits the head scissors. Son of Havoc then makes the save off a pinning attempt. Angelico suplexes Jack Evans from the top rope to the outside, and I'm pretty sure nobody caught him, apart from a steel chair. I do not recommend trying this one. Angelico gets back into the ring with PJ and hits a knee, but then he gets knocked to the outside again. Then the match just ends as PJ Black tricks Jack Evans and rolls him up. This was the weakest match so far. It's a low D. He looked rusty and who can blame him? It's been a while. Match 19, final match. Jack Evans and PJ Black versus Angelico and Son of Havoc. One thing that hasn't changed is Angelico starting the match. We get a really nice exchange between our guy and Jack Evans. Jack even dodges his kick from the floor, which I don't think has happened in this entire video. Fair bit of throwback to their former team before Lucha Underground here as well. Angelico makes up for missing his kick earlier as he catches PJ Black with one from the floor. Later in the match, Angelico hits a springboard knee to take out PJ Black. Black gets him back with a springboard 450 and Angelico looks like he's injured again, for real. The referee holds up the X signs with his hands. Pretty soon after, Jack Evans puts away Son of Havoc with a dive. Kind of sad way to end this video. It was a nothing match, and sadly he's got injured again. No entertainment to be found here, it's an S. Well, that wraps up what's been a very entertaining evening's viewing for me. He was a different competitor to what I expected. He tried to show off some character at the start, but there was precious little of that going forward for some reason. He had a kind of derpy face and didn't have much mic skill. I am also not fully sold on his attire, I don't think I liked it. Those are the negatives, but most of the matches were average to great, and his trio's team was highly entertaining. I can't give him an A though, unfortunately, because despite really enjoying it, it faltered out at the end, and that's due to a combination of lack of character and injuries. Angelico's final grade on Ring of the Hawk is a B. Would definitely give him a place on the roster, but a very well deserved B, and I'd like to thank Blue Fan Fiction Inc. for this recommendation. So there we go then, I just didn't expect to have so much fun making this one. Angelico is most certainly a guy who peaked too early. He still is an AEW on the ROH brand, but hasn't wrestled since November. But this video is how I like to remember him because man, was this lot of fun. I think the run as a whole deserves an A, because it was memorable and Angelico tried to kill himself for this company. Scott Steiner and Rinka King. Here we go then, I can hear more people threatening to rip my feathers out in the comments section. For the second time in this video, and for the record, yes, I know Steiner only got a B for his time in India. But we're looking at this one from the perspective of what kind of impact did he leave on India. Okay, it's Scott Steiner in India, showing the fans fear. Yeah, it's been a very long time since I've watched Ring King. In case any of you missed it, this was the time in 2011 when TNA tried to create their own wrestling show in India. And it actually was on a big TV network, and the show is a lot of fun, if you don't take it too serious. The roster was a mixture of TNA guys and some barely trained Indian wrestlers. But the main standout performer on these shows was Scott Steiner. TNA were extremely happy that Scott Steiner was allowed to go to India, as it was felt they needed a recognisable star, and much of the early marketing was using Scotty. This would be his final main event run on telly, and boy was it memorable. Scott Steiner would be a part of a faction called Random Dudes Extreme, and his promos were all the nonsense rambling that we've grown to love.
That is the largest army. It's not a question if I win. It's a question is how fast.
You know what I mean?
Tonight, you better have the right answer. You're gonna kill Morgan. You go out there and destroy him.
You hear that? Yeah.
Destroy him. Come on, Magnus. You understand what he's saying, white trash? You make big mistake. I will put my footprint on the blueprint. I don't have to listen to you. I'm gonna go out there and do what you should have did to Morgan. I'm gonna go destroy somebody. You watch me, Magnus. I'm going out there. You watch me. I'm gonna destroy.
Match 1, World Title Tournament. Scott Steiner with Magnus taking on fake boxer Max B. It's 2 X's for some reason. I guess to make him more edgy. But this 150-pound guy doesn't stand a chance against Steiner. Scotty attacks him from behind before the bell, which just seems a bit unnecessary. Steiner beats him in the corner and removes his little dressing gown. One Steiner chop floors this ring veteran. A back elbow floors him again. Steiner keeps smacking him in the head as he starts to get enraged by this crowd. Max B makes his comeback with shaking punches. Seriously, why is he shaking like that? Is he okay? He looks like he's trying to hold on to an invisible steering wheel over bumpy ground. Well, speaking of bumpy, Steiner catches him and throws him overhead for belly to belly. Steiner drops the elbow accompanied by push-ups. He's just a big angry man in this match. Steiner throws him again, this time with a belly to belly, and he breaks his own pin-up. This can't go on. Steiner is going to snap with this crowd. Scotty picks Max B up with ease and places him on the top rope. He gives him a top rope flatliner and he locks on the recliner for the tap out win. Steiner's a bad winner though, and he locks Max B back in the recliner as Magnus dumps his nappy of fear and tries to calm Scott down. A very fun squash match where we got the full Scott Steiner experience. He looks like he's teetering on the edge of a roid rage. Can't wait to see what he does next. It's a B for this squash match as it left me wanting more. Match 2, World Title Tournament. Scott Steiner. A fan says something to him on the ramp which causes Steiner to snap as he wrenches on his head over the guardrail. Magnus fills his knickers with piss and keeps having to drag Scotty away from the crowd. And this is how a legend was born. He takes on Mahabali Vera, who is not a legend. These two big roid machines have a muscle pose down to start the match. Vera gets carried away and Steiner kicks him in the gut. Despite that, Vera starts us off with 3 shoulder block knockdowns and a clothesline. Steiner has to bail from the ring with a stream of diarrhea in his nappy. He cutters Vera across the ropes and returns to the ring. All he can do is land a few punches and chops before he runs into Vera's boot. He can't exactly manage much himself, it feels like we're moving in slow motion. He eventually hits Steiner with a side slam for a 2. Vera nails a suplex and looks like he's setting up for something. A clothesline which Steiner dodges in slow motion. Seriously, how slow are these two guys? Steiner looks livid and just simply hits a flatliner and it's over. Not a great match, and just like that, Steiner is through to the World Title Tournament final. It's an S. We do get a fun segment between the two finalists where their bodies and muscles are measured. I wish they'd do more of this stuff, it adds an element of realness to wrestling. Plus, you know, these things are perfect for Steiner. He makes fun of his opponent's tiny arms. Match 3, World Title Tournament Final. Scott Steiner with Magnus and Sanjay Dutt versus Matt Boring. Steiner starts by reminding Matt how small his arms are. Matt pushes him away in frustration. Morgan wrenches his arm and sticks the boot in. He seems to be doing okay until Sanjay grabs his boot. Indian wrestlers surround the ring to make sure it's a fair fight. Morgan sends Steiner into the corner and hits him with rapid fire elbows. He punctuates that with a discus clothesline but only gets a 2. Magnus takes the referee so Steiner can smack Matt Boring in his nutsack. He takes the ref so Random Dudes can choke Morgan on the ropes. Steiner knocks him down with a Steiner line accompanied by push-ups. He keeps going with a belly to belly, but barely gets a 2. He moves on to a submission, but Matt Boring seems to be stronger than Steiner despite his stick arms. He stays on top with a back elbow. Steiner is definitely much slower at this point in his career, but as long as he keeps bringing the personality, you won't notice it so much. This crowd keeps causing him to almost lose his concentration. It does eventually cost him and he runs into a boring boot. Matt fires up with a clothesline and a side slam, it's just a 2 count. He tries another discus which is blocked and Steiner hits the flat liner. Morgan kicks out at the last possible moment. Steiner locks him in the recliner now, which doesn't get the job done. He tries another submission now, the bear hug, but Morgan fights this off and hits a carbon footprint. And just like that, Steiner is done. It's disappointing how quickly Steiner was beaten in his final main event world title match. Steiner would have been a far better choice than Morgan. This one was a slow plodding affair where only Steiner's personality entertained me. It's a D. Despite Steiner's push and marketing, he does slip down the card a bit from here. Match 4, 6-man tag. Random Dudes Extreme take on Bulldog Hart, Chavo Guerrero and Matt Boring. Steiner doesn't start and eventually gets in with Bulldog. He beats him up in slow motion whilst getting upset at the crowd. Bulldog makes his comeback and he smashes Steiner with a back suplex for a 2. Hart hits a slam and tags in Matt Boring. He squashes Steiner against the ropes and he's gone for a bit now. I was starting to get annoyed at this match, but randomly it spills outside the ring and Steiner throws Chavo against the fence, which breaks open. It's noticeable that the crowd cower and run backwards when they see Steiner. This must have given Steiner a brainwave. Scotty returns to the ring with a renewed energy. He flattens Chavo and hits the elbow drop. Steiner breaks his own pin up and chases the ref away. He's getting closer and closer to going into a roid rage. Eventually Matt Boring runs wild, beating up all the Random Dudes Extreme all on his own. Bulldog Hart hits Steiner with a super kick, but hey, at least Magnus beats Bulldog with a Michinoku driver. Then a wolf screams and Abyss has joined the Random Dudes. He and Steiner start chasing the crowd around the building. Steiner suddenly breaks into the crowd who start desperately climbing walls and fences to get away from him. The crowd are parting like waves in the sea, and it's quite a spectacle to see. The match sucked, but the attack in the crowd gimmick is very memorable, so it's a B. Match 5, number 1 contendership for the heavyweight belt Battle Royal. Steiner enters quite late on in this one. He floors everybody with clotheslines, and he once again hits an overhead belly to belly on Max B. The 8-year-old obese Indian boy also gets one. That is an insane display of strength, throwing that much weight over your head. Steiner eliminates Max B quickly, followed by the 8-year-old obese Indian boy. Unfortunately, Steiner backs into a generic bodybuilder who looks like the Hamburglar. He almost eliminates him too, but he holds on and fights back at Steiner. He grabs Steiner and hip tosses him out the ring. What a random elimination that was. Steiner is eliminated by a random guy that nobody's ever heard of and nobody ever will. In fact, this was this guy's only match on Ring of King, and he made it to the final 2 before somehow losing to Magnus. How random. Not too bad for Steiner, 2 eliminations, but he did get thrown out by a complete nobody, so I guess it balances out to a C. At this point, a power struggle storyline starts as the leader of the Random Dudes Extreme is revealed to be a wild slapnuts bitch.
Jeff Jarrett.
Match 6, tag match. The 8-year-old obese Indian boy, yay, shake those boobs, and he teams up with the Indian Leatherman. They take on Scott Steiner. The boy looks terrified at the size of Steiner's arms. Scotty teases climbing into the crowd who look terrified. He teams up with his fellow random dude, the Monster Abyss. Steiner suddenly charges at the Leatherman. He drives his head into the corner. He hits the clothesline and the elbow drop into push-ups. It's all Steiner so far. He throws Leatherman overhead. He can't make a pin though because the crowd are enraging him. Steiner throws the Leatherman from the top rope with a belly to belly. Still no pin. Scotty is seemingly done with the Leatherman and he starts pounding on the obese boy. He locks on the Steiner recliner as the boy shakes and dumps in his nappy. He doesn't actually tap though, instead Abyss gets the win with the black hole slam. As soon as his music plays, he charges out the ring and at the crowd who recede backwards like your hairline. People are desperately scrambling and running like some sort of earthquake is happening. It's quite the spectacle, everyone is terrified of Scotty. Steiner comes back to the ring and gives the referee a back suplex from the top rope. That was unnecessary, but it was insanely fun. That's how you make somebody look like a threat. It's an A from the Hawk, a wholly fun segment. Match 7, tag title match. The challengers are Scott Steiner and Abyss. I almost thought Scotty was going to smack an audience member one. The champions are Chavo Guerrero and Bulldog Hart. I love how whilst they're making their entrance you can see the crowd desperately running from Steiner. It really does look great. It's a shame audiences here are too clued up. This goes on for a while too, and I ain't complaining. Steiner doesn't start this one, probably should have though because Abyss doesn't do very well. Abyss tags in Scotty against Bulldog. He milks the crowd for a while, teasing that he'll charge at them again. Instead he climbs into the ring. Steiner is really distracted and he keeps screaming shut up. He gives Bulldog Hart a gut-kicking special and a beatdown in the corner. Hart wakes up and knocks him down with a couple of shoulder blocks and a big belly-to-back suplex for a 2. Now it's a side slam for another 2. Chavo comes in with a slingshot but he can't stay on top as Abyss trips him up. The Steiner line and the elbow drop connect. The tag is made to Abyss with Chavo isolated. Steiner is still heavily involved and the crowd are all over him. He returns to the ring and crushes Chavo with a belly-to-belly for a 2 count. Scotty loses his focus and Chavo makes a block in the corner. I love how it gets no less than 3 replays. Steiner tags Abyss, but he can't prevent the tag to Bulldog Hart. Steiner enters the ring and regrets it as he has his head kicked off. He wakes up just in time to break up a pin. The champions take Scotty out of a double shoulder tackle. It's not looking good for our guys. Bulldog power slams Scotty and Chavo punctuates that of a middle rope dropkick. Fortunately, Scotty isn't legal. Sonjay Dutt distracts the referee of his stupid golden wings and that allows Abyss to hit Chavo with a black hole slam and it's over. A very fun main event, great heel work and Steiner wins gold, so it has to be good. I'm giving it a B. Scotty doesn't actually have a wrestling match for a while now, but he does have an arm wrestling match against Bulldog. I like stuff like this because it's really playing to Scotty's strengths. Steiner actually beats him cleanly, which you don't normally see in challenges like this on a wrestling show. Match 8, Lethal Lockdown match, Random Dudes Extreme versus the Ring King guys. Scotty actually enters second for his team. It's nice to see how much he's been involved in the matches. When you're a veteran, it's easy to shy away and do less ring work. Steiner immediately starts smacking Chavo Guerrero around. For once, the crowd are safe. Steiner hits a big belly-to-belly on Chavo and a double-team suplex with Sonjay. Bulldog Hart enters next. He hits Steiner with an atomic drop and a super kick. Not a lot happens for Steiner now as the ring fills up. Chavo hits possibly the safest cage dive I've ever seen to take out Steiner and the Random Dudes. Everybody has entered as the homeless man joins the match and hurls Steiner into the cage. This doesn't seem to be Steiner's match as Matt Boring hits him with a carbon footprint. The match turns when Slappy throws handcuffs into the cage. Random Dudes pose for the camera. Steiner chokes out the homeless man with a stick, and then randomly it's the Indian Big Boss Man who gets the free of a knockout blow. This just felt like TNA trying to get an Indian guy over. Steiner was barely involved in this one, it's a D. Match 9, 2 out of 3 Falls match for the tag titles with Special Enforcer Samosa Joe. The champions are Steiner and Abyss, and randomly the challengers are the Mumbai Cats. Now, I need to use this as an opportunity to dispel a rumour which I started years ago. The Mumbai Cats are not actually the Young Bucks, but a huge amount of people believe me for some reason, so I hope that gives you all peace of mind. Now shut up or I'll smack you one. Abyss starts, he doesn't really need Steiner's help here. What a gimmick these cats have. Steiner gets the tag and he immediately hits an overhead belly to belly. Funny moment now as Steiner is doing his push-ups and one of the cats just jumps him. This is exactly how a real cat would fight. Steiner punishes him for his interference with belly to belly. In this completely random tag match, Steiner also snaps off a Frankensteiner and that's the 3. RDX try to leave but they're told there's another pinfall. I don't think they're worried or upset about this news. Abyss wins straight away with the black hole slam. I'm not sure why they needed the second fall. I don't know, a C for the Frankensteiner. We need more attack in the crowd, please. Match 10, tag title match. The Bollywood Boys and their banging theme music.
Make some noise for the Dicey Boys!
Can they take on the champions Random Dudes Extreme? This one starts with a security guard desperately trying to keep Steiner away from the fans. But because he's Steiner, he does it anyway. The Bollywood Boys eventually get tired of waiting and meet them in the crowd. Well, most of them have run away. Steiner is sent over the guardrail and the crowd frantically run forward. The boys hit double baseball slides to RDX and the bell rings to start the match. It's not going well. Steiner eats a double shoulder block and a double drop kick, quickly followed by a double tope. After a while, Steiner hits a belly to belly. The crowd wake up, which of course winds up Steiner. They have one of the boys isolated as Steiner hits about 20 kicks to the gut. It all goes wrong though when Steiner holds a boy for Abyss to smack, but Steiner gets smacked instead. The Bollywood boy almost beats Steiner with a missile dropkick, even though he wasn't legal. They clear Steiner from the ring and one of them dives off the top and almost misses Steiner. Scotty then has enough and hits a flatliner. He locks on the recliner and it should be over, but no, the lights go out. Mahabali Veera teleports into the ring and beats our guys up with a wicket. Steiner gets a double super kick and so does Abyss, and that's the 3. Pretty firm, but Steiner didn't do much. I would have liked to have seen him throw a tantrum and attack the crowd afterwards. It's a D. Match 11, final match, 10-man tag, Team Random Dudes Extreme versus Team Rinker King. The quality of this recording sucks, but fortunately Steiner pays a visit to the crowd in his final match, and it's a shame about the quality because I love the way he charges at them. The cameramen completely forget that there's a match going on and they're just following Steiner everywhere. This is pure chaos. Steiner is squared off with Trevor Murdoch somewhere in the crowd. What a visual this is. It does eventually turn into an actual match. Steiner hits the belly to belly on Chavo for a 2. It's the sort of match where it's hard for an individual to shine, but unfortunately Steiner is larger than life itself. Everybody hits finishers. Steiner nails the flatliner on Murdoch but eats a spear from Vera straight afterwards. Chavo hits another very safe dive to the outside on RDX. Vera beats the Indian Big Boss Man with the Sky High. It's a C just for the spectacle at the start. Props to Steiner, he found the gimmick in India which worked and he milked it. RDX are driven out the building by the cricket guy, but they steal the belts and the last we see of them is all the guys driving away on the back of a red truck. It's wacky, it's stupid, and I think I love it. This was done because at the time it was unknown if Rinker King would be renewed for another season. It wasn't, unfortunately. Well, this started out with it looking like Steiner was going to be the guy in India. He was de-pushed though, but he managed to stay relevant in his faction and hold the tag belts. His attack in the crowd Roid Rage gimmick is very memorable and it's a shame so many people missed it. I bet it was a lot of fun to watch live. Steiner could still go at this point, though it seemed to be the most fun when he was just beating on jobbers. Now talking of jobs, we've got to shove Steiner a final grade for Ring of the Hawk Season 5 and see if he can indeed do the job. I was a bit conflicted, but in the end it almost felt like a career rebirth. His promos were hilarious and he never looked out of place, so I'm going to give Steiner and Rinker King a low B. I know that the match quality was nothing to write home about, but there's more to wrestling and this is the sort of thing casual viewers would eat up nowadays, and if you don't agree with that, I'll show your girl the meaning of sprays. Scott Steiner was the most memorable man in this promotion. He had his final main event run and then a tag title run, and on top of all that his Roid Rage gimmick is something that is still talked about to this day. Whilst the matches weren't anything to write home about, the promos and the attacking of the crowd stuff was brilliantly entertaining and it's stuff you're going to remember for the rest of your life. MJF in MLW. I just knew going into this one I was going to enjoy it. Major League Wrestling is often the final stop before a wrestler signs with a big company. At the time of this video, MJF was at peak popularity in All Elite Wrestling, which is why it was only sensible to go back and see what happened in his past. Okay, it's MLW MJF, I better save my breath. Yes, today it's Maxwell before he was really famous. And FYI, we will not be using hindsight for his final grade. We're just grading what we see today. Nowadays, he's the biggest star AEW have. The Hawk doesn't support a particular wrestling brand, and I'm telling you, he is the only new star created in the whole of wrestling for a while. He's everywhere. Chances are if you haven't watched AEW, you probably still have heard of MJF. If you hate All Elite Wrestling and you disagree with me, that's fine. There's no point trying to argue with me about it, because I don't have an opinion on them. But MJF is a big deal in wrestling. He's probably the only part of AEW I'm up to speed with despite not watching their show. And he's all over the wrestling news. He is genuinely great, and I'm saying that with zero bias towards either company. I am one of the most critical wrestling YouTubers, and I genuinely cannot find anything to really rip into him about. Give him a couple of extra inches. He's a good all-rounder. I will say this one time and one time only. This is not an AEW channel, so if I see that in the comments, shut up or I'll smack you one. This is a channel dedicated to the less talked about things in wrestling. Now that I've got all that out of the way, let the arguments commence in the comments. Now, a small bit of backstory. MJF had been wrestling for just over 3 years, so he's relatively new to wrestling still at this point. The company we're watching today is MLW, Major League Wrestling. I hope Court Bureau is okay with me using this footage. I've always seen eye to eye with the owner of MLW. So I'll say, head over to their YouTube page where they upload full shows each week. It's only an hour show, and from what I've seen, it's the easiest to watch casually in 2022. So shout out to MLW. They're one of the biggest indie companies in the US, and so many stars have come through there. I'm sure you'll be seeing some of that today. Anyway, the company did run for a long time, but then it started back up again in 2017. MJF wrestled there during that year, but we can't count those matches as their supercard matches. It's the same format I've been using for all Ring of the Hawk episodes, we must have consistency. Sorry for the extra long intro, I am excited for this video and I bet you are too. Let's get into it. Match 1. Well, he seems to be playing the exact same gimmick as in AEW. I thought he'd be different at this point. He even has his scarf. The only thing that's different is everyone refers to him by his full name, so no MJF abbreviations here. The pre-recorded promo before the match is good too. He sounds believable as he threatens his opponent. He takes on Joey Janela with Aria Blake. Well, this is a feud lots of people are going to be familiar with. MJF jumps in before the bell has sounded. It doesn't help and Janela gives him a Luther's press. An uppercut by Janela now. MJF dumps in his nappy of fear and tells his opponent to relax. He bails from the ring where he's hit with a suicide dive. We head back to the ring where there's a brutal looking bump. MJF throws him out the ring and he hits straight into the commentary desk. We cut to an advert break and come back just in time to see Janela diving out the ring into Maxwell on a pile of chairs. Janela sends him back into the ring where he connects with a swanton bomb for a 2 count.
Dude, I was watching the Major League Wrestling show the other day, man. And this dude, Joey Janela, he stole my swanton bomb finishing maneuver, man. But it didn't finish. Man, I'm going back to Carolina. And I'm gonna tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you, Janela, man.
Janela's pretty popular here in the crowd. He unfortunately takes too long on his next dive and Maxwell makes him fall in his nutsack. Superplex from MJF, but it's just a 2. The match starts getting more intense as the fists are flying. MJF beats him down and hits a rope-assisted pile driver. Good psychology here, he needed to weaken him to hit a big move. The girl throws a chair in the ring. The dumbass ref is more interested in the girl. How stupid. Maxwell smashes him in the gut with the chair. But wait, what? Seconds later, Janela superkicks the chair into Maxwell's face. That's how it ends. That has to be one of the dumbest endings I've seen in a while. She threw the chair deliberately to MJF, and the ref looked at the chair and then completely ignored the next 30 seconds of the match. Maxwell dumps in his nappy of anger. I know how he feels. A girl in an extra short skirt interviews Maxwell about his loss. MJF calls the referee out for being an idiot. He says that the girl from earlier needs a real man just like him. This causes Janela and Maxwell to fight again. While it's certainly not a boring start, Janela was the one taking all the risks, but Maxwell was a dance partner, he just didn't do that much. It's not his fault the booking was dumb in this match, but the promos before and after were good. Let's give him a B because I do want to see more of this, very interesting. Another confident promo before the next match, he's playing a rich punk kid. He is Maxwell J. Friedman, and he is better than his opponent. Match 2, Battle Riot, singles match for the vacant MLW middleweight title. Maxwell Jacob Friedman, someone in the crowd frantically chants EC2 at him. Yeah, I guess that comparison makes sense at this point. Versus everybody's favourite, Joey Ryan, who's described as the transmittable disease of professional wrestling. As with any Joey Ryan match, there's a lot of messing around before it even starts. He screams Jim Cornette says you're a joke, which starts a fuck Cornette chant in the crowd. The match finally starts with chain wrestling. The crowd want him to touch Joey. MJF says he'll agree to touch it if Joey shakes his hand first. They argue about this for a while till MJF tries a cheap shot. He's then hit with a Joey Ryan dropkick. MJF falls out the ring, but cutters Ryan's arm across the ropes as he comes back in and hits a nice hammerlock takedown. MJF's all over his arm like a bad shirt now. Joey eventually hits a pump handle suplex for a double down. It's all Joey Ryan when they get up. He keeps hitting clotheslines. And there it is, the cab driver slam. The cab driver slams, just a 2 count. Ryan can't capitalise and he has his next move blocked. MJF crashes down across his arm with a double stomp. No idea what he calls this next suplex, but I like it from MJF. It's just a 2, but it's impressive. They trade shots until Maxwell spits on Joey. Ryan flips, but he can't catch Maxwell as he shows his athleticism into a thumb into the eyelid. Meeting of the minds now, and MJF stumbles all over the ring for 20 seconds until he collapses into Ryan's nutsack. Joey Ryan of course no-sells that because it's his gimmick. Now MJF does an inverted atomic drop, which hurts his knee more than Ryan's nutsack. The super kick gets Ryan a 2 count. Joey pulls out a lolly and puts it in MJF's mouth. Maxwell hides behind the ref and uses this as a chance to do a thumb to the eyelid and the package shoulder breaker while still having the lolly in his mouth, and it's the 3. Wow, I can't believe I actually liked this match, and he won with an arm move whilst working Joey's arm the whole match. And he won a title in his second match, and he cuts a scathing promo at the crowd after the match. He calls the short skirt woman a dollar store Oprah. He tells the veterans who told him that one day he'd be a star, newsflash, he already is one. Based on this evidence, he's right. This couldn't have gone any better. I loved it as a whole. This is an A. Okay, can't believe the wrestlers and the presentation MLW had in 2018. This feels like a solid number 2 promotion at this point. Match 3, later that same night, Battle Riot match. This is basically a 40-man Royal Rumble match, but pinfalls also count. Pretty good draw for MJF, he enters at number 37. Immediately Ryan and him start battling. Oh, what the hell, MJF is clotheslined straight out by Tom Lawler within 20 seconds. Well, I guess you can't win them all. Sadly, it's an
Oh no, my God!
Match 4, street fight for the middleweight title, MJF vs Joey Janela, which starts straight away in a corridor. Janela hits him a bunch of times for a 1 count. Now he chokes MJF with his scarf as he pulls wacky faces. We make it into the crowd where Maxwell catches a Janela dive and dumps him on a bar table, just a 1 count. Maxwell's distracted playing with the crowd and he gets pushed off a chair. Janela smashes his hand into a chair. He also smashes his face into a chair and super kicks him whilst Maxwell is sat down. MJF starts panicking and uses the manager girl as a human shield. That helps him score a thumb to the eyelid and a back suplex on the ring apron. We're in the ring for the first time. Maxwell scores with a pretty nice short powerbomb from the ropes, but the match continues. MJF continues winning. He hits a backbreaker for another 2. After an advert break, we see Janela diving with a stomp off the ring apron into a chair that's on Maxwell's face. Somehow that's just a 2. We're at the entrance ramp now. MJF finds a chance to smack Janela in the slash zone, but he can't hit a powerbomb and he gets back body dropped. Janela asks his manager for a kiss, but instead she smacks him with a bottle. Maxwell gets the 3. It turns out that the girl did want to be with a real man after all. They share a romantic kiss. She's a modern woman and chose the money. I feel like there's a lesson for you there, fellas. If you look like a geek like Joey Janela, and you're poor, someone better looking like Maxwell, or the Hawk who's rich can come away and take away your girl. It's an Andrew Tate gimmick. The match sucked, it's a D. Match 5, middleweight title match. Okay, so bear with me here. Maxwell is the challenger again because he was stripped of the title due to an injury. He cuts a promo about being in the ECW arena full of white trash. He's angry because he was never beaten for his belt. He takes on the middleweight champion Teddy Hart. This guy looks like he just did a line of cocaine off Sonny Siaki's ass. Teddy wants to shake hands but immediately shoves Maxwell. They both take turns trying to get cheers from the crowd, and Teddy tries to pull down Maxwell's nappy. MJF finally has enough of the shenanigans and hits Teddy from behind. Teddy's sent flying out the ring. Nothing happens out there, but Maxwell kicks the rope as Teddy comes back into the ring. Nice suplex from MJF now, probably the nicest thing we've seen in a couple of matches. It's just a 2 though. MJF puts a headlock on which keeps almost getting rolled into a pin. After a very long time, Hart is able to throw him away. Nice move now, Hart stands on Maxwell's back in the corner and switches it into a code red for a 2. Teddy Hart smashes him with 2 knees to the head followed by knees to his back. Teddy Hart with a beautiful acai moonsault for another 2. The match has certainly turned. Hart smashes Maxwell with a big uppercut in the corner. In the opposite corner, Hart is countered and Maxwell stomps on his arm. That enables Maxwell to hit the delayed pile driver off the ropes. Things are really ramping up now. Maxwell has the armbar locked on and it looks like it could be over. Hart keeps rolling him into pinning predicaments. After a long time, Teddy gets his foot on the rope. Maxwell isn't giving up, he puts Teddy on the top rope. Oh no, Teddy Hart wedgies him and Hart connects with the Canadian Destroyer. Unfortunately, it also destroys the ref. This is a ref bump. Teddy Hart has hit the hammerlock DDT, but no ref. MJF sneaks under the ring, he comes back with a chair. Teddy kicks him in the slash zone before he can use it. Teddy hits Maxwell in the throat with it, followed by an electric chair into the knees. God, I hate that move, it looks so stupid. Luckily that doesn't end it, but the corkscrew moonsault does. Teddy has won and can go home and do whatever he does in his spare time. After the match, Maxwell and Richard Holiday form an alliance as they attack Hart. Get used to seeing these two together. Best match in a while, but there still wasn't that much here, it's a C from the Hawk. Match 6, MLW Tag Title match. The challengers are the team known as the Dynasty, Maxwell J. Friedman and Richard Holiday. MJF cuts a promo saying that Stu Hart is in hell and the Hart family legacy is being destroyed by Teddy Hart. They take on the champions Davey Boy Smith Jr. and Teddy Hart with Pillman Jr. Lots of heat for this match before the bell is even rung. The Dynasty seem scared and keep hiding out of the ring. Probably shouldn't have cut that promo then, should you? The match finally starts. Teddy Hart immediately smacks MJF hard off the ring apron. Surprisingly, Holiday is isolated for a long time in this match before Maxwell has even got a tag. After a very long time, he makes a blind tag and joins the match for the first time, beheading Teddy Hart from behind. Maxwell spits water all over Bulldog Jr. and the Dynasty use this as an opportunity to put a serious beating on Teddy Hart. MJF continues trying to cheat on the outside, but Smith isn't having it anymore. Pillman Jr. also spits on him. This match is feeling seriously heated. Hart Smith distracts the ref because he's mad about the use of the sharpshooter. Maxwell sneaks in the ring to hit a pile driver on Teddy. MJF applies an abdominal stretch with added leverage from Holiday. He eventually throws Maxwell away. Teddy Hart with a beautiful float over into a Canadian Destroyer. No pin is made though because everyone's down. Teddy Hart starts puking in the middle of the ring, but despite the puke he still makes the tag to Davey Boy. He smashes Friedman with a knee and delivers 10 punches in the corner. Smith is now fighting off both members of the Dynasty. Smith throws Holiday on top of MJF in the corner. It's almost over then after a dragon suplex from Davey Boy. Davey just won't give MJF a breather, he hits him with a set-out powerbomb straight after. The pin is broken up. The Hart Foundation are about to win when Hammerstone swarms the ring with a chair. The match is thrown out for DQ. It's a shame because I was starting to enjoy it after a slow start. Hammerstone has also joined the Dynasty. Man, this guy looks so different 4 years later. The match is a B. I liked how personal it felt. We're going to need some A grades if this run is going to be championship material though. Step it up, Maxwell. Match 7, 39-man Battle Riot match. MJF draws the number 1 spot in this match. Let's hope he can do a bit better than the last Rumble match. Oh wow, number 2 is Dan the Beast Severin. I was not expecting that. It's not looking good for MJF. He's still rocking the classic no frills grey shirt. MJF politely shakes his hand and tries to take a cheap shot. Bad move is blocked and Severin gives him a belly to belly. Severin is apparently 61 years old at this point. El Hijo de la Park enters and hits a head scissors on MJF. He also hits a snap slam. MJF seems to be getting smashed by every new man that enters without managing a single move of his own. The ring's filling up and nobody's even been eliminated. Friedman randomly tries a cover on the Air Wolf, but it's just a 2. Severin goes back to pounding on him. Pentagon Jr. enters and he kicks everybody, including MJF. Maxwell's playing a sneaky game here. He tries to cover Phoenix after not doing any of the work himself. Another 2. A fat man enters and Friedman manages to bribe him with some money, and they are now friends. I'm enjoying the antics of MJF in this match. He makes Phoenix fall hard on his nutsack and he knocks Phoenix out of the match. Surprising first elimination, but I'll take it, fair play. Pentagon has a problem with that elimination, he starts kicking MJF again. It's almost over for MJF a few minutes later. Severin's bullying him again. There's a double submission hold on MJF, but it's broken up, fortunately for Maxwell. MJF manages another low-key elimination, this time on Park. Maxwell's still working with his fat friend to beat up an even fatter man. MJF becomes scared of the fat man who's called AC Romero, but he sneakily throws another wrestler into him to keep him distracted. That made me laugh. MJF is constantly trying to steal people's pins in this match. It's very entertaining. Barrington Hughes makes AC Romero look like a cardio specialist. Almost every man works together to eliminate the big man, which is technically another elimination for MJF. After a dropkick, Maxwell rolls onto the bottom rope, and that's where he's going to stay for a bit. He has extremely good timing as the Contra Unit faction completely crush every man who's left in the ring. When they're done, MJF slowly raises up as the camera shows his happy face. He pins man after man. He eliminates 3 men, but one man, AC Romero, does manage to kick out. Now Brian Pillman Jr. is here, so things won't be so easy for MJF. They go eye to eye. MJF spits in his eye. Oh, Pillman super kicks him, and MJF's eliminated. What the hell, I thought he was going to go all the way in this match. It certainly felt they were booking him to. The match is won by Le Parc for some reason. Look, the fact he didn't win isn't going to take the shine off this match for me. That was probably the best Battle Royal performance we've had on Ring of the Hawk. 6 or 7 eliminations and he entertained me throughout. Yeah. It's an A. Match 8, MJF with the Dynasty. Wow, did Hammerstone have head reduction surgery or something? He doesn't even look like the same guy. He takes on Brian Pillman Jr. The match starts with Holiday holding Pillman's foot from the outside of the ring, which gives MJF the advantage he needs. It doesn't last and Pillman scores a couple of knockdowns. Holiday trips Pillman, which now causes the ref to kick the Dynasty out of ringside. The match carries on, Pillman with the leapfrog into the dropkick. He keeps going and he pretends he's hitting a corner dropkick, but then he puts the brakes on and instead he slaps MJF. Pillman almost gets a roll up and then he's pushed into the turnbuckle. This has injured his arm and Maxwell takes him down with a shoulder breaker. He's all over the arm and shoulder for a long time now. It's good technical work from MJF. Something new for me now, MJF lifts him up overhead by the arm and throws him overhead. We get a double down after Pillman hits the crossbody. When they get back up, it looks like MJF's in trouble. He's battered all over the ring and hit with the snap slam for a 2. MJF uses the ref as a human shield to slow his offense into an eyelid poke into a diving stomp to the arm into a roll up. Just a 2. MJF starts arguing with the ref, and then he's rolled up by Pillman for the 3. When are they going to pull the trigger on MJF? I feel like it's a constant tease. It's a good technical match, a B is fair. Match 9, 3-on-2 handicap table match. The Dynasty versus the Hart Foundation. It really doesn't start well for the Dynasty. Bulldog Jr. picks up Teddy and throws him at the Dynasty and then drop kicks them all. They all bail to the outside, but they can't hide there because Teddy Hart crashes them all with a beautiful moonsault. When Teddy Hart gets high, he's liable to do anything. MJF is gone for ages, I've literally no idea where he went. Something else new for me in this match is Teddy Hart with a rope-assisted DDT piledriver combination. Poor MJF is back now, but he's power slammed by Davey off the top, straight into a moonsault by Teddy, straight into a diving headbutt by Davey. He is now dead. But for once, the Hawk is wrong, and he returns later in the match, and he helps the Dynasty hit a really poorly timed spike piledriver on Teddy. It doesn't look great. Later, Davey and Hammerstone have a competition to see who can hold a vertical suplex for longer. Hammerstone wins because Holiday breaks it up. This certainly doesn't feel like a tables match. Brian Pillman joins the match, who was attacked before this match. He was meant to be in it in the first place. Jesus Christ, Teddy Hart hits a Doomsday Destroyer on MJF. If he wasn't dead before, he certainly is now. So many things in this video I've never seen before in wrestling. Completely out the blue, Hammerstone wins the match with a jackknife powerbomb on Pillman for a table. Maxwell certainly took his licks in this great match. It's an A. More of this, please. Match 10, MJF with the Dynasty versus Bulldog Hart Smith. Maxwell refuses to join this match for ages, so the Bulldog has to bring him into the match the hard way. Maxwell thinks he's turned it around, but the Bulldog skins the cat and boots him in the head. Moments later, MJF gets a lucky break and starts wrapping the Bulldog's leg around the ring pole. The Dynasty also help him out. Every time the Bulldog gets back to his feet, he gets chop blocked. Time and time again, the ref is distracted, so MJF can choke Davey with the scarf, but it ain't a Burberry one. The Bulldog gets annoyed and chokes him back with the scarf. It's an enziguri kick from the Bulldog now. Bulldog Hart Smith with a rare run of offense. He gets a 2-count on a middle rope suplex, and another pin on a Northern Lights suplex. His leg keeps giving out, which is slowing his momentum. The moves continue with a snapping power slam. How is this match still going? Seconds later, Smith connects with a jumping tombstone, followed by a diving headbutt. It should definitely be over, but it's not, because the Dynasty pull Maxwell's leg onto the rope. The Dynasty keep the distractions up. Smith crashes into the corner and Maxwell rolls him up with his feet on the ropes, but no, the ref spots it. Running power slam from Davey, and no! Why do they keep having MJF lose? I do have to say, MJF takes some serious damage in all of his matches. It's kind of impressive how stupid his opponents are though. They never pin him. This one's a B. Not much psychology in this match, but Maxwell tried his hardest. Match 11, MLW Tag Title match, ladder match. The challengers are Holiday and MJF, and they take on the champions Teddy Hart and Pillman Jr. This one has the potential to be a bit mad. It doesn't take long for this one to turn airborne. Pillman with a powerful crossbody on MJF. Teddy Hart quickly follows it with that dumb powerbomb into his knees thing. Have I told you how much I hate that move? The Dynasty fetch a ladder which is properly baseball slid into their faces. Pillman has no mercy and throws himself on top of them. So does Teddy Hart with the springboard moonsault. Teddy Hart now has his opening to climb the ladder, which is lightly shoved over by MJF. Maxwell is scared to climb the ladder. Hope that gimmick isn't going to be a thing in this match. He sends his manager/girlfriend to climb the ladder. Instead, she tries to dive on Pillman, but she hits Maxwell instead. The Harts rearrange the ladder now and they send Maxwell into it in the corner. Backstabber on Maxwell, which bounces him into the ladder. They try to catapult him into the ladder and the chair at the same time, but it doesn't look great. Holiday makes it back to help MJF out, who has seemingly now snapped. The Dynasty do a double suplex on Teddy into the ladder. They now argue over who's going to climb the ladder, but Maxwell is in charge and Holiday does it in the end. But Maxwell is dumb and he doesn't watch his partner's back, so Teddy breaks it. His back, I mean. MJF tries to grow a nutsack, but he can't and he's kicked off the ladder. Death Valley driver from Pillman on MJF now. The match keeps going and Pillman does a double cutter across the ropes on the Dynasty. Straight into Teddy doing that DDT pile driver combination off the ropes. But Teddy Hart ain't done. Springboard corkscrew elbow drop on MJF now. These Harts are really bad at trying to win a match. They hit 50 moves and never try to actually win. Here's another example of that now. Maxwell gets a Canadian Destroyer and folds up like an accordion in the corner. But they still don't climb the ladder. A board is set up across chairs. Teddy Hart promptly hits some wacky flip dive senton on top of MJF through the board. After 55 moves, the Harts finally try to win the match. They can't win though because Hammerstone interferes and buckle bombs Pillman. Davey Boy Smith Jr. has enough of that and he power slams him on a table, which doesn't break. Richard Holiday hits Pillman off the ladder with a chair and he retrieves the belt, and we've got new tag team champions, and the dumbass Harts only have themselves to blame. It's a hard match to grade because Maxwell didn't really do a lot, he just took a lot. At least he's a champion. MJF is supposed to be scared of heights, but he's perfectly happy being hoisted onto Hammerstone's shoulders. I'm giving this one a B. I wish it was an A, but there wasn't much on the offense side from Maxwell. I'm still loving these shoot-style promos he does before most of his matches. He goes pretty hard at the Alders of the Hart Foundation. Match 12, middleweight title. The challenger is MJF against Teddy Hart with a fat white cat. Yes, we've had this match before, but I'm fine seeing it again. Both guys sarcastically shake hands and raise arms before the match. MJF tries his usual cheap shot, which is blocked, and he's given an uppercut. And there's the knee drop special. Teddy seems extra cocky tonight. He wedges MJF between the top and the middle rope. This one might be over already. We've got a hammerlock DDT. No, MJF's girlfriend stops the pin. She flirts with Teddy, who promptly kicks her off the apron. Teddy forces her to sit in a chair, and when he turns around, Maxwell hits the super kick and drops Teddy across the guardrail too. He seems extra energized now. He lawn darts him into the ring pole. What is a lawn dart anyway? Maxwell stupidly tries to get a count out win. Title can't change hands this way, so it's stupid. I think he's forgotten the rules. In the ring now, MJF is choking Teddy with his boot when he sort of dragon screws him into a leg bar. Really cool, but he makes the ropes. The match slows down for a bit, with MJF working Teddy over. It improves with a nice suplex from Maxwell. He does get overzealous in the corner and Teddy is able to hit the code red and a Canadian Destroyer. But because it's Teddy Hart, it's not the end of the match and he does a springboard moonsault out the ring. MJF is revived with a bottle of water and he's back in the ring. Teddy quickly dives into a DDT, yet again no pin. Now it's a springboard corkscrew elbow. Teddy finally makes the pin, which is just a 2. His next attempt at a move is countered when Maxwell gets his knees up. Maxwell boots his head into the turnbuckle. Yay, a new move from MJF, it's a crossroads. The pin is not good enough and it's a 2. MJF gets him up again and does the pile driver off the ropes again, but again he doesn't pin him well enough. He decides he can't win this match on his own and he tries to use a shoe as a weapon. This distracts the referee and MJF's girlfriend smacks Teddy in the slash zone. Just another 2. The ref sends her away and then Teddy wins with a diving Canadian Destroyer. Pretty nice, it's a B from the Hawk. Match 13, 2 out of 3 falls match for the MLW tag titles, the champions of the Dynasty versus Teddy Hart and Bulldog Smith. What on earth is going on with Bulldog's haircut here? As usual, the Harts get tired of the Dynasty hanging around on the outside. Bulldog holds the Dynasty still to help assist Teddy to hit the springboard moonsault. The Dynasty seem to be in shell shock from the Harts' onslaught. Teddy Hart tries to work on Maxwell's arm, but he keeps rolling away. Teddy switches to a chicken wing instead. MJF makes the ropes, but his ego's feeling damaged. Holiday decides to give it a go instead, but it doesn't go much better for him. The Dynasty decide to hold hands and leave the arena with the Harts giving chase. After 20 seconds, Maxwell comes flying out the entrance area. My favourite part of this match here is the do-si-do spot into an eyelid poke from the Dynasty. I'm sorry, there just isn't much to say. That doesn't hurt the Harts who try stereo Northern Light suplexes for a double 2. This double team elbow drop has to end. MJF loses his team's advantage against Teddy Hart. Meeting of the minds for the Dynasty now, there isn't much in there. Teddy Hart back body drops MJF into his own partner. It's not looking good. There's another meeting of the minds, but this time in sneaky fashion Maxwell pushes his own partner from the outside of the ring into a pin, and that is the first fall. Wasn't expecting a fall to end that way. MJF wants to quickly take advantage for the second fall, but he's met by Bulldog Smith gritting his teeth. He's so angry he looks like a bulldog. He points at MJF and says you. He then no-sells all of his offense and smashes his head into the turnbuckle 10 times, followed by a big one in the opposite corner. Teddy Smith tags in and he hits the Canadian Destroyer, of course without a pin. Now Teddy gets him again, this time with a diving Canadian Destroyer. And the springboard corkscrew elbow gets him the 3. Just one fall left. The third and last fall is last man standing. MJF doesn't look like he's going to last long, so Holiday decides to save his friend. Completely out the blue, Austin Aries nails Hart with a belt on the ring apron and hits a brainbuster on there too. After a whole bunch of swearing, Austin Aries leaves. Hart isn't able to make it back to his feet, but Maxwell can, and that's how the match ends. I'm sorry, but I had high hopes for this match, but it was the most boring match I've seen so far. I've reached a conclusion. Maxwell is more fun on his own. When the focus is shifted away from him, it waters him down. Plus, I think I'm just sick of seeing him face the Hart Squad at this point. It's an S. Match 14 tag title match. The challengers are Lost Parks with some interesting masks here. The champions are of course the Dynasty. They both have a good time with the Mexican strippers. Like many matches, the Dynasty hide on the outside for a while before it can even begin. MJF does what looks like an Eddie Guerrero tribute. Maxwell makes it back to the ring but immediately tags straight out and flips the crowd off. Holiday is losing, but the cheap shot from MJF turns the match around. MJF gets the tag for the very first time. They choke and cheat behind the referee's back. This match sucks, it's slow and nothing is happening. Every time I think MJF is about to do something in this one, he does an eyelid poke or something silly like that. They finally do something, a double slingshot suplex into a wild slapnuts appears. Sort of. Look, I know it's the Fargo strut, but who doesn't see this and think of slapnuts? The Dynasty are busy thrusting at the referee when the tag is made. The Parks take out MJF with a combination Samoan drop neckbreaker, and they also hit stereo suicide dives out the ring. In a truly nothing match, Richard Holiday wins with the gut wrench powerbomb. The worst match I've seen today. They spent more time being goofballs than wrestling. It's an S. Match 15, MLW Super Fight Tornado Tag Title Match. The champions, the Dynasty. MJF really needs to step up his game. The match quality has slid down. They take on the Von Erichs. We're not hanging around here. MJF is frantically choked with his scarf. As usual, they dump in their nappies and bail. It turns out to be a good decision. MJF throws Marshall into the crowd barrier. MJF also decks him with the ring bell. Then he's powerbombed by Holiday. Well, surely he's dead now. This should resemble a handicap match for the rest of it. Ross Von Erich, the man who's left, fights on by himself. Well, he doesn't really fight, he just mostly kicks out of pins. Double suplex from the Dynasty gets a 2. Marshall eventually returns and he takes them out of a double clothesline. They just took too long goofing around. The Von Erichs hit stereo super kicks in the corner and stereo cannonballs. MJF manages to fight out of a claw on the ring apron with a low blow. Holiday hits the superplex into an MJF frog splash, but unfortunately for him the pin is broken up by a Marshall Von Erich moonsault. They clear Holiday out of the ring, and it's a claw into a back suplex, and just like that the match ends. Wow, what has happened to the match quality? How does that weak ass finish beat them when Teddy Hart can smash him with 10 nicer moves and still not beat him? Whatever, the belts have changed hands, it wasn't a good match either, it's a D. I can probably answer my own question about his booking though. By this point, AEW had started up, and MLW knew that MJF wasn't going to dedicate his time to them anymore, so why book him so strongly anymore? He would be gone soon.
You were a guy that didn't have the balls to stay, so go join the elite and get the hell out of our face.
Match 16, the only match I've struggled to attain, but there's highlights of it on YouTube, so it will have to do. It's MJF versus his dynasty mate Hammerstone. It's a first round tournament match. MJF thinks he should lie down, but Hammer won't do it. He's too much of a badass, and the fight starts. Hammerstone hits drop kicks and hits some wacky dive out the ring into him. Most of the match seems to be MJF working on his abs. Eventually he screws up and gets an overhead belly to belly. There's a nice high impact slam by Hammerstone, but it doesn't beat MJF. Maxwell spits on him, which is a bad choice because it makes Hammer mad. Hammer starts no-selling the kicks and he hits a huge lariat. Holiday distracts the ref, but MJF still can't get the roll-up win. Then Hammerstone wins it with a set-out powerbomb. It looked like a fun match with a personal rivalry, and I like the facial expressions in this one. Let's give it a see and move on. Match 17, singles match, MJF with the Dynasty versus Marshall Von Erich. An obese referee sends the rest of the Dynasty to the back straight away. They do a lock-up spot where they lock up in the ring, roll out of the ring keeping it locked, and roll back in the ring all without breaking. MJF wants to shake hands now, but as you might expect, this isn't going to work, but for the first time, it actually does. I guess the Von Erichs aren't the sharpest knives in the drawer. Suddenly, Marshall wakes up with a couple of arm drags and drop kicks. MJF has to run away. On the outside, Marshall smashes the ring pole and MJF starts aggressively trying to snap his hand off. He's just like an old school heel with his hand stomps. Marshall just can't respond to his hand-related offense. Out of nowhere, Marshall powers up and Maxwell's face makes me laugh as he's given a belly-to-belly for a double down. Von Erich hits a nice clothesline and cannonballs. He also does a nice power slam. Not sure which way this one's going. Marshall looks for the claw, so MJF uses the ref as a shield. He locks on an armbar, yanking on Marshall's hand. Surely he's gonna tap. No, surprisingly he makes the ropes. As soon as they make it up, Marshall boots him in the face just once to set him up for the moonsault. I thought it was a 3, but it's not. The Dynasty run back out, which almost gets MJF the roll-up win. He argues with the ref, who looks like he might eat MJF. MJF turns around straight into a claw and he has to tap out. It's over. One of the better matches for a while. I think it helped that less people were here. It's a C. Match 18, tag title match. The challengers, the Dynasty, MJF and Holiday, they hide before the match versus the Von Erichs, the champions. Some girls give the Von Erichs some flowers for some reason, which gives the Dynasty the chance to jump them. Holiday uses the flowers as a weapon. Both Von Erichs are launched into the guardrail. Now they have Ross Von Erich isolated in the ring. After 5 minutes, it's finally turned into what you would expect from a tag match. MJF stomps him down in the corner and yet again he does the Fargo strut. Or the slapnut strut, whatever you want to call it. It's frequent tags, but nothing that interesting is happening. You'd think Ross has been smashed with a load of moves, but he hasn't. Ross gives Maxwell a jawbreaker, but he can't manage the tag as Holiday takes Marshall away. Maxwell and Holiday have a double back elbow into a double strut and cringy dance elbow drop. That's something I never want to see again. Finally, we get an actual move from Maxwell. It's just a suplex, but I'll take it. MJF almost squirts blood in his nappy when he's unhappy with the referee's count. It's a rear chin lock from Maxwell now. Man, this match is slow. Ross fights out of it, but he's immediately thrown to the mat. Out of nowhere, Ross reverses a double suplex into a double net breaker. The tag is finally made to Marshall. He dumps Maxwell out the ring like a piece of trash. MJF makes it back to the ring, but he's immediately smashed out of the ring with a double dropkick. Ross Von Erich hits a plancher on top of him. It should be over after a wacky spinning move between Holiday and Marshall from the top. I'm not even sure who that one's supposed to hurt. But no one can make a pin as Maxwell flies with the frog splash. The pin is broken up. Other members of the Dynasty try to interfere, but they're stopped. Maxwell slowly realises that he's in the ring alone. He tries a handshake, which isn't going to work. They put on a claw into the back suplex, and that's how this one ends. I wasn't feeling the actual match, but the facial expressions Maxwell uses are just top tier. It's a C. Match 19, final match, empty arena, loser leaves town match. MJF versus Mance Warner. A man I've literally never heard of, and I'm probably not saying his name properly. MJF spits on him straight away, which gets him smacked a few times. MJF manages to respond on the outside of the ring until he has a chair thrown at him. Mons uses a tool in his nutsack. MJF tries to create some space from his opponent, he throws a chair at him. He also throws him into a pile of chairs. It looks pretty fun as he slides along. What's not fun is getting a chair thrown in your face, but it's just a 2. They fight up the rafters to an office. There's nothing worth seeing up there. MJF ends up taking a tumble down the arena like something out of old school ECW. That's just a 2. Maxwell has a broom now and he chokes his opponent with it. He also strikes a cameraman for some reason. He finds another random man smoking around ringside. MJF takes his cigarette and stubs it out on his bald head. He looks like he's having fun here. If this is an empty arena match, who are all these people? He borrows a phone now and calls a taxi. He shouldn't have bothered as he has a chair thrown at him. His opponent takes the phone and says to cancel the taxi. MJF is almost pinned. We're in the ring for the first time, where MJF doesn't have any answers for Mansa's brawling. He tries a kick which is caught and he's thrown backwards. MJF thumbs him in the eye. But now Maxwell is smashed with a headbutt and quickly a lariat, and that is the 3. Maxwell Jacob Freeman is banished from MLW. Game over. I did enjoy that one. I think I just wanted to see something a bit more different and creative. It's a B. Well, that was certainly interesting. The promos were great. They all felt borderline shoot and he really riled up the crowd with them. Really entertaining stuff, but ultimately him signing up with AEW damaged his push in MLW, and you can't really blame them for that. Why bother? All that's left to do is shove MJF a final grade to see if he can do the JOB to the HAWK. His match quality was pretty good for the first half of the video, but it went downhill sometime during the tag team of the Dynasty. It seemed he went even more old school and spent 100% of the match cheating and not doing anything that exciting. Maybe that's the point in a heel. Oh, and the promos were really good. It was really set up and take notice stuff. And when I say that, I mean the whole way through the video, and it will be taken into account. The matches seem to average out around a C overall in the end, but I feel like he could have done even more. Let me look at it this way. Did I enjoy it? Yes. Was I entertained? Yes. Was I bored? No. So it has to be a good grade. I'm going to do something slightly controversial here though. Smack me one if you don't like it. I'm going to give him an A. But before you spray into your panties, he's not the new champion. Because whilst he was great, I just didn't have as much fun watching this run as I did with Hamada's. That was genuinely fun throughout. Some of MJF's matches were repetitive and dragged at times, and I stand by this decision. But I hope you all understand now why MJF is so loved in wrestling. If you're an old school fan, how can you not like this guy? He's everything you should want in an old school heel. And if you don't agree with that, I'll take your girl out and send you the bill. Cool to see him as the main man in the company, even before he had the chance to do that in AEW. He really showed that the future was bright for him, and I think he helped elevate his Dynasty faction too. Rey Mysterio in Lucha Underground. Rey looked like he was finished in wrestling. How could the WWE fans be booing him after all he did for the company? At the time of his departure, it was definitely time for a new challenge for Mysterio. But can the guy still go? Has he got anything to offer still? Why is he getting booed? Because I never expected WWE fans to turn on Rey Mysterio of all people. Those were the questions I needed answering as I started the run of Rey Mysterio in Lucha Underground. In February 2015, it was announced that Rey was leaving the WWE. He wanted to spend more time with his family and was burnt out from the schedule.
The way he just keeps doing stuff and winning matches. Like this? Yes. Is Rey. No. 6 bad news, bear it away. This could be the end of the JBL and Cole show. That's good news.
Okay, it's Rey Mysterio. In 2016, could he still go? Mysterio is the second guy that comes out. The crowd are pretty happy to see him. Well, it's a Royal Rumble match, but you have to be pinned or submitted rather than thrown out of the ring. So basically, it's Royal Rumble on super difficulty mode. Fenix has lots of respect for Rey and lets him soak in the crowd. The pace is fast from the get-go. Rey manages the first takedown with a nice head scissors. We get a 619 tease almost straight away, but Rey runs into a super kick. Fenix does a backwards handspring into an arm drag for a 1 count. King Cuerno is the third man to enter. He immediately takes control of the match. Rey tries to hit him with a Hurricanrana, but it's turned into an alley-oop. The other two guys fight for a moment, which gives Rey the chance to recover. He goes flying out the ring like a seal on its belly to take out Cuerno. Next man out is Arhennis. He throws Rey around and kicks him a couple of times for a 2 count. Moments later, Rey returns the favour and hits him with a 619. Rey opts to follow that with a frog splash from the top rope, and that is a 3 count. Rey looks around in disbelief that he was able to beat the mighty Arhennis so easily. Next out is Johnny Mundo. Him and Rey fight because they both want to be the biggest star in Lucha Underground. Next out is everyone's favourite, Joey Ryan. We have a bit of a lull in the action for Mysterio before Mundo slams in on top of Fenix. Prince Puma and Jack Evans join the fight. There's the seated senton from Mysterio on King Cuerno, and randomly Mysterio makes him tap out to an armbar. Next up, Mysterio dodges a Jack Evans springboard and everyone takes turns stomping him down. Fenix and Mysterio work together now so Mysterio can splash Evans. No pin is made. The Gringos seem to be teaming up against the Luchadores. Wow, Taya Valkyrie looks different here. Girls, please stop altering your faces. Most of you look better than before. Nowadays she looks like a human urinal. The three Gringos are dominating and Mundo hits Mysterio with a springboard kick. Brian Cage enters and everyone dumps their nappies with fear. He isn't teaming with the rest of the Gringos though. Mascarita enters. Mysterio's just stood around looking bored. Maybe this match is actually on easy mode for him. A long time passes before Mysterio does anything. When he returns to action, it's a top rope splash which pins Marty the Muff Martinez. Mysterio fights with Brian Cage next and he's hit with a back suplex. Cage can't powerbomb him and Mysterio turns it into a Hurricanrana. He can't hit 619 as Taya pulls the ropes down. It wasn't Rey Mysterio, but Morrison hitting Cage in the head with a brick has to be mentioned. This match is weird. Mysterio just doesn't seem to be involved in anything at all except sweeping up the pinfalls. And just like that, he does it again as he splashes Mil Muertes to eliminate him. The Monster Matanza eliminates lots of people. He doesn't even look that big or strong, but he's booked like he is. Mysterio's just standing around gorming out. Until he's taken out by Chavo Guerrero. Eventually we get down to the final three, which is the Monster, Prince Puma and Rey. They will team up against the Monster. Double drop kicks have little to no effect on him. Puma throws Rey, but he's caught by the Monster, shoved into Puma and bowled out of the ring. The Monster German suplexes Puma out of his boots, so Rey has made it to the final two now. The crowd are all willing Rey to win this one. Good facial expressions from Mysterio as he checks out the Monster. Rey tries to use his speed, which doesn't work as he runs into a clothesline. Rey fights back with an enziguri which rocks the Monster onto the ropes. He blocks the 619 but can't do anything to Rey. Rey does manage to hit 619 moments later, but his diving Hurricanrana is caught. The Monster plays with Rey like food before eventually crippling him with a slam. That's the three. Okay, rare for an opening match on Ring of the Hawk to be so long, or for the guy to be so strongly booked. Rey didn't actually do that much except sweeping up pinfalls. I'd like to see him get a bit more involved in the spots. But overall, as far as debuts go, lots of eliminations in a 35-minute match. It's an A. Match 2, Trios Tournament match. El Dragon Azteca Jr., Prince Puma and Rey Mysterio versus Mundo, Taya and Brian Cage. They are tag team partners who don't get on. The heels isolate Prince Puma. 5 minutes pass and Rey hasn't thrown a single punch. Puma always tags Rey, but Rey gets floored from the ring apron. Azteca gets the tag anyway and the match turns. He eventually falls back into the corner where Rey is waiting on the top rope. Seated senton for Mundo. He also takes out both Mundo and Taya. Absolutely no idea what to call that, but the crowd loved it. Mysterio drop toe holds Taya into Mundo's nutsack. Now Mysterio gets Mundo and Taya stacked up on the ropes, but he can't hit 619. Rey's partners both hit dives out of the ring, but Rey doesn't bother. Instead he fights Mundo in the ring and gets a 2 off a springboard crossbody. Mundo can't nail the sunset flip as Rey rolls through and drop kicks his face off. Taya Valkyrie and Mundo hit Rey with a double team move which doesn't end the match. Mysterio decides to try and fight Brian Cage now, but he's crushed with a big belly to belly. Insane moves going on from Puma and Azteca, but they can't get the free. Maybe they should have stuck with a simple splash like Rey does, that seems to usually get the job done. Later he tries a Rana on Cage, but he has too much power and he's buckle bombed into Taya in the corner. Brian Cage is doing insane stuff in this one too. Rey eventually knocks him down for moonsault. He follows that with a nice head scissors to send Morrison onto the ropes. Mysterio hits 619 and throws himself out the ring onto Taya Valkyrie. Prince Puma beats Johnny Mundo with a crazy flip dive. What a match that was. The only negative is that every single person did more than Rey. I hope he's not in Lucha Underground to take it easy and collect a paycheck. It's a B. Match 3, Trios Tournament match final for the Trios title. 4-team elimination match. Jack Evans, PJ Black and Fenix versus Cisco, Cortez and everyone's favourite Joey Ryan versus Azteca Jr., Prince Puma and Rey Mysterio versus Ivelisse and the Son of Havoc, the champions. They've got a numbers disadvantage as no Angelico. Rey starts out with a quick cover on Cisco when he misses a dropkick. Ivelisse sweeps Rey out now almost to pin him. Fenix throws Rey into a seated senton on Cisco, but I think Ivelisse knees Rey in the head, it's hard to tell. Tags are made because everyone is bored. Everyone starts hitting dives as Rey questions his decision to sign for this company. Surprisingly, Rey decides to join in with the dives on this one as he splashes everyone from the top rope out of the ring. It is unfortunately the least impressive dive out of the lot. Ivelisse eliminates Mr. Cisco. Jack Evans then eliminates Ivelisse. So just like that, Mysterio's team are down to the finals. Rey just lets his teammates handle business. He finally gets the tag and hits Jack Evans with a diving Hurricanrana and another on PJ Black. Now it's a springboard crossbody on Jack Evans and a 619 on Black. Nice flurry of offense. He smashes Evans onto the ropes and connects with another 619. Once again, Azteca and Puma take over. Ray finishes off Jack Evans with a split-legged moonsault. That is the 3. New Trios champions. It's a similar match to the others. It's clear that Ray is just here to give some credibility to Azteca and Prince Puma. He's just going to let them do all the crazy stuff and then he's going to sweep. This one's a C, not much to talk about until the closing minute of the match. Match 4, Graver Consequences, Trios title match. The challengers are Ivelisse, Son of Havoc and Johnny Mundo with Taya. The champions are of course Dragon Azteca Jr., Prince Puma and Rey Mysterio Jr. Son of Havoc and Mysterio face off. There's lots of intrigue to see what they can do against each other. Havoc sweeps his leg out quickly and hits a standing moonsault for a 2. Ray uses momentum to climb onto his shoulders and rolls him into a pin for a 2. Now they both catch the other's leg. Ray counts to 3 and at the same time they both let go. He then tries an enziguri but he misses. Both guys tag out for some reason. A lot of time passes before Ray returns to the ring. Once again it's versus Havoc. Ray nails a body scissors into a victory roll for a 2. Then there's a bit of a clunky Irish whip exchange, but Ray recovers and he drops Havoc onto the ropes. Ivelisse stops his 619 attempt. Johnny Mundo takes out his own partner by mistake as Ray looks around in a confused state. The match continues with Ray trying another 619. He ends up running into a big boot. Once again, Ray sends Havoc onto the ropes with a head scissors. He doesn't hit the 619 though, instead he tags in Puma who nails his crazy dive and that's the 3. Well, that pretty much confirms Ray's role in this team. Not much to say for Ray in any way, it's a D. Match 5, Trios title match. The challengers Jack Evans, PJ Black and Johnny Mundo retire versus the champions Azteca, Puma and Mysterio. Man, I'm struggling to find anything at all to say about this one. After a very long time, Mysterio joins the match for the first time with Mundo as he hits him with a head scissors with multiple revolutions. Oh, and that's it, he tags out again. He's gone again for absolutely ages before diving on PJ Black with a head scissors. I guess we waited so long we were due something impressive. Ray head scissors Mundo out the ring and somehow stays on top of him, flawless. He sends Mundo into the apron. As the match breaks down, Ray dropkicks PJ Black in the ass and connects with the 619. Puma hits his wacky dive as usual, but this time Mundo pulls the ref out the ring. Mysterio can't dive on him either and he gets kicked in the nutsack and kicked in the head. The match continues for a few more minutes. There's more kicks to the nutsack in this one than a slapnuts match. How is Ray still down from that, but everyone else who got kicked in the nutsack is still fighting? I guess they've got nuts of steel. Jack Evans hits Dragon Azteca with a chair and that's the 3. Worst performance from Ray so far minus one really cool spot, and they lost the belt so it's D. He needs to start doing a bit more. I'm going to start handing out S's in a minute. They're finally going to give us some storyline now. Dragon Azteca wants to take out the monster, but Ray doesn't want to and he wants his team to get the belts back instead. He's also rude to Prince Puma, essentially telling him that he's in charge of this team. So I guess we might see some matches between these guys soon. Match 6, rematch for the Trios title. Ray, Azteca and Prince Puma challenge for the belts which belong to Jack Evans, PJ Black and Mundo with Taya. To my complete shock, Ray starts this match with PJ Black. PJ barges Ray down, which is somehow a 2. Ray can't connect with the Hurricanrana, but he can connect with a kick. A head scissors with authority now. Ray seems extra aggressive in this one. Not used to seeing Ray doing 10 punches in the corner. Ray ends up on PJ's shoulders. He throws him through the air into a kick to the nutsack. That's one way to do it. Evans, Mundo and Black triple team Ray now. He's not having a good time of it. Evans rides Ray like a surfboard into a surfing moonsault for a 2. Eddie Edwards would be jealous of that one. Ray desperately tries to scramble to make the tag, but he's stopped by Mundo. He just can't get going in this one. Mundo now with a Total World backbreaker. He picks Ray up again and attempts a powerbomb. This time the biggest little man turns it into a tornado DDT, and finally Ray manages to make the tag. Surprisingly, Ray is back pretty soon as the Luchadors hit triple basement dropkicks. Everyone is diving as usual now, and also, as usual, Ray isn't able to hit a dive, and Evans dropkicks him off the apron. Puma superplexes Evans out the ring onto everyone else. Some really insane moves going on in this video. The match carries on for like 5 minutes, with Ray becoming invisible as usual. The match ends by DQ after Prince Puma kicks Mundo in the nutsack in front of the referee. Ray moans at him after the match. This is going to be our student-teacher storyline. It's a C for Mysterio. Match 7, 12-man tag. Puma, Willie Mack, Sexy Star, Son of Havoc, Tahano and Rey Mysterio Jr. take on Fenix, Ivelisse, King Cuerno, Taya, Johnny Mundo and Chavo Guerrero. Oh wow, actually no, Pentagon Jr. takes out Chavo and steals his place in the match. Can't hate on that really. They call this Team Mysterio, but he certainly doesn't feel like the main character in terms of importance here. He's the last member of his team to even get in the match as he runs straight into a King Cuerno big boot. Mysterio responds by grabbing his arm and diving off the rope into a head scissors. Cuerno sends him to the apron where he receives a kick from Ray. He follows that with the seated senton. Ray's still going and springs off the ropes into a wheelbarrow bulldog. Feels like this is the most prolonged period we've seen Ray in action. Mundo breaks up a pin and Mysterio tags Tejano, who throws Ray into a head scissors. As usual, Ray spends the next portion of the match watching everyone else hit dives out the ring. He's the last man left, but Mundo stops him from diving and he splats him out the ring. Mysterio returns a minute later hitting 619 to Mundo. There's like a passing of the torch moment where Ray encourages Prince Puma to dive. He doesn't though, because Mundo takes him out by kicking Ray into Puma. Mundo takes Ray out of a springboard kick and he finishes Prince Puma off with a Spanish fly. It's over. There was a nice flurry of offense from Ray in this one, but not much else. It's a C. Prince Puma eventually turns heel on his teacher as predicted. Match A, Ultima Lucha Dos main event. Prince Puma vs Rey Mysterio Jr. This one has a big fight feel. Ray just about edges the early gun, it's such a fast start. Puma hands brings out the head scissors attempt, double kick to the slash zone happens for some reason. Ray hits more kicks for a 1 count but not to the nutsack. His next head scissors is blocked and Puma drops him on his knees. No cover is made. Puma follows up with an uppercut in the corner. Nice submission from Puma now as he twists Mysterio up like a pretzel. Then Puma turns it into a pin for a 2. Prince Puma tries to stay in control, but he can't manage an electric chair drop as both men fall out of the ring. Once again, Mysterio stays on his shoulders and Rana's Puma into the apron. Mysterio decides to do his best seal impression again. Or is it a penguin? I can't remember what animal does that. I don't know and I don't care. Back in the ring, Mysterio hits the seated senton followed by a crossbody for a 2. Puma finally closes Ray down with a knee, but not for long as Ray springs off the ropes into a DDT. Another 2 for Ray. We continue in the corner with Puma managing to block into a dropkick. Nice move now as Puma tries to throw Ray from the ring, which is turned into a 619 to the guts. Ray wants to dive on him with a head scissors, which is caught. Puma throws him into the air into a Northern Lights. He doesn't release him and he powers Ray straight back up into a brainbuster. Just a 2. Puma climbs to the top rope. Ray manages to stop his dive and climbs up there with him. Prince Puma tries to hit a razor's edge, which Ray blocks. They've been on the top rope fighting for a while now. Puma has him on his shoulders, which Ray blocks again. It eventually ends with Ray hitting a reverse Rana. I have seen that move look so much better in the past. That's just a 2 for Ray. The match has really slowed, but suddenly they wake up. Puma hits a backstabber, quickly followed by a spinning powerbomb for another 2. Both guys are exhausted now. When they get up, Ray misses a 619, he's nailed with a spin kick to collapse onto the ropes. Puma hits him with the 3-2-3, and he tries to follow that up with a 450, just a 2. Big time go to sleep from Puma now, but Ray doesn't go to sleep and he kicks out the pin. Puma tries to follow that by climbing to the top and he tells Ray he's sorry and he loves him. Then he proceeds to miss his dive. Mysterio quickly climbs onto his shoulders and snaps off a Rana pin for a 2. Moments later, Ray kicks him in the back of the head, but he still can't hit the 619. Puma holds on to Ray and he tries a tombstone, which Ray reverses and completely spikes Puma. He does finally manage to hit the 619 now into the West Coast pop pin, and that, my little friends, is the 1-2-3. What a match, one of the best in Ring of the Hawk history, and it actually had a story. Rey Mysterio rolled back the years with this one, and I don't think there was a single dive out the ring either. Love this one, it's an easy A all night, all day. We're moving into the third series of Lucha Underground now. Match 9, Rey Mysterio vs Pentagon Dark. Ray has a new look for this match. Pentagon shoves him straight away. Mysterio nails the first big move with a head scissors which clears Pentagon from the ring. Randomly, Ray hits a flip senton out the ring, which is the first time seeing that on this run. In the ring, that's a 2 for Ray. Pentagon responds by throwing Ray into the air and letting him hit the floor. A double stomp follows, giving Pentagon a 2. Penta with a big kick now, which sweeps Ray's leg out from under him. Pentagon's really rolling now and he hits a couple of swing blades for a 2. And a super kick. Ray decides to follow Pentagon onto the top rope where he's able to hit the Frankensteiner for a 2. Ray suddenly does a line of coke and he's running everywhere like a deer on acid. Pentagon grabs him and slides him out the ring onto his belly to calm him down. On the outside, Ray tries a moonsault at the apron, which is caught, but Ray's still able to hit the DDT onto the floor. He sends Penta back into the ring and splashes from the top for a Ray 2 count. Back on their feet, out of nowhere, Pentagon hits the Pentagon Driver, which is surprisingly just a 2. That seems to wake Ray up, who arm drags Pentagon, but Penta dodges the 619 and hits a super kick. Big time gut stabber from Pentagon now for another 2. Pentagon starts raging out and looking at Vampiro on the commentary desk. Vamp looks like a mole's foreskin. Penta comes back to the ring, but he can't hit the pile driver and Ray Ranas him onto the ropes. The 619 connects with Ray. Randomly, Ray jumps off the middle rope and finishes off Penta with a Canadian Destroyer. Wasn't expecting that from him. Another good match though, although it was slightly less crazy than the last. Still an A though.
I am the man.
Pentagon is a bad loser and he hits Rey for Razor's Edge. He also tries to snap Rey's arm, but Dragon Azteca makes the save. This run has really started popping off, and all it took was Rey being on his own. Match 10, Triple Threat, Pentagon Dart versus Chavo Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio Jr. This one seems to be more about beef between Pentagon and Chavo. Penta throws Rey into a head scissors on Chavo. Rey follows that with another one on Penta. He feels completely re-energized at this point. Penta shuts him down with a kick to the head. Rey throws Chavo out the ring and nails a nice head scissors with multiple revolutions. Rey flies out the ring on the other two guys. Where was this Rey at the start of the video? Rey sends Penta back into the ring and hits the seated senton followed by the crossbody for a 2. Chavo drags Rey out the ring and boots him square in the head. He tries to hit Rey with a chair, but Penta dropkicks it into his face. Pentagon starts booting everyone around the ring and into it too. Pentagon has the chair now, which he wedges into the corner. Then he crashes into his own chair, so it was a bad choice. Chavo's back and Rey almost rolls him up. Chavo quickly smacks him back down. Big backdrop from Chavo on Rey for a 2. Chavo seems to be in full control here until Rey quickens the pace and hits a kick to the head. Rey does a weird dodge on the ring apron and Pentagon charges into him with a kick. He's gone for a while from that one. He returns by pulling Chavo out of the ring. He looks for a head scissors on Penta but can't manage it and it looks like a botch. Rey sends Penta into Chavo and tries to get both with a 619 but he only catches Chavo. The Rey dive can't connect as Chavo makes him fall on his nutsack. Pentagon Dart retrieves Rey from the top and hits the package piledriver for the 3. Wow, a rare loss for Rey and Lucha Underground. It was weaker than the last 2 matches, I give it a C for Rey. They all keep fighting after the bell. Chavo happily throws a chair into Rey's face and smashes his knee with the chair and a 3rd shot in the Tree of Woe. Match 11. Final match? Just when it was starting to get good. Loser leaves Lucha Underground. Chavo Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio. There's a surprisingly slow start to this one as Chavo tries to control Rey. Chavo also gets the first 2 count. The crowd chant Lucha Legends. Rey suddenly ends up on Chavo's shoulder and almost rolls him up. Chavo Classic is in the crowd. Rey does a springboard arm drag and a dropkick to knock Chavo out the ring. Rey dives out the ring with a head scissors which throws Chavo into Classic. They come back to the ring with Mysterio nailing a big moonsault. First time we've seen that in this video. That's just a 2. Chavo Classic chants are starting in the crowd. Rey completes 10 punches in the corner without interruption. That is very rare. Chavo finally manages a counter with the alley-oop. He starts for an uppercut. He's finally got a hold in this match. A mistake is made which allows Rey to dive out the ring, but he seems to catch his knee on impact. Actually, it's fine. He springboards back into the ring, so it must be okay. Chavo creams him with a dropkick now. The Guerrero starts zoning in on Rey's knee. Chavo attempts a top rope back suplex, which Rey fights off. Rey takes too long recovering and Chavo gets back up there, but out of nowhere Rey manages a sunset flip powerbomb for a double down. Punches are traded, both guys are looking weary. Mysterio connects with a seated senton for a 2. He can't follow that as he gets smashed with a backbreaker. Chavo gets an Eddie chant started as he's known to do as he hits the 3 amigos. He can't hit the 3rd and Mysterio head scissors him into the ropes. Chavo Classic gets involved and stops the 619 for chair. Then out of nowhere he smashes Chavo with the chair. The ref calls for DQ and Chavo has won. Wow, that was a dumb finish. Well, thankfully the decision is reversed and it will now be a no DQ rules match. Rey gets both Chavos on the ropes, but the 619 only hits Classic. Mysterio flies from the ropes with a seated senton on Chavo, but he rolls through into a single leg Boston Crab. Remember, Rey supposedly injured his knee earlier. I don't blame you if you forgot, he hasn't exactly been selling it. He's in the hold for a while before kicking Chavo off. Chavo succeeds in hitting the 3 amigos and caps it off with the gory special. Wow, Rey kicks out, wasn't expecting that. Rey reverses the next gory special into a 2 count. He quickly dropkicks Chavo in the face and both guys are down dead again. When they get up, Chavo is sent into the ropes and the 619 finally connects. Rey finishes Chavo off with the splash for the 3 count. The crowd are singing La 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 Goodbye to Chavo, which will always be well received by the Hawk. It was a good match, which was let down by Mysterio not selling his knee. Was it supposed to be injured or not? It was hard to tell, it's a B. And like what I did there saying it was the final match. We ain't done guys yet, I'm just messing with you. Smack yourself with a brick if you fell for that one. Match 12, Aztec Warfare for the Lucha Underground title. Rey Mysterio is a bit more fortunate with his draw this time. He's not drawn 1 or 2 in this rumble, he instead draws number 8. Rey has to go head to head with the monster. They've been teasing that a little bit throughout this video. Rey is stopped from going into the ring, but he takes out Black and Mundo. Rey then charges into the ring and has a face-off with Pentagon Dark. He kicks Rey all over the ring. Dr. Wagner Jr. and Pentagon try to work together, but Rey arm drags them both. He also hits the head scissors on Pentagon. He can't hit Dr. Wagner, who drops Ray on his little face. Ray is thrown from the ring, but it doesn't look great this time. Later on, Famous B tries to recruit Rey Mysterio. He starts telling him the number to call. 423. Then Ray screams 619, and he sticks to his word and beats Famous B with a splash. Nice to see a bit of personality coming through. Ray also tries to 619 Mundo, but the Moth stops that from happening. The Moth tries to backbreaker him, which isn't happening, and Ray rolls him up for the 3. Willie Mack is here. Ray steps out of his way to allow him to dive out the ring. Mysterio disappears for a very long time in this match, not sure what he was doing. After a while, Ray is shown in the ring looking rested, but now he comes face to face with the monster again. Ray desperately throws punches and kicks. His springboard crossbody is caught and he's backbreakered. I think Ray tries a crucifix, but it looks rubbish and it seems more like the monster hit a Samoan drop. Ray hits the monster in the ass with a dropkick and dials up the 619. It doesn't work, but he tries a second time and it's blocked. The monster attempts a slam. He can't manage it and Mysterio hits a code red for the 3. It's apparently the monster's first loss in Lucha Underground. Wasn't expecting that one. Monster Matanza is a bad loser and he kicks Ray out the ring and rams him into a fence over and over again. Back in the ring, he hits a big power slam on Ray. Johnny Mundo sweeps up and Ray has been eliminated. The match is won by Sexy Star. Rest in peace Mil Muertes' career. There was a couple of cool moments in this one, but Ray disappeared far too much for my liking. It's a C. Match 13, the Deerwolf PJ Black vs Rey Mysterio. Very frantic pace to start this match. I think this could be a good one. Ray does a forward roll and gets kicked in the head. PJ tries stomping on him, but he can't connect. Head scissors from Ray, which clears him from the ring. On the outside, PJ does a backbreaker. So pointless, wouldn't you want to throw Ray on the floor instead of doing that? Back at the ring, PJ Black hits a diving punch for a 2 count. The submission doesn't work for PJ, but the 619 doesn't work for Ray as he's super kicked. PJ tries a springboard, which is countered with Ray's dropkick. Shots are traded for a bit now. PJ ends up on the outside of the ring where Ray hits a beautiful acai moonsault. Ray seems fired up for this one, he's flying all over the ring now. He can only get a 2. The head scissors sends PJ into the turnbuckles. He's not that hurt and he's playing possum. He gets Ray in the Tree of Woe. PJ double stomps Ray, but that's just a 2. A spin kick from PJ now. He can't manage to hit a dive and Ray makes him fall in his nutsack. The Frankensteiner is now reversed and randomly PJ Black hits a Styles Clash. That's just a 2 from the Beowulf. PJ tells the crowd to shove it. He catches Ray's moonsault but he can't prevent the DDT. And there's a ref bump. Mundo is here goofing around. He beats Ray down. Apparently Mundo is the current Lucha Underground champion. Jack Evans also helps and they triple team Mysterio. Dragon Azteca saves Ray from the Geeks. PJ Black ends up with his arm draped over Ray as the ref wakes up. No, that's just a 2. When PJ makes it up, he tries a Razor's Edge. Ray reverses that and hits the head scissors. 619 into a splash and it's over. This turned out to be a pretty basic match in the end. It felt like it was going to be better in the early going. It's a C from the Hawk. There is a rare in-ring promo from Ray. He speaks in a mixture of Spanish and English. The promos were never Ray's strong point though. Oh look, it's Dominic Mysterio. Wasn't expecting to see him here. He says, "What's up to Mundo?" And then it gets heated. Dominic suddenly screams, "Hey, what's that?" And Mundo smashes him in the face with a belt. I guess hindsight is a wonderful thing. Match 14, Lucha Underground title. Surprised it took this long. The challenger Rey Mysterio Jr. versus the champion Johnny Mundo. Outside interference from anyone is banned. And we're off. Ray is rightfully extra aggressive in this one. Mundo tries a roll up but he gets a boot to the face. Ray goes running and slides into a head scissors out the ring. Nice one. Ray now smashes Mundo into a fence. It's good to see this side of Mysterio. Back in the ring, Ray hits a springboard splash for a 2 count. Mundo can't land anything until he catches Ray on the top rope. He hits a massive gut buster from the second rope. Mundo controls the match for a bit before Ray grabs his arm from behind and flips Mundo over and almost beats him with a bridging pin. Mundo responds by grabbing Ray's eyelashes to slow him down. Now it's a springboard kick from Mundo for a 2 count. Ray tries to mount a comeback so Mundo slides him out of the ring. That certainly looked better the last time it happened. Johnny Mundo misses his corkscrew dive out the ring and Ray hits a head scissors on the outside. Mysterio goes running from the ring and dives straight into a head scissors. That's a rare move. Ray tries to springboard back into the ring but he's caught with a kick. Mundo wants Starship Pain, but whilst he's dragging Ray, he almost gets beaten by an inside cradle. Mundo kicks him to calm him down. Nice move now as Mundo hits a crossroads off the middle rope. It's still not over. Mysterio does manage to dodge a baseball slide and Mundo flies into the corner post. Both men are down dead. As they wake up, Mundo with another eyelash pull. He's not going to have any fur left above his eyes. The commentary team massively oversell that one for some reason. He's hurting Ray's unprotected eyelashes. Ray manages to block a fade to black and turns it into a Canadian destroyer. Just a 2 for Ray. Ray puts on an octopus submission hold. It doesn't work. Nor does the head scissors as Morrison hits a spinning backbreaker for a 2 count. Weird moment now as Morrison fails on the Starship Pain. Mysterio capitalizes and does a split-legged moonsault for a 2. Jesus, now Ray hits a seated senton out of the ring. He's pulling out all the stops here. Ray comes back to ring for springboard DDT. Everyone is willing him to get the 3, but he can't. Loving this match. Then there's a ref bump. It was all going so well. Morrison kicks Mysterio in the nuts. He hits a big backbreaker, but no ref. Mundo brings a belt into the ring and whoa, Dominic Mysterio stops him. Dom steps into the ring and wow, what a spear on Morrison. Security chase Dom away and he pops one of them. Mysterio launches Morrison onto the ropes and hits the 619. The splash makes its mark. 1, 2, no. Dario Cueto, the Lucha Underground manager, pulls the ref out the ring. Ray's mask is all messed up. He smacks Mysterio one. This is getting weird. Ray single legs Dario Cueto onto the ropes and hits 619. Mundo's recovered and he smacks Ray with the belt in the back of the head. The Starship Pain connects and Mundo has won. Wow, what a match despite that overbooked finish, which isn't Ray's fault by the way. Ray was busting out all his moves here, even ones we hadn't seen in a bit, and I did not expect to see Dom getting so involved in the finish. I also can't believe Ray didn't win the Lucha Underground title. It's an A from the Hawk. Match 15, final match. It's an impromptu match between the Monster Matanza Cueto versus Rey Mysterio. This is basically happening because Matanza was killing Dragon Azteca, who's Ray's little protege. I usually love David vs Goliath type matches, so I've got high hopes here. Ray head scissors him and kicks him, but he can't knock him down. They both sort of slop into each other. Ray keeps bringing the kicks. A springboard head scissors finally does something and Matanza leaves the ring. Ray tried to capitalise, but he's dropped on the apron. Mysterio gets reintroduced to the fence a few times. Back in the ring, the monster is fully dominating. That is until Ray suddenly manages a crucifix pin for a 2 count before the monster floors him. Mysterio is launched out the ring like a seal. On the outside, Matanza boots him into a wall. The commentary team say people in the crowd are smiling because Matanza is scaring them. That seems like a strange thing to bring up. The monster lightly shoves Ray into the side of the commentary desk. Ray is out on the top rope now. Matanza somehow doesn't have the strength to suplex him. Ray nails a code red from up there for the double down. Ray is the first one back to his feet and he hits the springboard seated senton and a big DDT for a 2 count. Another springboard ass drop almost gets the job done. Unfortunately, Ray runs into a big boot. For some reason, Matanza grabs a chair. This so-called powerhouse is useless. He misses the chair shot and Ray kicks him over and drop kicks the chair into his face. The chair is then wedged between the ropes. And Ray drop kicks him into it, followed by a 619 into the chair into his face. Nice spot. Mysterio tries the West Coast pop, but the monster throws a chair at his knee. The monster Matanza ragdolls him into a German suplex. A big pump handle German suplex follows. This isn't looking good for Ray. Ray desperately tries a moonsault, but he's just about caught again, and there's a power slam, and that's the 3. Well, that was anticlimactic. Dario Cueto pulled his foot off the ropes. The monster is a bad winner and continues the attack after the bell. Ray's head is wedged between a chair and thrown into a pole. This attack is used to write Rey Mysterio off Lucha Underground telly. Mysterio is then carried away by the monster, presumably to be eaten, or perhaps worse, made to watch Rob Terry matches. Well, that was all a bit of an anticlimax in the end. It didn't get going until the last 2 minutes and then it ended. I don't think this monster is as much of a monster as they tried to make him out to be. They didn't have good chemistry. It was a good match, but not great. I give it a B. And that's Rey Mysterio in Lucha Underground. He returned to the WWE as a surprise entrant at Royal Rumble 2018. This video is getting long, and I know you all hate long videos, so we've got to shove Rey Mysterio final grade for Ring of the Hawk Season 4. I thought it was going to suck, and he was going to half-ass it, but he clearly could still go and was genuinely trying to give his proteges a chance to shine. He almost had me fooled, just like I almost had you all fooled when I said it was the final match earlier. The second half of this video was filled with bangers. 4 A's out of 15 is pretty impressive. Honestly, there was nothing bad in this entire run, just a lack of participation at times. I think it's only fair to give Rey Mysterio an A for his time in Lucha Underground because he wasn't just there to collect a paycheck. He tried to help the younger guys, and he had some absolutely quality matches. And if you don't agree with that, ask your girl why I'm covered in scratches. Well, that was surprisingly good. He could have pissed all over the lesser known talent, but instead he was just here to have great matches and elevate Lucha Underground. It's clear to see that Mysterio still had it, just maybe he'd outstayed his welcome in the WWE. I'm not often proved wrong, but I sure was here. Hamada in TNA. This chick, man. What a time to be a TNA fan. What a terrible time to sign with TNA. She was tearing it up as 2009 came to a close, and then Hogan arrived on the scenes in TNA. But even watching this back, you have to keep reminding yourself that women's wrestling actually looked completely different in 2009. The stuff you're about to see in this video was mind-blowing for the time. Okay, it's Hamada. Will she make my beak harder? Hamada was already a 10-year veteran by the time she signed with TNA. This was not one of those times where a Japanese talent was sent to TNA for work experience. This was all her own doing. I guess she wanted to try somewhere else other than Japan or Mexico. Match 1, no DQ match, Zombie Hot Daphne. I know I said recently there may be a new video about her, stay tuned, it's coming. And she takes on Hamada. If you're wondering why it's an extreme match in her debut, it's apparently simply because Hamada requested it to be. She has a presence about her. It's good to see they didn't give her the Amori music that TNA give all the Japanese wrestlers. Daphne jumps her as soon as the bell rings. She does a hair-mare takedown followed by a neck snap. Daphne gets a 2 from that. Hamada and Daphne exchange chops which nobody really wins. Daphne goes running and gets a big kick to the face. Vicious aggressive stomps in the corner from Hamada now. Cool bit now as Daphne is sent to the ring apron and then Hamada delivers a nice back kick to the face. We come back from an advert break with Daphne back in control. She drops from the top rope with an elbow drop for a 2. Hamada realises she's losing on her debut, so she kicks Daphne in the face, followed by an enziguri kick to the face. Hamada's striking game is destroying Zombie Hot here. A big jumping DDT from Hamada gets a 2. She tries to go back to her kicking game, but she misses it and Daphne smashes her with a Shining Wizard, that's a 2. And out of the ring we go. This is a no DQ match, and we haven't seen anything from that yet, but Daphne now remembers. She tries a steel chair shot, but misses and hits the post. Hamada wraps her head to the chair and then launches her into the post. Hamada gets Daphne set up on the table, and she climbs to the top rope and damn, it's a moonsault through the table. Yes, this is TNA in 2009, the Hawk has not lost the plot. The match isn't even over, we're back in the ring now. Hamada beats Daphne in the centre of the ring with a Michinoku driver. What a debut. They don't get much better than that, it's an A hidden gem from the TNA knockouts. Match 2, tag match. Some jobber Bolt teams up with Hamada. She does that funny pose at the camera. This is pretty much all I recall from her TNA run. They take on the team of Tara and Christy Hemme, accompanied by Poison the Spider. Worth pointing that out. Hamada starts out with Tara. They keep trading go-behinds. Eventually Hamada is pushed at the ropes and bounces backwards to roll into a nice bridging pin for a 2. They keep picking each other's legs and trading pinfalls. It's quite an impressive start. Tara is an idiot and bows at Hamada and she pays with a kick to the face. Hamada's sent running now and she springs off the ropes with a lion salt into Tara. Unfortunately she tags in some jobber for a bit. Hamada gets back in against Christy and she flies off the top of the double axe, quickly followed by a kick to the face. An advert break ruins any momentum we had. When we come back, Hamada is hit with an inverted DDT by Hemme. Tara kills some jobber with the Widow's Peak for the 3. Bit of an anticlimactic finish. Seems like a weird way to display Hamada after that incredible first match. Still, it's always fun when Hamada is in the ring. Oh, I spoke too soon. Hamada is a bad loser and takes out some jobber with the driver. Okay, pretty cool, so we're getting some storyline character work too. She's still a face, but she just doesn't like losing. This one's a B, very enjoyable as a whole. Hamada is randomly interviewed in a dark stand with a translator. Alyssa Flash interrupts the interview and says she takes offence to TNA pushing foreign talent. She is unhappy of her place on the card. She asks what she has to do to get an interview around here. Hamada responds saying, win a match. They brawl in the stands. If you forgot this feud ever happens, I don't blame you. Hamada is thrown down the metal steps. It's like something out of ECW. I'm kidding, it's not that extreme. The fight is broken up. Pretty intense stuff from the women here. Match 3, elimination tag. The beautiful people Velvet and Madison team up with Tracy Brooks and Alyssa Flash, who looks like a boss by the way. And they take on Taylor Wilde, Christy Hemme, Sarita and Hamada. Some serious talent in this match by women's wrestling standards 2009. Hamada once again starts this match, this time with Tracy Brooks. She takes her down straight away with a single leg. Seconds later she misses her middle rope moonsault. Tracy tries to sunset flip her, which doesn't work either. Hamada misses her follow-up kick and she's rolled up for a 1 count. Hamada gets annoyed now and super kicks her and tags out. She next gets in the ring against Alyssa Flash. She flies through the air with a missile drop kick on her. No cover is made and they trade shots in the middle of the ring. Hamada decides to go running and she boots Alyssa out of the ring. They brawl all over the place until they're both counted out of the match. This is now a feud. The match is won by Madison Rayne after Lacey Von Botch interferes and hits a choke slam. Match wasn't much, it's a D. Match 4, Falls Count Anywhere match. Hamada versus Alyssa Flash who jumps her from behind. Straight away Alyssa monkey flips her on the ramp and boots her down the rest of it. A cover is made but it's just a 2. Alyssa wastes ages getting a table set up and they both tease getting sent into it, but nobody does yet, because Hamada super kicks her down. Hamada looks for a moonsault but she's yanked off the ring apron. Flash starts stamping Hamada's face into the floor for another 2. We head back up the ramp now, the crowd are electric for this one. Hamada ends up pushing her off the ramp, which doesn't look like much, but I'll tell you what does. Hamada hitting a cannonball off the ramp. Who expected her to hit the cannon perk? We're back to teasing the table again, but yet again no one's going for it as Hamada hits a spin kick. Alyssa Flash yet again stops Hamada from diving and she teases a suplex through the table. Instead, Hamada fights her off and DDTs her on the apron. And once again Hamada will try the dive. Yes, third time lucky, Hamada moonsault through the table and that is the 3. Another excellent match from Hamada. Man. She's looking like a real star here. It's another 8. Match 5, 6 women's tag. The beautiful people Lacey, Velvet and Madison take on ODB, Hamada and Christy Hemme. Hamada will not start this one. I'm not expecting much here, the competition won't be able to keep up. Hamada joins the match with Velvet and she wants to dive on her, but she runs away screaming to Madison. Hamada rolls at Madison and kicks her in the gut. It's an enziguri kick now, which Madison can kick out of. After a scoop slam, Hamada wants to dive, but she can't and she's shoved off the top rope. Madison almost rolls her up for the 3 from that. Double team Russian leg sweep from the beautiful people now for another 2. Velvet somehow gets another 2 off a drop kick to the face. Surprisingly, Hamada is the one they've isolated. Lacey Von Botch helps Madison throw Hamada into the corner. Madison is relentless with her pin attempts, but they aren't good enough. Finally, a double drop kick takes the beautiful people out and she's able to tag ODB. The match is won by Lacey Von Erich, whilst for some reason Hamada just watches on. It looks stupid. Maybe she was confused on the rules. It looks so dumb. She just didn't have much chance in this one, let's be honest. It was actually better than expected, but it's nothing more than a D. Match 6. This one is unlike the last one because it actually has potential to be good. It's Tara taking on Hamada in a singles match. They trade arm drags and hip tosses. Then they trade takedowns. The crowd are only slightly impressed by this. Hamada starts throwing headbutts, but she runs straight into a Tara clothesline. She's now scoop slammed and hit with a standing ass-shaped moonsault. Hamada manages to fight back from the ring apron. She takes Tara's arm and starts doing a rope walk, but she doesn't pray. It ends with an arm drag. A quick enziguri smashes Tara into a really nice rolling cradle pin. High ankle back suplex from Hamada now. I'm enjoying this one. Hamada looks to win with the moonsault, which she can't hit as Tara gets her knees up. The Widow's Peak ends it when it was just starting to get good. Really nice range of offense from Hamada, and that's something we like to see on Ring of the Hawk. A really fun match, but it was too short to be anything more than a C. Match 7, singles match. Hamada takes on Taylor Wilde, who works at a sunglasses hut between matches. Headlock takeover from Taylor, followed by Hamada doing the same thing. They both sort of kip up, but Hamada can't really do it. The pace quickens now, they're both running and jumping everywhere until Wilde hits a head scissors. Hamada runs straight back at her to crush her with a DDT, which is a 2 count. Taylor reverses her next move, grabs her arm and runs and dives from the top with a drag. Another page from Hamada's book is a kick to the head. Hamada super kicks her back straight away and moonsault from the top. Shockingly, that's just a 2. Another couple of reversals now as Taylor reverses a powerbomb into a pin. She immediately takes Hamada down with a crucifix pin for yet another 2. Hamada tries another powerbomb and yet again Taylor reverses it and rolls her up. Hamada shuts her down with an enziguri. Some more reversals follow until Hamada knocks her off her game with a big spin kick. And there it is, Hamada driver to end the match. Love that one, really nice. Lots of reversals and pinning attempts, no botches and well wrestled. The third kip up doesn't count, it's a B. Match 8, number 1 contenders battle royal. Most of the girls don't get an entrance and that includes Hamada. Daphne and Hamada battle again, but it doesn't really last long. Hamada headbutts her and eliminates her straight away. Not really much to say. Randomly, Taylor Wilde wraps her legs around Hamada's neck and she eliminates both herself and Hamada. Match is won by Tara. Bad choice, I feel like Hamada should have been winning this one. Just one elimination for Hamada, it's a D. Match 9, singles match. Hamada takes on one of the Hawks' favourites, Sarita. This one should be good. Lots of arm drags to start us off, including one where Hamada bounces off the middle rope into an arm drag. Sarita charges at her, but she's thrown into the air but comes out of it with an arm drag of her own. They both attempt drop kicks at the same time, and this standoff gets a good crowd reaction. Hamada dodges Sarita's knee, but then Sarita dodges Hamada's kick. Wow, really nice move now. It looks like an electric chair drop from Hamada, but at the last moment Sarita turns it into a hurricanrana. That annoys Hamada, who super kicks her for a 2. Hamada looks to go high risk, and the missile dropkick connects. Yet another 2. The Hamada driver is reversed into a pin. Very close to a 3, but it isn't. This match is breathless. As soon as Hamada gets up, she's hit with a float over DDT. Sarita trips her down and wraps Hamada up in some sort of submission. That doesn't last 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and it's now Hamada with a rolling pin for a 2. When they make it back to their feet, Hamada flattens her with 2 spin kicks, and the Hamada driver ends it. I wish it could have gone longer, extremely fun match. Not much separates it from that Taylor Wilde match, so it's another B. Match 10. Randomly, an intergender match for the TNA Global title. The challenger is Hamada taking on the champion Eric Young. Wasn't expecting this one. Hamada rallies the crowd behind her. It doesn't help and she's pushed into the corner and patted on the head. Yet again, Eric Young shoves her into the corner. Young breaks the hold and he doesn't see the Hamada kick coming, which knocks him out of the ring. On the outside, she headbutts him. She looks for a quick win back in the ring, but Young shuts her down. He climbs to the top when out of nowhere he's kicked by Hamada. She joins him on the top and snaps off a Frankensteiner. Pretty cool, but it's just a 2. A scoop slam from Hamada now as she looks for the moonsault. Unfortunately, she misses it and Eric Young pins her with his feet on the ropes. That is the 3. You may have noticed Eric Young did not strike her or hit any moves. This was a way TNA liked to get around the network's no violence against women rule. It only went for a minute and it was a really fun minute, but it can't be anything more than a D. Match 11, triple threat tag. Madison and Velvet with Lacey versus Awesome Kong and Hamada. I guess it's not actually that random that they're teamed together. They both spent a lot of time wrestling and being based in the Orient. They also take on Sarita and Taylor Wilde. Kong starts for her team, but she tags Hamada in early. She monkey flips Sarita, who lands on her feet. Sarita quickly snaps off a nice head scissors with multiple revolutions. Hamada responds with an enziguri and Velvet forcefully tags in. She hits some weak kicks and a short DDT. She's too busy sticking her tongue out to make a pin. Madison joins and they want a double team. Unfortunately, the timing on their double drop kicks is off. The match breaks down now and completely out of nowhere, Hamada moonsaults to the outside. Seconds later, Awesome Kong attempts an awesome bomb, which Madison reverses, but she can't roll Kong into a pin, who lightly sits on her, and believe it or not, that's the 3. No way near long enough to be anything other than a D. Intriguing tag team though. Match 12. TNA are holding a number 1 contendership tournament for the Knockouts title, and all the matches will take place on the same night. The quarter-final match is Madison Rayne taking on Hamada. Madison with an inside roll straight away, and she looks really impressed with herself. Hamada starts working on her arm. Madison is able to arm drag Hamada off, who looks confused by that. Hamada loses her temper and kicks Madison in the face. Now it's the non-praying rope walk into an arm drag, which doesn't work. Not sure if this was a botch. Madison's now in firm control after throwing Hamada to the mat. She continues with a slow motion net breaker. She can't manage anything else as Hamada big boots her down for a double down. When they get up, it's a super kick. She tries a cover off a scoop slam, not sure why, it's just a 2. Now she tries her moonsault, which she misses, but she lands on her feet. Spin kick to Madison's face and the Hamada driver ends it. Just not great, but that might be partly down to her opposition. It's a D. At least she moves on in the tournament. I think this could be the start of something special. Match 13, semi-final, later that same night. Roxy Laveau, who has smashed up ribs, takes on our girl Hamada. Internet fans love Roxy, so this could be a good match too. Hamada goes behind and crushes her to the mat. Roxy rolls out of an armbar now. Roxy tries her own armbar back, which Hamada rolls out of and sweeps her legs out. She's almost got the John Cena special on for like a second. Quite a long feeling out process in this one. Hamada powers Roxy to the mat now. I suddenly realised how dumb Hamada working on her leg is when Roxy clearly has injured ribs. The submission doesn't work anyway. Pace quickens now as they both lightly knock into each other and look confused. They do it again and Hamada goes down. Now it's a trade-off with arm drags and drop kicks. Finally, Hamada zones in on the ribs and she puts on the abdominal stretch. She changes to an octopus stretch but releases the hold quickly. Something else new from Hamada is a double foot stomp from the top. She doesn't pin her, instead she puts on a single leg Boston Crab. Roxy doesn't tap. Hamada goes running now, but she runs straight into Roxy's suplex. The match has turned and Roxy scores a big boot. They both end up on the top rope. Roxy fights her off, but Hamada quickly rolls and kicks her. We saw this one earlier and it's time now for the Frankensteiner. It's not a 3 though. Hamada will head up to the top again, this time to hit a beautiful missile dropkick with pinpoint accuracy to the ribs, like that one. Our hero tries some sort of wacky slam which Roxy reverses and almost rolls her up from it. A quick kick from Hamada shuts her down again. Now it's the Hamada driver, but no, that's reversed into a 2-count pin as well. Roxy hits her finisher, the voodoo drop, but hold your hawks, Hamada kicks out too. Roxy puts her in a submission, stretching her across her back and then falls backwards. That is not a 3 either. Excellent match this one. Another voodoo drop is attempted and Hamada has to headbutt her off. Then it ends to a weak looking roll up. Incredible stuff minus that weak finish. Giving this one another A. Surely this is her night and she wins this tournament. Match 14, tournament final. Our girl Hamada takes on ODB. It's all Hamada in the early game, plenty of strikes and a big running head scissors. She seems really up for putting on another show as she springs off the middle rope into a tornado DDT. ODB dumps in her thong and bails to the outside. Eventually she comes back as she's about to be counted out. Back in the ring, finally ODB does a float over and celebrates with happiness. Hamada kicks her in the face. A Mahi Stra cradle gets a 2 from Hamada. Another nice pin for another 2 follows. Hamada keeps going and scoop slams her and motions that she's going for a dive, but she's cut off and ends up in the Tree of Woe. Just some kicks really here from ODB. Hamada next has to fight out of a bear hug, which she does and then she's thrown to the mat. ODB finally has full control. She nails the Scott Hall special, the sack of shit, and she kips up better than Hamada too. Back to the bear hug we go again. Hamada frees herself and hits the Inzaguri kick for a double down. It's non-stop headbutts from Hamada when they get up. She really wants to win this one. And it almost is over after the crossbody from the middle rope. Another two straight after from a spin kick. Hamada looks for the driver, which doesn't happen as she's cut off with the jawbreaker. Awesome Kong marches down the ramp carrying a table. She's the Lady ODB beat to reach the final. Kong has the table set up on the outside and then she leaves. Hamada with a beautiful super kick, and that one looks like it actually hurt. ODB sent out the ring by that one, and Hamada hits cannon perk off the apron. She motions for the table, but I don't think this is a no DQ match. ODB is laid out flat on her back on the table, somewhere she's been before. Hamada goes for the moonsault, but she misses it and goes through the table. ODB gets her back in the ring and beats her with a TKO. Why? Hamada would have been a far better choice to go for a title shot. Still, 3 matches in one night, impressive. This was another great match, it's an A. I'm not going to let the annoying results spoil it for the squad. Match 15, Knockouts Tag Title match. The challengers Awesome Kong and Hamada who get a massive chant from the crowd to take on the champions Taylor Wilde and Sarita. So much talent in there right now. Hamada and Sarita start this one. The crowd are chanting, "You're all awesome." Different methods of arm drags are done before Hamada sweeps Sarita's legs out. Sarita arm drags her again and then nails a tornado DDT. Taylor joins the match with a dive into an arm drag. Sarita slows Taylor down with a knee to the gut. Sarita tries to stop her, which leads to Hamada springing off the ropes into a double arm drag. Nice. Kong gets the tag. Hamada doesn't want to leave the ring though, and Taylor Wilde has to force her to leave with a kick. Sarita and Taylor take their opponents out with stereo dives to the outside of the ring. When we come back from an advert break, Kong and Hamada are back in control. Hamada starts playing with the opponents, not letting Taylor make the tag to Sarita. Very heelish tactics from Hamada, or maybe she's just showing her confidence. Yeah, it's probably the second one. Kong fights next, but she doesn't do well and Hamada has to rush the ring with a big boot to Sarita. Sarita wakes up and tries a double crossbody. She's caught, and then for some reason Kong and Hamada lightly throw her down with Sarita trying to turn it into an arm drag, but too late. It doesn't look good. Taylor takes out Hamada with Hurricanrana. This one's too close to call. Hamada has now thrown Taylor into a steel post. Kong has Sarita up for a powerbomb. She motions for Hamada to dive off the top rope, but she spends a while waiting to dive because she isn't happy with her opponent's placement. Eventually it's a top rope drop kick into a powerbomb, and that's the 3, and new champions. Pretty nice, but there are a few clunky moments in there, it's a B. Shame it couldn't be for the main Knockouts title. Match 16, tag match, Madison Rayne and Velvet of Lacey Von Botch versus Hamada and Awesome Kong. Hamada has a pimp limp after that last match, I guess she's toughing it out. This match will not be like the last one, because it's short, and at the end of the day it's Velvet Sky. Madison and Velvet try a double Russian leg sweep, but they're too busy being wacky and Hamada tags Kong. It ends in less than 2 minutes to the Awesome Kong powerbomb, without Hamada doing a thing. It's the first S of the video. I'm guessing this match had something to do with Hamada working injured, but we don't know that for sure. Match 17, 6-woman tag. The beautiful people will take on the team of Hamada, Awesome Kong and Tara. One of these teams is not quite like the other. Let's find out if Hamada's over that injury. Madison is doing Scott Hall spooky fingers, so Hamada kicks her in the ass. Yep, I guess she's fine. She grabs Madison's arm and does the non-praying rope walk into an arm drag. Madison kicks her in the gut and tags Velvet in. They each take turns twisting Hamada's arm and they tag back out each time. It's not great to be honest. Hamada eventually does some forward rolls and a leg sweep which allows her to tag out. Hamada gets involved again a couple minutes later with a forward roll into a kick. She has kicks for all the beautiful people, they're all going flying. Tara slams Lacey which allows Hamada to moonsault. The ref is distracted and Madison hits Hamada twice with a stick. That's the 3. Just not good, it's a D because at least her kicks look great, but in reality, not a good match at all. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but Hamada doesn't speak English. She's still somehow funny though when she cuts promos in Japanese. I think it's her facial expressions, just a likeable person. Match 18, oh no, Knockouts Lockbox Challenge. 8 knockouts smashed together in the ring like morons hoping to collect a random key to a box, which either contains the Knockouts title, a spider, a match of your choice, or being forced to do a striptease. I guess this is the closest Hamada comes to a title shot, unfortunately. Nearly all the girls are pinned within seconds after one move. Hamada is literally eliminated during the advert break. It was because she missed a moonsault and Daphne put her away. I guess in a way it's good, because you wouldn't want to be associated with this horrible match either. It's an S. Awesome Kong is fired between these 2 matches for smacking out Bubba the Lard Sponge, and the belts are vacated. They explain it as Awesome Kong and Hamada didn't defend the belts for 30 days, even though it had only been 21 days at the time. Typical TNA. For whatever reason, Hamada was taken off TV for 4 months when this happened. I really have no explanation because she was wrestling house shows with TNA during this time. Match 19, Knockouts Tag Title. The champions, Lacey Von Erich and Velvet Sky, take on the team of Taylor Wilde, who's going for a bowl of salad dressing look at this time, and Hamada. Apparently Taylor was able to pick a partner of her choice, so she picked Hamada. Taylor's getting destroyed by Lacey, so she tags her friend in. I'm not sure what goes wrong here, but I think Hamada headbutted her and hurt Lacey for real, because she reacts strangely to the chop. She just sort of cowers away from her. Velvet causes a distraction now, and when Hamada turns around, she gets a Lacey spin kick. Velvet is now legal and she does a snap mirror into a kick. Lacey gets the tag again and they keep sending Hamada into the corner, which eventually gets them a 2. Lacey strangely does a backspring into an elbow, which misses. Both girls stand still and stare at each other for a bit. I'm not sure what's going on here. Luckily, Taylor tags in because this isn't working. Taylor and Hamada take out the beautiful people with the do-si-do spot. A mysterious biker stands harmlessly at ringside, which causes everyone to stop and stare. Velvet Sky smacks the referee, which is somehow a ref bump, as Velvet and Hamada start a catfight out of the ring. Lacey gets a steel chair from the biker. She happily smiles and holds it up to her own face as Taylor Wilde smacks into it with a kick. Simply terrible, isn't it? And I know it's because Lacey's in there with them, but we've seen better against the beautiful people. I guess she's a tag champion again at least. No match for over a month now. This episode sure has turned for the worst. Match 20, Knockouts Tag Title match. The challengers, Madison Rayne and Lacey Von Erich with Tara, take on the team of Hamada and Taylor Wilde. Hamada smacks her ass to show unity, I guess, of her partner. A top rope diving sunset flip by Hamada is the most exciting thing I've seen in a while. Madison gets the tag and roughly boots Hamada in the face. Lacey back in with a handspring elbow drop, which does connect this time. She tries another one, which doesn't. For some reason, Hamada does a moonsault to Lacey, who kicks out at 1. It was probably just a botch. I just want this to end now. Hamada does get tagged in later and delivers 3 running boots to Lacey. Then the match ends to a double team Samoan drop neckbreaker combination. Slightly better than the last match. A C because it ended quickly at least. Match 21. Final match. Tag title match. Lacey Von Erich and Velvet Sky take on the champions Hamada and Taylor Wilde. Lacey is beating Taylor so badly that she desperately has to tag out. She immediately arm drags Hamada a couple of times. Velvet joins the match with a weak diving elbow to Hamada's arm. Hamada turns the match around with a running big boot. Hamada's unable to connect with the moonsault and Velvet dropkicks Hamada over to her partner and the tag is made. Later on into the match, Hamada makes a blind tag and she works with Taylor to hit a double team suplex for a 2 count. Enziguri kick from Hamada to Lacey. And now we get a brand new move and it's the final match. It's Hamada doing a fisherman suplex, but I'm pretty sure she hooks the wrong part of Lacey's leg to deliver it, so it looks really bad. But I'm sure someone who knows better than me can correct me in the comments section. I'm just convinced this was actually Hamada's fault. Velvet bulldogs Hamada and Lacey also kicks Hamada out of the ring into Velvet. Madison Rayne then sneaks out and hits Lacey with a motorbike helmet. That allows Taylor to hit a running kick for the 3, for game over. Simply horrible yet again, and this one's an S. And that's where this run ends, because Hamada requested her TNA release, and I'm not really surprised. That second half was painful to get through, it was like day and night. She probably wasn't happy with the opposition she was facing. Once again, the Knockouts title had to be vacated, so that's twice with Hamada as champion, so it's all her fault. I'm joking if you didn't realise, shut up or I'll smack you one. Hamada spent the rest of her career wrestling in Japan and Mexico, and she still wrestles today actually. In fact, she had a match this month. At the age of 41, you'd have to imagine she plans on not going for much longer. If anyone's seen her recently, let me know if her style is still high risk or if she's changed her ring style. All that's left to do is see if Hamada can do the JOB. The main negative is that she doesn't speak English, but I will say she still formed a connection with the fans, which is props to her and shows talent. She took a lot of risks in her matches and had a wide variety of moves. I really enjoyed like 3/4 of these matches. Now I'm going to be a bit controversial here. Just pretend she only had those first 15 matches. We'd be raving about her, right? But should I mark her down just because she spent the last 6 matches battling some of the worst women's wrestlers in TNA history? No, I don't really think that's fair. I think Hamada proved her point and showed what she had to offer. Nobody could have a great match with Lacey Von Botch. And I enjoyed making this video so much, and that's usually a sign that someone deserves a high grade. When you're watching wrestling like this, it doesn't feel like work. So Hamada can have the first day of Ring of the Hawk Season 3, and she is our current champion. The season isn't over yet though, and someone could still beat her, but I stand by this and think it's well deserved. And if you don't agree with that, I'll beat you to your last nerve. Loved watching this one back, although it was incredibly random still. It's like all of a sudden, out of the blue, we've got this tough-ass chick from Japan doing crazy moonsaults and hitting moves that I didn't even know women were capable of. I wish it had gone on longer. But out of all the Japanese talent who wrestled for TNA, I think Hamada stood out the most. She just said screw it and tore up the rulebook. She destroyed herself for TNA and nobody was expecting it. Pentagon Dark in Lucha Underground. I've never been the biggest Pentagon fan, so I was hesitant going into this video, but by the end of it I felt like a fan, and I had a lot of fun. Okay, it's Pentagon Dark. Did he make the ladies bark? The first question that you probably all have is, who is Pentagon Dark and how is he different to Pentagon Jr.? He was Pentagon Jr. for the first 2.5 series of Lucha Underground, but then something changed inside of him. Pentagon was due a Lucha Underground title shot against scary monster Matanza Cueto, but the issue is he had fear. So he sought out training with an individual who sent Pentagon into a cave to lose his old character, destroy his old gimmick, and become someone with no fear. So he went into this cave and played with himself in the dark until he found a new gimmick. Oh yeah, and the man telling him to do all of this was Vampiro. We even start with a rare in-ring promo. As usual, the problem is that Penta doesn't speak English. I can still sense this is well-delivered promo in Spanish because it's punchy, almost song-like, and doesn't ramble, and the crowd seem to appreciate it. He admits Vampiro is his manager now and says he'll beat the monster. Match 1, Ultima Lucha Dos, Part 3, Lucha Underground title, the challenger Pentagon Dark versus the champion Matanza Cueto with Dario Cueto. Pentagon Dark immediately hits a flip dive out of the ring. Pentagon chokes him across his back with a cable. This is a more violent Pentagon. He hits a Death Valley driver on the floor and pays homage to Vampiro. Matanza tries to respond but misses and hits the ring pole. Pentagon Dark uses a chair now and pays homage to La Parka. This is dominance here. Pentagon sends the monster into a chair pile. The crowd are loving this as Pentagon once again sends the monster into chairs. In the ring for the first time in this match, Pentagon has the monster set up in the corner and he does like a monkey flip into his knees. It's just a 2. Pentagon dodges another monster attack and nails a backstabber for another 2. Dario starts using his magical rock to wake up his monster. That seems to work as the monster throws Pentagon Dark into a chair and follows it with an overhead pump handle suplex. Then the monster goes nuts and does a standing moonsault and a standing shooting star for a 2 count. He isn't done and hits a bridging suplex. The ref can't count because Pentagon's shoulders aren't down. They get in each other's faces with the masks filtering out some of the bad breath. Matanza hits a move which Striker calls the Irish Car Bomb. Not sure what to think of that name, it seems a bit insensitive. Cool move though. Pentagon blocks his dive with a chair to the head and he jumps into the ring to hit a Canadian Destroyer. Vampiro arrives at ringside to hand Pentagon a barbed wire bat, but the monster's brother stops him from using it. Pentagon can't break his arm as the monster hits him from behind with the bat. The monster hits his wacky power slam and... what? That's it? Pentagon lost? That seemed like a bit of a waste of time. The crowd chant bullshit. Pentagon and Vampiro seem to have broken up already. Maybe they need to go back into their little cave together. Well, that was anticlimactic. I was enjoying it until the finish. I liked the character work from Penta, but the monster overshadowed him in the ring. I think a B is fair for his debut on Ring of the Hawk Season 5. Match 2, Rey Mysterio Jr. versus Pentagon Dark. The match has a fast and frantic start. Rey seems to win the opening portion with a head scissors and a flip dive out of the ring. Pentagon kicks out and starts yelling at the referee. What a dick, it's not his fault you're losing. Pentagon hits some strikes and throws Rey into the lights. The double stomp gets him a 2 count. Penta nails a couple of swing blades now for a 2. Rey wakes up in time to hit a top rope Frankensteiner which gets him a 2. Nice move now as everyone is running around going nuts in the ring, ending with Pentagon sliding Rey out of the ring like a seal in shit. Rey kicks him away and tries to dive off the apron with a moonsault. The dive is caught, but Rey reverses Penta's slam into a DDT. Rey comes back into the ring with a splash for a 2 count. Penta is up first from that and he hits the Pentagon driver for his 2 count. Pentagon manages to evade a 619 and nails a super kick. He press slams Rey into his own knees for a 2 count. Surprisingly, the crowd chant for Penta to break Rey's arm. He doesn't do that though, because he'd rather head out the ring to yell at his former manager. Unsurprisingly, that gives Rey time to wake up and he hits a head scissors into the 619. Rey finishes Pentagon off with a Canadian Destroyer. Wow, what was the point in this new darker character if he's just going to lose so much straight away? It seems like a strange decision. Yeah, by the way, Pentagon is a bad loser and hits a powerbomb on Rey and wants to snap his arm. It just made him look lame. Enjoyed the match, it's just a shame how he's being booked. It's a C for Pentagon Dark. Match 3, Cortez Castro versus Pentagon Dark. Castro desperately tries to hit Pentagon, but it's not working. Penta drops him on his face in the corner and starts throwing hard kicks. Penta hits a package pile driver and it's over in 1 minute. Pentagon snaps his arm off as he's been known to do since becoming Pentagon Dark. He cuts another promo bragging about how much of a badass he is. The crowd are still eating it up, so he hasn't been destroyed by his debut losses. I still feel like he needed to do a bit more here to look dangerous and get some credibility back. It's a D, not much to say. Match 4, triple threat. Pentagon Dark versus Chavo Guerrero Jr. and Rey Mysterio Jr. The crowd chant for Rey and Pentagon, but no one is chanting for Chavo. Pentagon throws Rey into a head scissors on Chavo, and then Rey snaps one off of his own on Pentagon. Rey bounces off the ropes with an arm drag, but he eats a Pentagon kick. Chavo is sent out of the ring, and Pentagon soon joins him out there. Rey flies out the ring with a corkscrew dive. Rey then brings Penta back into the ring and hits a seated senton and a crossbody for a 2. Chavo is skulking around with a chair. He takes Rey outside and looks to hit him with a chair when Pentagon flies through the ropes, kicking the chair into his face. Penta kicks Rey and screams some Spanish into the camera. Penta brings the chair into the ring and sets it up in the corner. It's a bad choice as Chavo drop toe holds him into it. He's a non-factor in this match for a while now. He wakes up in the best way someone could possibly wake up, by booting Chavo square in the head. Penta kicks Rey off the apron, but he runs into a Chavo dropkick. Chavo gets a 2 on him with a back senton. Penta responds with a monkey flip code breaker for a 2. Now Chavo reaches deep down to find his inner Eddie. He can only manage to hit 2 amigos before Rey returns to break up the party. Pentagon powerbombs Rey onto his own knee for a 2. Nice work from Rey now to set up Penta and Chavo for the 619, but he only managed to hit Chavo though. Rey is distracted by Chavo, which costs him as Pentagon Dark hits him with a package piledriver. And that's over. Finally a big win for Pentagon Dark. Unfortunately, Rey beats him up in the post-match, and let's be honest, this match was really just about Rey being awesome. It's like I said in my Pentagon and TNA video, he has a habit of getting overshadowed, and that sure happened here. It's a C. Match 5, Aztec Warfare. This is basically like the Lucha Underground Royal Rumble, but pins and submissions only count. Pentagon Dark enters at number 5 to a huge ovation. The cameraman has ADD as the camera cuts everywhere and we miss what he's trying to do. Eventually we see him suplexing Johnny Mundo into the corner and Sami Callihan. Son of Havoc gets a couple of sling blades. Matanza beats him out the ring through the middle rope. Pentagon is gone for a while now, fighting on the outside. Eventually gets in the ring to square off with Rey Mysterio once again. Pentagon kicks him all over the place. Now Dr. Wagner enters and he decides to work with Pentagon. It doesn't go well for them and Rey hits a double slingshot arm drag. He also hits a Rana on Pentagon. Once again he disappears for a while. A jobber called Ricky Mandel enters. Straight away Pentagon hits the piledriver. He wants to break his arm, but can't because some quadruplets enter the ring. One of them dives on Pentagon with a Hurricanrana. Another hits a Canadian Destroyer. They leave, and Johnny Mundo covers Pentagon Dark for the 3. Wow, it's an S, what a joke. Anyway, Pentagon is seemingly more interested in feuding with the man who helped him to discover himself, Vampiro. It doesn't exactly look like he's in ring shape, so what are they going to do? Are they going to have a match or what? Well, if you hate intergender wrestling, you may want to look away from the next few matches. Match 6, Pentagon Dark versus one of the quadruplets from the last match. She is called Doku. I'm not sure what to think. She's actually in the WWE right now as Kairi Sane. She isn't sweating Penta and batters him. That is until Penta sends her flying for dropkick. The referee doesn't like that for some reason. That gives Doku a chance to hit a spinning back chop. She runs into another Pentagon kick and dumps in her thong with fear. Pentagon boots her in the ass and chops her boobs. What a perv this man is. Pentagon dispatches her out the ring to continue the beating. I like that he isn't treating her differently because she's a woman. Pentagon picks her up and throws her into the ring apron. She looks finished. The kicks continue in the ring. I'm enjoying her selling. She tries a spear which is blocked. She tries another and this one actually works. Doku climbs to the top to hit a diving elbow drop. No pin is made, instead she tries another dive. Her elbow drop is sort of blocked and Penta grabs her arm and snaps it back. The ref immediately calls for the bell for her own safety. Surprisingly enjoyable match, it's a C, but he isn't done with this group of females. Match 7, later that same night. Pentagon Dark versus Yuri, who is another Joshi wrestler, representing the Black Lotus Triad. She goes nuts hitting arm drags for a bit. She desperately changes her mind on a dive to the outside before eventually diving from the top with a body block. She beats Pentagon against the fence. She then throws Pentagon into a member of the Believers. Vampiro explains that this small woman is dominating a man due to the black magic. She lightly hits Pentagon over the head with a ring bell. It looked overly safe. Penta finally manages to kick her down. She isn't done though and fires back. In the ring for the first time in a while, Yuri hits a running knee to the noggin, followed by another. The third one is sort of blocked and Pentagon crushes her leg. Yuri refuses to tap out as quitting doesn't exist when one is taken over by dark magic. She makes the ropes. Pentagon keeps up the attack on her leg. Pentagon chops her and Yuri ain't smiling after that one. She manages to kick Penta from the ring apron and she dives into the ring with a hurricanrana. She looks to dive once again. This time it's a double stomp, but that just gets her a 2. She keeps going and hits a crazy round the world DDT. She tries a cannonball dive now, which is flawlessly caught, and Penta hits the package piledriver. That was sweet. Penta snaps off Yuri's arm and once again the ref rings the bell. Did Penta get dominated too much here? She was so small and he barely did a thing. Enjoyable watch though, another C I guess? Match 8, straight after the last 2 matches, Pentagon now has to face Io Shirai. A whole episode of Lucha Underground dedicated to intergender wrestling. She doesn't get an entrance, she sneaks up on him with a diving dropkick instead. She quickly moonsaults out of the ring too, what a start. Io also flies out the ring with a tope, almost hitting the concrete steps. She grabs a chair and throws it into his face. I like that he hasn't really had a chance to actually get his hands on her, so this makes it more believable. He couldn't have changed anything that's happened to him. Pentagon is sent crashing into a pile of chairs. She rips up the ringside mats with evil intentions. She is unable to lift him up, but she does manage it on the second attempt and slams him onto the concrete. Penta starts yelling something at her as she kicks him. In the ring, Penta finally gets going when he drop kicks her mid-handspring. The crowd love that one. Penta starts chopping her, he doesn't seem to be in a hurry here. Big kick to the face now. We head out the ring once again and Jesus, he flips her through a chair stack. That looked brutal. He starts hitting her with a cable now and choking her. I know some people will hate this one and some other people will get some sort of kick out of this one. Now Pentagon decks her with a chair and he licks the chair. Some people in the crowd start giving him grief. Once again, he was sent flying into a chair stack. Pentagon hits a Death Valley driver on exposed concrete. This beating is starting to get uncomfortable as she looks to be crying. Then out of nowhere, Io manages to drop toe-hold Pentagon into a chair. She randomly charges up the steps and appears on a balcony, and holy hawk, she hits a huge crossbody. This woman is insane. She becomes the very first woman to hit the Lucha Underground balcony dive. I was so sad to learn that this is her only Lucha Underground match, and what a match it was. She rolls Pentagon into the ring, who miraculously wakes up. He can't hit the piledriver, but Io can as she crushes him with a Canadian Destroyer. For the free. Loved it. He made this as believable as he could, and it was his 3rd match in a row. It's an A from the Hawk. He's supposed to also wrestle Black Lotus, the leader of these girls now, but no match happens because Black Lotus locks out the referee and she snaps Pentagon's arm off. These 4 Joshi girls are hot, man. What an incredible idea from Lucha Underground. I know intergender wrestling is really hateable for some people, but I love these matches. Especially this one. She just hit him with dive after dive after dive, and he didn't really get any chances to just pick her up and crush her. As he had his arm snapped off twice, he's off TV for the next 9 episodes. Match 9 will be a first round match in a wacky tournament in the Cueto Cup. It's Argenis versus Pentagon Dark. The crowd are squirting in their nappy of happiness to see his return. Straight away, Argenis tries a dropkick, but he's dropkicked mid-move. Argenis does manage to snap off a head scissors, but Pentagon no-sells it and sling blades him. Pentagon has no fear and he boots his opponent's head off. They exchange super kicks. Pentagon slides out the ring so Argenis can moonsault him. Pentagon isn't hurt from that one and hits random strikes in the ring. Argenis slows him down with a nice neckbreaker for a 2. His next move is countered with an overhead suplex into the corner. Argenis counters a springboard into a cutter for a 2. He can't follow it up as Pentagon hits the Pentagon driver. That's just a 2. Then Pentagon just wins with the package pile driver. Just a middle of the road kind of match, it's a D. Match 10, the 2nd round match, Drago versus Pentagon Dark. It's a similar story to the other matches. His opponent has the flashy moves with Pentagon continuously shutting him down. The countless pinning attempts by Drago makes it a bit more exciting than the last match. Drago hits a brutal blockbuster, it should be over but it's not. Pentagon eventually catches him with the driver for a 2. Drago hits a Frankensteiner to hardly any crowd reaction and a splash for a 2. You know, it's just interesting that some wrestlers make people want to cheer for them, whilst others people can barely care about no matter what they do. I'm not sure if that's something you can teach. Pentagon wins with the Canadian Destroyer and a package piledriver. Another D, only slightly better than the last match. Match 11, quarter-final match, Tejano, the Luchador Cowboy versus Pentagon Dark. Bit of a different dynamic to this match as Tejano is a bigger guy. He hits a nice jumping leg lariat to start us off. Tejano comically falls out the ring, which looks really bad, and then Pentagon flip dives to the outside. Tejano gets back on top in the ring with a code breaker and a flip dive out the ring of his own. The Cowboy does this cool chop and lariat combination in the corner, which I've not seen before, and he punctuates that with a big kick for a 2. Pentagon does a backstabber which doesn't keep Tahano down, who drop kicks his head off. Tahano now hangs Penta in the Tree of Woe and hits a hesitation dropkick. This is a one-sided match. Tahano now with a Rough Rider for a 2. Famous B tries to interfere and throw Tahano a horseshoe, but misses and it slides to Pentagon. He smacks out Tahano with the horseshoe, and just like that it's over. I enjoyed the match, but once again, Tahano did everything. Yet everyone still cheers for Pentagon, so I guess it doesn't matter. Pentagon beats up Famous B after the match and snaps his arm. Also a cowgirl's arm. It's a C, it was all pretty fun. Match 12, semi-final. Pentagon Dark versus Mil Muertes with the very sexy Katrina. Man, I missed this chick. A bit like the last match, it's a size mismatch, but even more extremely. Pentagon grabs Mil's arm and throws kicks to the ribs, followed by drop kicks. Then Pentagon sends Muertes out of the ring and nails him with a flip dive. Mil eventually gets tired of Pentagon and chokeslams him. He carries on the power moves with a TKO on the outside of the ring and a pounce in the ring. Pentagon randomly wakes up and tries the package power driver, but he's not strong enough. Pentagon does manage an enziguri and a code breaker for a 1 count. His next move is countered with a power slam for a 2. It's a pretty one-sided affair. Pentagon eventually hits 4 super kicks and 1 to Katrina to knock her off the ring apron. Penta dives into the ring with a double stomp and that's the 3. This actually did make sense, as Mil Muertes was apparently going into this one with damaged ribs. Not as crazy as I'd hoped for, but still enjoyable. It's a B. Match 13, Cueto Cup Final. Prince Puma versus Pentagon Dark. Despite this being a final, it sure doesn't feel like one. The match is in the middle of the show and starts during an advert break. Weird. Puma hits the first big move with the backbreaker. He also hits a beautiful flip dive out the ring. It's a frantic pace to this one, no time to hang around. Penta hits a backstabber and a couple of stomps. We get a double down after a bunch of kicks and knees. It still doesn't feel like a final should feel. The fans want Pentagon and not Puma. Puma continues to outpace and he hits a 619 and a flying crossbody for a 2. Puma tries a head scissors now, which is switched into a nice Pentagon backbreaker. Puma blocks the driver and hits a spin kick. Then a suplex without release into a brainbuster. Pentagon's getting his mask handed to him here. Puma looks to hit a dive but misses it. Once again, Pentagon can't hit the driver and he gets arm dragged. Puma tries to springboard him, but finally Penta can hit his driver, just a 2 count. The Canadian Destroyer doesn't get the job done either as Puma rolls out of the ring. He's up straight away with a kick off the apron into a springboard destroyer of his own. Second double down of the match. They both make it up at 9. Puma spits some chewing gum at Penta, so he kicks him. They both reverse each other's moves for a bit and Penta tries to create some distance but gets caught out on the top rope. Puma meets him up there after a battle and hits a Frankensteiner. Once again Puma climbs and this time he's uninterrupted and he hits the 630 back senton. That's the 3. Once again Pentagon has failed at the last hurdle. This was really good, but it wasn't anything incredible from Penta. It's a B, a point off for failing again. Match 14, medallion match, Dragon Azteca Jr. versus Pentagon Dark. Both guys apparently have broken each other's arms, but if you ask me, they're both pretty armless. The bell rings and Penta hits a dropkick straight away. The match moves along and as usual Pentagon gets overshadowed. First with a crazy dive to the outside and secondly a diving hurricanrana off the stage. Dragon brings him back to the ring with a diving crossbody. Pentagon is floored with a bunch of kicks, but the Dragon still can't put Penta away. This is the first match so far where the crowd don't want Pentagon to win. Pentagon manages to kick him mid-handstand and hit a double stomp. He can't stay on top for long as the Dragon does a lovely DDT counter for a 2. He tries another DDT which Pentagon swishes into a backbreaker. The Dragon tries to fly once too often though, and he's caught on the top rope and hit with the package pile driver. That's the 3. I can't help but feel like the wrong guy won here. This win qualifies Pentagon for some wacky match and the Gift of the Gods title. It's a D. Match 15, 7-way match for the Gift of the Gods title. Paul London versus Mala Suerte versus Saltador versus Cortez Castro versus Drago versus Son of Havoc versus Pentagon Dark. He's the only one here who gets his own individual entrance. Saltador is an interesting luchador and he gets rid of Pentagon quickly with a funky head scissors. Paul London looks like one of the flying Elvises. Suerte does a bad looking crucifix pin which more looked like Pentagon was trying to Samoan drop him, but he wasn't. Pentagon hits him with a driver but the pin is broken up. Dargo is in now hitting a running neck breaker to Pentagon. He's gone for a while from that one. It's actually silly how long he's gone for. Has he fallen asleep or something? 5 minutes pass before I see him again. He drop kicks Son of Havoc. Pentagon dodges a double team attempt and throws Saltador overhead onto Paul London. He quickly hits the Fear Factor on Saltador and another to Paul London. At the same time, Son of Havoc dives on Saltador with a shooting star. It's ruled to be a double 3 count, even though Havoc had his opponent covered way earlier. Dario Cueta says they must now face each other to decide the Gift of the Gods champion, in a ladder match. This match was an S. Not only did he fail once again, but he wasn't involved in most of the match. Match 16, Ultima Lucha Tres, ladder match for the Gift of the Gods title. It's Son of Havoc versus Pentagon Dark. Surely this should be a good one. Havoc goes running with the added acrobatics and flies out of the ring. The match then slows down as they're moving ladders around. It seems quite early to be doing this, but it's eating up so much of the match. If they wanted to have 5 ladders in the ring, why not start the match with the ladders in the ring? It seems too obvious perhaps. Eventually Havoc does a handspring back elbow to knock Pentagon into the ladder. He follows that with a springboard crossbody. Once again, furniture is rearranged now, including a chair. Havoc throws him into the chair. It didn't feel like that was worth wasting the time over. Havoc now uses the chair to hammer a ladder into Pentagon's nutsack time and time again. God, this match is slow. Pentagon hits Havoc off the ladder with a chair like he's a piñata. Very appropriate for a lucha promotion. The match stops again, so Pentagon wastes ages setting up a table. Penta cautiously climbs up a tilted corner ladder, only to get backdropped through the waiting table. The ladder is placed on top of Pentagon so Havoc can slowly climb to the top. He tries a shooting star, which Penta sort of counters into a cutter. Another break from the action now, so Penta can fetch some more chairs. Havoc is outside the ring and a ladder is set up, but Penta ignores that and runs through the ladder attempting to hit a dive. Havoc clubs him in the head with a chair. Son of Havoc now sets up a chair bridge. He tries to suplex Penta onto it, but he can't manage that. Instead, Penta fights him onto the chairs and hits the pile driver. For some reason, Penta still doesn't climb the waiting ladder. Instead, he sets up another structure. Havoc is set up on the table, but the time wasting allows him to recover. They fight on the ladders and Pentagon eventually just throws him through a table, and that's that. Pentagon finally wins a title. A second tier title. This match was a massive anticlimax. It was really poorly thought out and no psychology whatsoever. Even Havoc disappointed me. It's a D at best. Match 17, Ultima Lucha Tres Part 4. Prince Puma has just completed in a grueling 18-minute match and captured the Lucha Underground title. But Lucha Underground manager Dario Cueta is a known dick. He says there's going to be one more match for him tonight. The challenger will be Pentagon Dark. So is he a heel now? Well, the crowd certainly don't hate him. They love this man. To be fair, the Gift of the Gods title is essentially like a Money in the Bank briefcase. Dario Cueta also rules that the loser will be fired. What a dick. Pentagon snaps off his opponent's arm straight away, but the match continues with a damaged Prince Puma. Puma misses a moonsault off the ring apron. He does recover though and hits a couple of suplexes and a standing shooting star for a 2. Lots of nice reversals now. Puma eventually hits a Canadian Destroyer and throw into a kick. Surprisingly, just a 2. Puma attempts a 630, then Vampiro appears at ringside and pulls Penta away from the 630. What is this crap? Penta has sold his soul to the devil for the second time. Penta hits an extra nice Pentagon driver, but it's not over. So he just picks him up and does a running package pile driver, and that is the 3. Well, he's finally won the big one. The match wasn't great, but at least those last 2 moves had more to them than usual. And he won the main title, so it has to be an A. It's Ring of the Hawk rules. That's just the way I do it. Shove it if you don't like it. Match 18, Aztec Warfare. The last Aztec Warfare didn't go well for Pentagon, so let's hope for better this time. The champion enters at number 7. He gets a huge ovation. He sling blades every man. Everybody's favourite, Joey Ryan, has handcuffed himself to the ropes, but then he frees himself and attacks Pentagon. Pentagon isn't worried about him and hits the driver straight away to eliminate Joey Ryan. Then Tommy Dreamer arrives. In the meantime, Pentagon eliminates Jesse Goddard with 1 super kick. Pentagon and Dreamer have a face-off. Pentagon has no fear despite getting hit with a kendo stick. Dreamer puts him in the Tree of Woe and drop kicks a trash can into him. Now Mariposa has the kendo stick. Pentagon's taking his lashes in this one. He tries to dive out the ring but catches another lash from Dreamer. Dreamer and Pentagon fight up into the bleachers. Pentagon spears him on the step, which for some reason is covered in thumbtacks. Pentagon brings him back into the ring and hits a double stomp, and that eliminates Tommy Dreamer. That was well booked, to be fair. That was the least offensive Tommy Dreamer match I've ever seen. A wrestler tries to give Pentagon a pizza slice. Pentagon doesn't eat pizza and he hits a driver into the pizza box to eliminate Vinny. Hernandez is here and he tells Pentagon, "Shut up or I'll slap you one." Pentagon retaliates with a kick and snaps his arm off, and surprisingly Hernandez is done. Pentagon is dominating this match. Son of Havoc charges at him and rolls him through to a double stomp, which is just a 2. He tries to follow it with a head bounce cutter, which Pentagon flawlessly turned into a backstabber, and Son of Havoc is done. He stands alone in this match for a moment. Next out is Johnny Mundo. He won't be so easy. Johnny misses a dive, but he's able to hit a standing Spanish fly for a 2. Mundo's twin enters next, so Pentagon is in a handicap situation. They nail a front slam suplex combo for a 2, but then the twin is distracted by a doll, which tells him he has to fight Johnny Mundo, so that ends the double teaming. We get a rare exchange now between Pentagon and Phoenix. He drop kicks Mundo and arm drags Penta at the same time. Phoenix also hits an insane dive out the ring onto Mundo and Pentagon. Mil Muertes looks like a real force when he enters, but he doesn't actually last long. Penta is gone for a while having a rest, and rightfully so. He returns against Sami Callihan and surprises him with a driver to eliminate him. Chavo Guerrero is in now and he eliminates Phoenix. Chavo dives onto Penta out the ring. King Cuerno also hits a dive on Pentagon. Gives him more chance to rest on the outside, I guess. As the Moth enters, there are no more people left to join the match, so Penta has definitely made it close to winning. The Moth eliminates Johnny Mundo. Cuerno eliminates Dragon Azteca, so now we have the final 4. Pentagon is awake now and starts kicking everybody. Unfortunately, he springboards into a knee in the face. Chavo eliminates Cuerno with the Gory Bomb. Despite that, he's randomly eliminated by a simple Pentagon kick. Your final 2 is the Moth and Pentagon Dark. Pentagon distracts him and chops him in the chest. Pentagon tries to rally some late energy, but instead he runs into a TKO for a 2 count. Marty stomps his head into the mat for another 2. Pentagon tells him he has no fear, which is a bad choice as Marty bites his hand. He hits a crazy double underhook DDT, and I'm not sure how that isn't the 3. Marty dumps in his nappy of anger. Penta catches him with a kick now and lands the Canadian Destroyer, followed by a package piledriver. That's over. Really impressive stuff, loads of eliminations, and he battled for half an hour. It's an A. Match 19, Lucha Underground title match, the champion Pentagon Jr. versus the monster Matanza Cueto. Good match to have, as Penta couldn't beat this guy last time they faced off. The match starts straight away on the outside. Penta keeps sending him around the outside, but it will take more than that to hurt the monster. Matanza slams him on the apron and hits a big punch to the head. In the ring for the first time, the monster carries Pentagon around and slams him. The overhead pump handle gets the monster a 2. Penta suddenly wakes up with sling blades. The champion can't hit a piledriver and the monster headbutts him. Pentagon dodges a move in the corner and hits a backstabber and a code breaker. He's shocked that it's just a 2, not sure why. Pentagon has no fear, but his springboard dive is caught and turned into a spinning back suplex. Pentagon wakes up from that and tries a Canadian Destroyer, but he can't hit it. Instead, he hits an Enziguri. Pentagon climbs the ropes and hits a dive into a Canadian Destroyer, quickly followed by another Destroyer. He grabs him again and hits the Fear Factor for the 3. It was alright, it gives Pentagon's title reign a bit of legitimacy, but nothing we haven't seen before. It's a C. Match 20, Lucha Underground title, Brian Cage the challenger versus Pentagon Dark. Cage hits Pentagon off the apron during his entrance. After lots of brawling on the outside, Cage slams him. Most of this match seems to be on the outside. Cage ties Pentagon's mask to a wall when he boots him in the head and smacks him 1-2. He tries a chair shot, but somehow Pentagon frees himself. He starts running around going nuts on the outside. In the ring for the first time, Pentagon hits a double stomp from the top. It's too early for the piledriver on Cage and he knees him in the jaw and hits a big gut-wrench facebuster. Brian Cage picks him straight back up and buckle bombs him. He also suplexes him from the middle rope, but all of that is just a 2. Cage motions that it's over, but it's not over as Pentagon hits the backstabber into the codebreaker. He wants to dive and can't manage it as Cage stops him and drops him on his face. Pentagon's not dead and he starts kicking Cage and suddenly hits 2 Canadian Destroyers. The Fear Factor ends it for him. Almost the same as the last match, except more boring. It's a D. Match 21, 2-on-1 handicap match, Brian Cage and King Cuerno versus Pentagon Dark. It's supposed to be a normal tag match, but nobody wants to tag up with Pentagon. He's just too dark and evil for anyone to be his friend. Pentagon does well despite being against the odds. Cage clotheslines his own partner by mistake and starts getting sling blades from Penta. A rare flip dive out the ring from Pentagon now. Pentagon starts running up the steps to celebrate, but he turns around and he's barged over onto the concrete. Cage suplexes Pentagon back into the ring. Cuerno hits a diving splash and Cage hits a diving elbow, but somehow that's just a 2. After a long and slow match, Pentagon hits Cage with the diving Canadian Destroyer. The heels start double teaming. Cuerno hits a sort of tombstone, but nobody is in a rush to win this one. He walks off holding a deer's head. Cage hits Penta with the press power slam and that's the 3. Guess he should have been nicer to people so he could have had a tag partner. It's an S, almost nothing to say. I just filled my nappy with spray. Match 22, Lucha Underground title. Last man or machine standing. The Machine Brian Cage versus the Man Pentagon Dark. They're not hanging around here. Cage hits an early slam on the outside. He half pulls off Pentagon's mask. That annoys Pentagon, who smashes a bottle over his head. Cage and the commentary team completely no-sell this. Cage grabs another bottle and smashes it so he can carve Pentagon open. Cage introduces a table. He tries to powerbomb Pentagon into the corner table. Pentagon fights out of it and nails a Death Valley driver through the table. Pentagon mashes Cage in the head of a chair and hits a diving stomp on the chair. The match continues, being insane as Cage suplexes Pentagon out of the ring through a table. Pentagon manages to make it up at 9. He fights back with a chair on the apron. Another insane spot now as Pentagon lands a Death Valley driver through the table. Again, we get a 9 count before Cage is up. Somehow this fires Cage up, who lands a huge discus clothesline and the drill claw. The next big move is Pentagon hitting a Canadian Destroyer through a table, but yet again Cage pulls himself up. He knees Pentagon in the head and tries to powerbomb Pentagon through chairs. He can't manage that as Pentagon drop toe holds him into the chairs. Our hero hits the package piledriver through the chairs as the whole ring shakes. He realises that Cage will probably get up again, so he isn't done and he Pillmanises Cage's arm and also snaps it back. He still isn't done and he snaps Cage's other arm complete with comedic snapping sound effects.
To be snapped!
Cage is still stirring from that, so Pentagon stomps his head into some bricks. The brick to the brain gets the job done and Pentagon wins. Great match, and any match where a brick is the finish is an automatic A from the Hawk. Match 23, Lucha Underground title match, the champion Pentagon Dark versus Supermex Hernandez. There's actually a really funny promo exchange between the two. Pentagon speaking English is rare. It somehow makes his threats funnier. Pentagon quickly hits a head scissors on the outside of the ring. He throws Hernandez into a chair pile. He does miss his double stomp back into the ring, gets hit with an Air Mexico from Hernandez. Hernandez hits a dive out the ring. When this guy was in the mood, he was great fun. Pentagon tries to get going but runs into the tree and the tree wins. Hernandez hits a shoulder breaker whilst flipping him off. Penta then manages a lucky kick and starts hitting sling blades. He tries to slam Hernandez from the top but gets his ears boxed and Supermex hits a splash for a 2. Hernandez tries to dive into the ring now but he gets a big kick to his meathead. Suddenly Pentagon hits an almost botched Pentagon driver and it's over. I enjoyed this one for sure, but I think it was due to Hernandez, whatever, it's a C. Match 24, Lucha Underground title match, triple threat. The challengers are King Cuerno and Mil Muertes. Pentagon and Cuerno try to work together, but Muertes is too powerful. He starts clubbing Penta in the corner. Cuerno tries to stop him, so comically, Mil Muertes makes him join Pentagon in the corner and clubs them both together. The other two eventually wake up and double super kick him and drop kick him out of the ring. Penta flip dives into Mil Muertes. Cuerno hits a tope onto Pentagon. Muertes then starts dominating again on the outside. He tries to remove Pentagon's mask, but instead it's sort of torn in half. Mil throws him over a fence into the crowd. He returns just in time to break up a pin. He looks so funny and crazy at the same time. Penta hits a double stomp on Muertes for a 2. Cuerno returns and knees Pentagon in the head. The slam connects, but Mil Muertes breaks up the pin. Pentagon now hits a botched backstabber on Mil. He's embarrassed, so he does it again. The fear factor to King Cuerno ends the match. It's a C, but just like the way Pentagon won the title, someone else is here to cash in their Gift of the Gods title straight after this match. Match 25, Lucha Underground title match. The challenger is Marty the Moth Martinez. He decks Pentagon with a belt and hits, I guess, a double arm DDT. The Moth ties Pentagon's mask to the ropes. I've never seen Pentagon look so rough. He looks like a piece of trash. The Moth rains down on him with punches, but he still can't get a 3 count. Pentagon is able to hit the Canadian Destroyer, but unfortunately the Moth flutters out the ring. Randomly, Gothic Chelsea Green enters the ring and she kicks Pentagon in the nutsack and hits a piledriver. The Moth flaps back into the ring and does Pentagon's package piledriver, and that's the 3. Wow, that sure seemed like a strange choice to beat Pentagon. Not much to say, it's a D. Match 26, 4-way number 1 contenders match. King Cuerno versus Mil Muertes versus Dragon Azteca Jr. versus Pentagon Dark. Mil clotheslines every man down straight away. He hits a DDT on Pentagon. This is a dominant start. Pentagon hides on the outside for a while, recovering and waiting for his moment. His moment seems to be kicking Cuerno in the head. He can't follow it up as Dragon Azteca hits him with a crazy DDT. Dragon Azteca gets distracted by Phoenix and leaves. We haven't seen much of him in this run. I thought he'd be on Pentagon's ass this whole episode. King Cuerno topes out onto the remaining 2 guys. Mil Muertes stops Pentagon getting back into the ring, but he's jumped by the mag. Penta takes advantage of the distraction, hits a Canadian Destroyer on Mil Muertes, and just like that, it's the 3. It's also an S, a short, forgettable match. Match 27, singles match, Chelsea Green, who is going as Reclusa versus Pentagon Dark. I guess Pentagon is a big fan of intergender wrestling. Reclusa watches his entrance and dives on him from the middle rope. He cowers in fear as they arrive in the ring. She looks taller than him too. On the outside, Pentagon is slid into chairs and Reclusa cannonballs into it, but Penta catches that and picks her up and powerbombs her into the apron. Soon she's sent flying over more chairs. Pentagon hits a big kick in front of the Believers. They love this man. In the ring, Pentagon tries a powerbomb which is switched into a head scissors. She drop kicks him away from the ring and dives down on him with a hurricanrana. She isn't done though and flies out the ring again with a tope into a DDT. That's only getting her a 2 count. She manages another 2 off a DDT. I didn't expect this match to be so closely fought. Then Pentagon randomly hits the driver which Reclusa kicks out of. She escapes the package pile driver and hits a pump kick. Her attempted dive is stopped and Pentagon hits the pile driver on the ring apron. What? How is that only a 2 count? Reclusa slowly gets up and boots Dark in his pentagons. The flip pile driver only gets her a 2. She spends too long screaming to herself and she's hit with a Pentagon backstabber and the package pile driver for the 3. Wow, he really struggled here and got completely overshadowed. He got Sonny Siaki's ass handed to him. He did make Chelsea Green's offense look strong, so I don't know, it's a D. Match 28. Well, the landscape of Lucha Underground is sure changing. Sierra Mado match for the Lucha Underground title. The challenger is Pentagon Dark versus the champion Marty the Moth Martinez. It's basically a no rules match. Martinez is busted open very early on. He hip tosses Pentagon through a table. He now uses a kendo stick. He also has a lunchbox and inside the lunchbox is beef jerky. He spits the beef jerky out of happiness when he sees a fork. Wow, I didn't expect such a hardcore match here. Most of this one will need to be blue. Marty tries to make Penta double D double die with a jump off the apron. Penta is covered with trash and Marty hits a chair on the pile over and over again. Penta rises up from the pile and gets on a desk and throws a chair into the Moth's face. Then he dives with a Canadian Destroyer on the outside. Marty recovers and puts Pentagon in a Tree of Woe trash can. He smacks the can with a barbed wire baseball bat. The audience smile with happiness. Marty is also smiling as he covers Pentagon in petrol. He takes too long smiling at the lighter as Pentagon kicks it away. Marty does still have his bat, but he's a dumbass and swings it into the ropes and it bounces and hits himself in the face. That old chestnut. Pentagon throws him for a table on the outside. How are these men still standing? For some reason, a glass window is randomly waiting on the outside. The Moth flies through the glass like there's a light bulb on the other side. In the ring now, Pentagon has chairs and he sets up a chair bridge. The fear factor through the chairs ends the match. Pentagon is once again the Lucha Underground champion. Don't get too excited though. Best match so far. It was great to see something different finally. It's an A from the Hawk. Vampiro hands his student the belt. Then he promptly boots him in the nutsack. For fuck's sake, can these two either fuck or fight? A mystery man rushes the ring and hits Penta with a chair. He hits a crazy dive as Vampiro reveals that he's his new master. Then Jack Swagger, the Gift of the Gods champion, appears. Oh no. Match 29, final match, Lucha Underground title match. Swagger has cashed in his title. For some reason they've added a voice synthesizer to the mic when Swagger talks, presumably to try and make his lisp sound scary. Straight away he puts on the ankle lock and Pentagon passes out. What a title reign that was. It's an S. Game over. What a way for it to come to an end. It's clear from this video that the fans enjoy chanting for Penta with the Sierra Mado and his antics. His personality overshadows his in-ring work. Half of the roster could probably put on a crazier match. He doesn't do the crazy dives or the fast-paced lucha libre. That's not really what he's about. It felt like this run improved in the second half when there was more variety of his matches and his opponents. He definitely does better against larger men who he can do more unique work with. He was booked strongly and was a champion, and at times he was the face of the promotion. I just feel like too many of his matches were the same, and considering the exciting environment that he was in, he didn't really excite me too often. The fans were obsessed with him though, so he deserved his place on the roster. I was torn on where he finishes for Ring of the Hawk Season 5. Should it be a B, or should it be an A? Let me know down in the comments. You decide for the Hawk. I'll let you know how you voted on the next episode of Ring of the Hawk, and if you don't leave a comment, your girl will conceive a baby and it won't be from a stalk. Man, doesn't that video make you wish Lucha Underground was still a thing? All these crazy characters, excellent wrestling, and names which were fairly unknown at the time, and then bam, Pentagon Dark was at the centre of it all. Eddie Guerrero in ECW. Everybody loves Eddie, so I thought it was a good idea to go back a bit further in his history, before the WWE and before WCW. This was his run in ECW which got him signed and started his path to superstardom. It's Eddie Guerrero in ECW, Ray's Coming to Trouble You. This run takes place over the course of 4 months in 1995. Eddie had started building a name for himself in Japan and Mexico, but he'd also suffered heartbreak as his friend, trainer and tag team partner Art Barr had passed away half a year earlier. Match 1, ECW 3-Way Dance Super Show, television title match. The champion is Too Cold Scorpio versus Eddie Guerrero. The crowd are chanting for Eddie before he's even done a thing in ECW. These are some hardcore fans right here. Eddie seems to have the advantage and they're even when they smash into each other. Guerrero takes him down and puts him in a head scissors. Scorpio rolls it over and tries to put on an STF. Guerrero slips out of it quickly. Someone in the crowd is loudly chanting boring. They make it back to their feet so Guerrero can land a back suplex. Guerrero wants to shake Scorpio's hand after that. He shoves him down. Guerrero kips right back up. They start tripping each other up. Now Scorpio wants to shake hands, but Guerrero clotheslines him instead. Eddie slams him down and then sentons back into the ring. That's a move you'll all be familiar with for Eddie. Guerrero throws a nice dropkick and an even nicer brainbuster. Now Eddie climbs to the top and there's the frog splash. Scorpio kicks out at 2. So I guess the frog splash wasn't his finisher at this point. The match continues with Eddie poking Scorpio in his eyelid. There's the cheating aspect to the character right there. This fires Scorpio up, who hits a Japanese arm drag and a super kick. The match heads out the ring with Guerrero smashing into the fences twice. Scorpio brings him back with a suplex. Big double arm suplex for Scorpio gets him a 2. Eddie slows him down with a kick to the nutsack and a clothesline. Scorpio falls out the ring so Eddie climbs to the top and hits an insane looking splash to the outside. Lots of hang time on that one. We're back in the ring once again with Eddie getting another 2 off a cradle suplex. Eddie takes him to the corner and hits a DDT out of the corner. The cover is made and I thought it was over but it's not. Eddie moves on to miss an elbow in the corner and Scorpio shuts him down with an elbow of his own. Too Cold looks for a dive but instead he falls in his nutsack. Eddie Guerrero connects with the Frankensteiner for yet another 2. Eddie stacks him up in the corner and he backflips away only for Scorpio to immediately crash into him for a 2 count. And there's another 2 for a simple smack. Too Cold Scorpio's moonsault is a thing of beauty but somehow it's just another 2. How was that not a 3? Big powerbomb with authority now. Scorpio seems hesitant or confused and does a senton leg drop. He eventually motions that he's going to the top again and he lands the tumbleweed. What a match. Wait, no, it's still not over. And a TV title win. You can't get much better debut than that on Ring of the Hawk. It's an A all night, all day. Match 2, Hostile City Showdown 1995, TV title. The challenger Dean Malenko versus Eddie Guerrero. The story here is that Dean thinks he's the rightful champion, but people keep interfering and ruining his matches. Good to see the thumb to the eye and the spinning boot wash from Eddie. Amazing how much of this offense was here still back in 1995. We get a really nice acrobatic trade-off between the two now. They seem to be even until Dean clotheslines him down. They start exchanging flying head scissors for another standoff. The crowd are going nuts. Joey Styles tells us that you cannot find 2 athletes of this caliber anywhere else on telly. The crowd start getting distracted by something as the 2 exchange submissions. There's a test of strength now. Man, this crowd are so distracting. Eddie hits a nice twisting Uranagi to partially get the crowd back in the game. Eddie gets a 2 count off the back senton into the ring, but then the match turns and it's Dean's for a while. He hits a nice double underhook suplex and a drop kick to the kneecap. And check out this unique submission from Dean working on Eddie's knee. This goes on for a while now, with Dean frantically working on Eddie's leg. It's pretty much a masterclass on working on an opponent's body part. If you like submission wrestling, this is the match for you. Guerrero gets a hope spot of a roll-up and a suplex, but his leg is done for. Eddie just about manages to powerbomb Dean for a 2 count. And the middle rope DDT for another 2 count. And there's the Frankensteiner for yet another 2. Guerrero locks in an STF whilst it looks like he's falling asleep on top of Dean. It doesn't work, I'm not surprised. We move on to both guys taking a tumble out the ring, and this leads to Malenko suplexing Eddie to the floor. Dean misses his follow-up tope so Eddie can dive off the top and just about connect with Dean. Back at the ring it's Malenko with a brainbuster. Eddie responds with a brainbuster of his own. Eddie connects with the frog splash, it's still not over. Dean Malenko throws Eddie with the Northern Light suplex for a 2 count. Malenko ain't a quitter, he's a winner and he hits the Tiger Bomb, but the pin is reversed into Eddie's pin for a 2 count. Eddie decides to grab his arm and he goes running and just about makes it onto the ropes into a head scissors for a 2 count. That one woke the crowd up. Now a move you wouldn't normally associate with Eddie, it's a pump handle into a backbreaker. Eddie and Dean keep reversing pin attempts now and the crowd come to their feet with happiness. Dean has Eddie on his shoulders in the corner, which is smartly turned into a sunset flip powerbomb from Eddie. I thought it was over, but no. Then the bell just randomly rings. The time limit has expired and it's a draw. The crowd chant 5 more minutes, but they won't get 5 minutes. It's another A, so much variety in this run so far. Match 3, enter the Sandman Super Show TV title match, the champion Eddie Guerrero versus Dean Malenko. Very early in this match, Eddie dives off the ropes over Dean into reverse Rana. Very nearly over so early into the match. Dean responds with a Tiger Bomb for a 2 count. Randomly, Dean also hits a Tombstone Piledriver. The dead man dumps in his coffin because it's just a 2 count. Eddie just can't get going in this. His DDT attempt is thrown away and Dean powerbombs him. Both guys suddenly find some energy, but they double clothesline each other and throw the double down. When they get up, the fight heads out the ring, so Eddie can dive from the top with a crossbody. He brings Dean back into the ring for Brainbuster. Eddie finally has a foothold in this match. Only for a moment though, because Dean gets his knees up on the frog splash. Eventually, Eddie hits the very first superplex of the video. I'm surprised it took 4 matches. They make it up with Eddie grabbing his arm, poking his eye and running off the ropes into a head scissors. Much nicer than the last time he did it. I like the added touch of the poke to the eyelid. It's all Latino heat now. He connects with the Frankensteiner and a set-out powerbomb. Dean no-sells that and he's up to his feet first. Nice bridging pin from Dean for a 2. Eddie also gets his own 2 count. Dean puts on a figure 4, only for once again, the time limit to expire. Someone's gonna have to win this feud cleanly for it to end. A fun half-hour crazy stamina fest from these guys. Even crazier thing is Eddie also had a match with Marty Jannetty later on this show. It didn't make the final cut of the Super Show for some reason. And from the looks of it, Eddie did beat Marty Jannetty cleanly. It's another A from the Hawk. Really fun stuff here. Match 4, ECW Heatwave 1995 tag match. Taz and Eddie Guerrero versus Too Cold Scorpio and Dean Malenko. Our guy doesn't start this match, but when he does, as usual, Eddie and Dean square off. At this point, I'm pretty sure they aren't actually allowed to fight anybody else. Eddie hits the Uranagi and slingshots himself back into the ring before tags are made. Taz gets isolated, which surprised me, but I think this was just before he was a major player in ECW. Eventually, he tags out, and guess who Eddie faces? Of course, it's Dean Malenko. Eddie throws him with a hip toss and a total wheel slam for a 2. Scorpio jumps Eddie from behind to slow him down. It doesn't work and Eddie suplexes Dean to the mat. Eddie connects with the frog splash for just a 2 count. Scorpio's in now. He slips out of a powerbomb attempt, gives him one of his own. Eddie with a nice hurricane out of the powerbomb and Taz is tagged in. Taz picks Scorpio up in an electric chair drop and Eddie flies in with a dropkick. That move doesn't end the match. Moments later, Dean holds Eddie up for a suplex as Scorpio flies at him with a crossbody. Once again, it ain't over. Guerrero almost rolls up Malenko with Scorpio making the save. The match breaks down as Dean botches a dive out the ring. Eddie climbs to the top, but strangely he doesn't dive anywhere near his opponents. I think he slipped or something, it looked really weird. In the ring, some music starts playing for a distraction and Taz wins with the Tazplex. Wait, no, Bill Alfonso comes out and says the match will continue due to the distraction. Everything's turned into a mess. Both Eddie and Taz are pinned at the same time with a super kick and a Tiger Bomb. Yeah, this one got a bit silly at the end. Giving it a B due to that slip from Eddie at the end, but I have to appraise the amount of move variety you can find in these Guerrero matches. Match 5, ECW Hardcore Telly tag match. Taz and Eddie Guerrero with Paul Heyman versus Too Cold Scorpio and who else but your friend of mine, Dean Malenko. Once again, Eddie doesn't start this one. Dean and Eddie do end up fighting though. Would you expect anything less? Eddie does that nice dive into the reverse Hurricanrana again. Dean tries to mount a comeback for flapjack, but he's drop kicked away. Eddie wants to do a test of strength now, but cheekily he does a thumb to the eyelash instead. He wipes Dean out with the senton splash into the ring. Then Eddie almost has it won with a brainbuster, but tags are made. Eddie eventually fights Scorpio. Yay, something different. He stretches out Scorpio across his back. Dean has to break the submission up. That allows Scorpio to crush Eddie with a powerbomb. Scorpio connects with the senton leg drop, but he's too cocky and doesn't want to make the pin. That allows Eddie to make a comeback by grabbing his arm and throwing rapid fire kicks and hits the powerbomb. Eddie face washes him and nails the middle rope DDT for just a 2 count. Scorpio and Eddie are a lot of fun to watch together. They don't get enough credit. It's not just Eddie and Dean who had good chemistry. Anyway, Eddie drop kicks him out the ring and hits a tope before bringing Taz back in. It really doesn't go well for Taz and he gets a spike pile driver to wipe him out. Taz is pretty much done at this point in the match and Eddie will fight the rest of it on his own. Dean takes Eddie out of a big time gutbuster and Scorpio hits Eddie with a power slam. Scorpio also connects with the moonsault, which should be the 3 but it isn't. Eddie's comeback is on with a Frankensteiner and Scorpio desperately tags Dean. Both guys do the tombstone reversal spot for a bit, ending with Eddie Guerrero hitting a tombstone pile driver. That just sounds really weird to say. The frog splash also connects, but as you might expect at this point, it doesn't end the match. So many kickouts here, you can really see the modern wrestling style. Dean hits a superplex for a double down. Back up, Dean charges and rolls Eddie into a pin for just a 2. Eddie also comes close with his own pin. It's just getting silly now. Dean does a tiger bomb for a 1 count. He tries another one with Guerrero arm dragging him away. He also grabs Dean's arm and runs up the ropes to wipe out Dean with the arm drag and Scorpio with the head scissors at the same time. Guerrero goes running again into another pin, and this time that does end the match. Wow, Eddie had to fight that match mostly on his own, a real star-making performance from him. It's an A from the Hawk. Match 6, ECW Hardcore TV title match. Dean Malenko once again challenges for Eddie's belt. Weird start to this one, with Eddie continues to shoot the half Nelson whilst the crowd chant boring. Dean escapes and the pace quickens as the chain wrestling begins. It looks so good. Now there's a test of strength for a while. It ends with Dean monkey flipping him away, but Guerrero lands on his feet. Dean puts on a headlock for a bit now to more chants of boring. Eddie almost rolls that into a pin and we're at a standoff. Finally, Eddie floors him with the dropkick and the slingshot somersault splash for a 2. We get lots of standing switches now, ending with Guerrero climbing to the top and hitting the reverse head scissors. Malenko responds with a head scissors of his own. Both guys are just running all over the place as like they did a line of cocaine. Shades of Billy Corgan. Eddie connects with a dropkick for yet another standoff. Dean Malenko controls the next part of the match with a kitchen sink, and if his gut wasn't hurt before, it certainly is after the gut buster. Just a 2 though. He tries another knee to the gut, which Eddie smartly rolls into a pinning attempt. Eddie's alive again now and he hits a pump handle backbreaker. Eddie tries a gory special, which is almost turned into a 3 for Malenko. Eddie quickly shuts him up with a power slam and a 4-star frog splash for a 2. Eddie misses his attack in the corner, which allows Dean to fly from the top with a crossbody for a 2. His suplex is blocked though and turned into a brainbuster. The shooter tries to stop his next dive but just gets a sunset flip powerbomb for his efforts. No man can keep the other down. The brainbuster doesn't get the job done for Dean either. Eddie connects with a Frankensteiner pin for a 2 for him now. Eddie and Dean decide to take a tumble out of the ring. Fans desperately try to hand them weapons to use, but no. Eddie climbs to the top and dropkicks Dean in the back of the head straight into a bridging German suplex for yet another 2. He quickly follows it with a fisherman suplex for yet another 2. Malenko isn't hurt by that apparently, and he tiger bombs Eddie for a 2. There's a couple of pin and reversals now, and out of nowhere Dean just pins Eddie. Dean has captured the ECW TV title. Finally a clean ending to this feud. Eddie shakes his hand and hands Dean the belt. They drop it. Then they do another handshake and Eddie drops Dean. So I guess this isn't really over. Really nice match again, but it's getting a bit tiring seeing these two together. Eddie didn't seem to have any sort of character in this match unlike his other matches. I know I'm nitpicking, but that's my damn job. It's a B. Match 7. Oh, of course, it's an ECW TV title match. The champion, the shooter Dean Malenko versus the champion Eddie Guerrero. Despite Eddie's actions at the end of the last match, he seems like exactly the same guy, which is marks down in this Hawk's opinion. And for what it's worth, that isn't much. I wish Chris Jericho would sit his ass down in the front row. They repeat that nice monkey flip spot from earlier in this video. Eddie has a new head scissors variety too. It's always nice to see some new moves on Ring of the Hawk. Eddie quickly hits a Frankensteiner for a 2. They suddenly both go nuts and keep flying at each other like the Hawk. Chris Jericho has an identical twin for a girlfriend. Dean finally lands a move with the belly to back suplex. He also hits the brainbuster for a 2. Gotta love the gutbuster, a thing of beauty. Chris Jericho is more entertaining than this match at times. What drugs was this guy on? Dean reverses the middle rope DDT and throws Eddie through the air like a soaring hawk. The Tiger Bomb gets Dean a 2. He follows that by throwing Eddie into the air and letting him crash to the mat. Eddie reverses a hip toss attempt into a pinning attempt, which almost left Chris Jericho dumping in his nappy. We get a nice Uranagi from Guerrero now, and he hits the 2-star frog splash. His gut is hurting too badly to make the cover. Dean tries to make Eddie tap out of more gut work. Guerrero makes the ropes. Malenko sends the overacting of the moron in the front row didn't help at all. This one's still a B, but it's a weak B. I just didn't feel comfortable giving this match a C, but I will if this lack of variety continues. At least Eddie is the champion again. Any title win is a thumbs up in my eyes. Pointless reign for Dean Malenko right there though. We get a rare Eddie Guerrero ECW promo now, and he shows he still has a bit of a way to go in this department. He sounds confused and not sure of what he's even saying.
Extreme Championship Wrestling, because we are taking it to the extreme wrestling-wise, Dean. You know it, and I know it. See, I think I am the better man, but do I know it? I think I am. I'm not sure I am, but I still think I am. I think I am. I think I am.
Match 8, WrestlePalooza 95, 6-man tag, Dean Malenko, Too Cold Scorpio and Cactus Jack. and they take on, wow, Eddie Guerrero and the Steiner brothers. Never have I ever been so happy to see Scott Steiner. This was supposed to be the Steiners and Taz taking on Dean, Scorpio and Benoit, but injuries stopped that from happening, and instead we got this, and I'm not complaining. It's interesting to watch Dean being much closer to Scott's size. It's all Scott and Dean for ages. It's also interesting to watch Scotty actually selling for Dean's offense. Eddie and Scorpio eventually gets the tag. Guerrero's all over Scorpio like a bad shirt. He just can't go wrong here. Eddie brainbusters the Scorpio and tags Rick Steiner. Scorpio struggles and tags Cactus Jack. It all goes a bit insane here between these two. Rick finds it too easy fighting Cactus Jack and tags Eddie in, and now he'll brawl with Cactus Jack. He gets Cactus in the corner and climbs onto his shoulders, but he can't manage the victory roll attempt and he's smashed with an electric chair drop. Oh no, Cactus tags in Dean Malenko. As if we haven't seen that enough in this video. Eddie misses the 1-star frog splash on Dean. The Tiger Bomb gets Dean a 1 count. Now Eddie does manage the victory roll for a 2. Dean desperately fights to stop the tag to the Steiner brothers. Cactus gets the tag and hits a double elbow of Dean and hits a leg drop of his own. Now it's a back body drop. He tries another but is kicked in the face for his efforts. Guerrero just can't tag out. The Steiners flip their lids and take Cactus out for a moment before normality is restored. Too Cold slams Guerrero on the floor and Cactus flies off the apron with an elbow drop. We then come back from an advert break to see Scorpio hitting a moonsault leg drop insane. He doesn't make the pin though. Instead he does a big powerbomb. Now he makes the cover which the Steiners break up and Scotty flips him off. Scorpio flies yet again but this time dives into Guerrero's knees. Eddie still can't get the tag as he's roughly smacked down. He's sent running again and this time he nails the Hurricanrana and finally does tag in Scotty Steiner. A few minutes later, the Steiners lift Scorpio onto their shoulders and tag Eddie, who flies at them with a Doomsday. They also do the same with Foley. This time Eddie hits a dropkick. And finally Dean Malenko. This time Eddie does a diving head scissors. It doesn't look great, but I do appreciate the effort and thought in here. That should be over, but the pin is broken up. Eddie and Dean will fight again. Seconds later, Dean rolls up Eddie for the 3. I wasn't expecting the team with the Steiner brothers to lose. Yeah, this was an awful lot of fun. Lots of nice move variety and crazy to see the Steiners and Foley in a match with Eddie in 1995. It's an A from the Hawk. Things don't always go the way you want them to go though, and Too Cold Scorpio beat Eddie Guerrero for the TV title on a house show. Styles goes on to announce on TV that due to the relationship between Ted Turner's wrestling company and New Japan Wrestling, because Malenko and Guerrero both have contracts in New Japan, they're going to both be going to WCW soon. This gets a huge Bischoff sucks dick chant from the crowd, which leads us on to Match 9, final match. 2 out of 3 falls match, Dean Malenko versus Eddie Guerrero. The crowd are pretty nice to both guys and they chant at them please don't go. Eddie and Dean shake hands. Malenko starts out with a really nice leg sweep. There's a pretty long feeling out process, but this is also a pretty long match as you would expect. The pace does eventually quicken with both guys doing hip tosses, monkey flips and head scissors. Eddie swats away a dropkick and hits a botchy looking springboard bulldog. He follows up with a lucha arm drag from the ropes. Malenko has to bail for the ring because he's losing. Dean dumps his nappy of fear. He does come back to the ring, but he shouldn't have bothered as he's thrown with a belly to belly. Eddie also hits an enziguri, which I'm pretty sure is the first one of this video. There's the superplex from Eddie, but it's just a 2. Another first for this video is the Turtle World Backbreaker, another move Eddie will become associated with. I just love Eddie's move range. Pins are exchanged, and one of them actually works for Eddie, and he has the first fall. This pin didn't really look legit. The second fall starts with a low dropkick dodge, and Eddie smashes Dean with a bridging German for a 2. Malenko slides on his belly like a seal and dropkicks Eddie in his knee. That one did work. Dean will now work on Eddie's leg. Eddie tries a comeback, but he's stopped and hit with an Alabama slam. Dean quickly puts Eddie in the Texas Cloverleaf, which surprisingly we haven't seen in this video. Eddie has to tap out for the second fall. For the third fall, the pace quickens and the big moves start coming out. Malenko gets a 2 off a Brainbuster and another 2 off a Tiger Bomb. Guerrero responds with a DDT out the corner. Eddie hits a Brainbuster of his own and the Frog Splash, which just never gets the job done in ECW. Both guys end up exhausted on the mat after a dodgy looking sunset flip powerbomb. They climb back to their feet with Malenko reversing another DDT attempt and he nails the Gutbuster. Now there's lots of pins exchanged and some of them got the job done for Eddie in previous matches, but they don't work here. Instead, Dean tries a bridging pin, but both guys' shoulders are down. The ref counts 3. Styles loses it on commentary and has no idea what's going on. The match is declared a draw, which is a fitting way for this run to end. I'd say overall Eddie just about shaved their feud, but barely won it. This match was a B, but maybe I'm just burnt out from seeing these two together. It won't matter anyway, you're going to see why in a minute. Eddie cuts another promo and says the crowd paid to come to the show and he respects them. He thanks them all for making ECW exist. Dean Malenko also talks, which is a shock as he hasn't talked for his entire ECW run. He can barely be heard over the crowd. Wow, look at crisp Jericho's eyes. Malenko says he respects the crowd too. It ends with both guys shaking hands and the ECW locker room spill out and carry their heroes around the ring. Eddie says, "I hope I made Art Barr proud," and he leaves. You sure did, Eddie. That very same month, August 1995, Eddie and Dean would show up on WCW telly. Of course, they had a match against each other. Dean Malenko would win a tame exchange in their feud. Alright, I'll be quick before you hit me with a brick. We've got to shove Eddie Guerrero final grade for Ring of the Hawk Season 4. This was actually better than I expected. I knew the moves were going to be good, but Eddie showed more character and connection with the fans than I was expecting as he was a youngster. And wow, he just meant so much to that crowd. He was universally loved. And considering I'm not a fan of Dean Malenko, I thought this run would be a chore to get through, but they actually managed enough move variety to keep my attention. 2 title reigns, and this run got him signed to a major wrestling company, so it really is a perfect run. My only small gripe would be a lack of opponents, but that isn't Eddie's fault. So guess what, my little friends, we got a new champion on Ring of the Hawk Season 4, because Eddie finishes this run with an A, and he also takes the title away from our friend Rey Mysterio. It's always a happy day when we've got a new champion on the Shove It show. Let the master of the gut punch know who you want to see next time on Ring of the Hawk, and if you don't, you're a dork. Watching that back, it was just a lot of fun. I never expected Eddie to be able to form such a deep connection with that Philadelphia-based audience. But his character was actually pretty good, and it was hard not to love him. The only knock was that most of the matches were against the same guy, which is why I can't call this the best short run in wrestling. But it was a very good one. This run will fill your nappies with happiness. Edge in the WWE. The second coming of Edge was an interesting one, because he was coming back from a terrible injury and he'd been away for so long. I had my concerns coming into this one, and I want you all to bear this in mind. It might sound like I'm not enjoying this one as we go along, and I think that's more down to how long the matches were, and not a knock on Edge himself. Alright, it's Edge. Does he look like he was dragged through a hedge? Edge had what everybody thought was his final match against Alberto Del Rio in February 2012. His neck was so badly screwed up that doctors told him he would never wrestle again. So that's why when the following happened, it's considered an extremely special moment to wrestling fans. Match 1, Royal Rumble 2020. The crowd erupts as Edge randomly enters the Royal Rumble. He looks very old and sunken now. He quickly spears every man in the ring. Styles and Edge face off. AJ hits the Pele kick, but it has no effect and he's speared too. King Corbin enters to zero reaction. He looks like an overgrown adult baby. Edge eliminates AJ Styles in simple fashion. Riddle enters and he knees Edge in the head. The Good Brothers hit Edge with the Magic Killer. Edge's former partner Randy Orton is in now. The two have a stare down and together they clear the Good Brothers from the ring. That's 2 eliminations for Edge so far. Some guy called Roman Reigns seems to be stealing Edge's finisher. Edge isn't really doing anything now, he's mostly just lying around. Rollins and his little crew of people pretty much ruin the match as people are eliminated. It comes down to a final 5 of Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, Orton, McDonald and Edge. McDonald eliminates Rollins. Rated RKO seem to be working together. Edge hits McIntyre with a spear. Edge and Orton then hit a double RKO on him too. Orton shows Edge can't trust him, but Edge isn't stupid. It gets a loud laugh from the crowd. Then Edge just chucks Orton out. Roman Reigns drills him with a Superman punch, but he can't hit the spear, and Edge spears Roman instead. He tries another to knock Roman out of the ring, but fails. They fight on the ring apron until Roman uppercuts him, and Edge is done. The match is won by Drew McDonald. This was a cool return for Edge, and he did get a few eliminations. He spent most of the match spamming spears and lying on the floor though. As far as returns go, it's a B. So not too much of a difficult start for me. That's the first match down, and no need to frown. But then I see that the next match is 36 minutes. And this is only the second match. I don't feel like I'm making much progress here. Match 2, WrestleMania 36, last man standing match, Edge vs Randy Orton, who jumps Edge from behind with an RKO. The ref isn't a dick, and he waits for Edge to get back to his feet before ringing the bell. Straight away, Orton hits another RKO. In the Hawks' opinion, trying to have a match like this in an empty arena is idiotic, and it made getting through this long match even more of a chore. Edge makes it back to his feet at 9. The Viper introduces a camera to his cranium. This referee sounds like he's been hitting the needle driver with Jordan Grace. In a gym, Orton ties up Edge in a love swing and he tells him that he loves him. Edge kicks a weight plate into his face. Someone please tell me, why would there be a table set up in front of a squat rack in a gym? It doesn't make any sense. Only 10 minutes in and I'm really struggling. The only energy here is the coked up ref. They don't end up using that table either, so it begs the question, why was it there? I feel like I'm drifting off here. They basically fight all over the performance centre. None of it is particularly impressive. We're only 2 matches in and I've completely lost my mojo. Eventually Edge does an elbow drop on Randy through the table. Please let it be over. It's not over. Orton hits the draping DDT on a truck. Let it be over. It's not over. They fight on top of the truck. Orton wants to hit an RKO which Edge reverses into a spear. Please end it. No. RKO on top of the truck. Is it over? Edge contemplates hitting a concerto on the truck. He starts crying. Oh, get on with it, you wuss. Finally, he does it. Please let it be over. It's over. One of the most horrible matches I've ever had to sit through. No crowd, no believable violence, no energy, not a single wrestling move, and an unnecessary 36 minutes. It's a D. Well, at least that's out the way. Things should be looking up now, because... Wait, what do you mean they'll fight again, but this time the match will be bigger and badder? Well, which one is it? Badder is probably right. So this next match is 44 minutes. It's time to get a coffee. The sun's starting to rise, but it looks like a grey day. Pretty much sums things up. At this point, I decided my head wasn't in the game and I went to the gym. Because I'm not a quitter, I'm a winner. I returned for match 3 at Backlash 2020. Randy Orton versus Edge. This one is billed as the greatest wrestling match ever. Orton is out wrestling him in the early game, which makes Edge dump in his nappy of anger. It goes on like this for a while until Edge hits a sneaky boot around the ring pole. I have no idea what's going on. When I saw that it was 44 minutes, I automatically zoned out. Orton hits his cross back breaker and Edge does a nice sell job for him. Probably the most impressive thing I've seen so far. Orton keeps sending him into the steps to punish him. It's not a no DQ match, but it sure feels like one. Orton looks up to the heavens and nails the Three Amigos, but Edge does it back to him. This wakes up the basically non-existent crowd. They have a tug-of-war across the ring pole, which Orton wins and crushes Edge's throat. His eyes bulge out of the sockets like a corpse on acid. Orton brings Edge back to the ring with a superplex, just a 2. Edge is then almost hit with the draping DDT. He does manage to fight this off and hits the execution, but it's not over. Edge starts throwing knees to the noggin and a running elbow for another 2. Edge keeps going with a diving crossbody, shades of Wes Briscoe, but that's just another 2. Edge misses his shoulder in the corner and almost gets punished with a roll-up. Edge transitions that into a choke. Again, Orton almost rolls him up. This one's getting good. Randy connects with an angle slam for a 2, but Orton can't hit his next move as Edge catches him and hits a powerbomb. The whole 6 people in attendance spraying their nappies of happiness. Orton slows Edge down, sending him out the ring. Randy brings him back with a draping DDT. Some nice camera work now on Edge's depressed face. Orton starts gritting his teeth and going nuts and looks for the RKO, which he can't hit. Edge almost hits an Umbrella, which he doesn't manage, but he does manage to hit the Edge-O-Matic. Edge starts popping his eyes out of his head. He's looking for the spear. Orton jumps in, but he can't avoid the Umbrella. Cool to see, but it's just a 2. The stun gun slows Edge down. Orton tries the pedigree now, and he succeeds. They can't believe it's not over. Edge hits a rock bottom. Who else's finisher are we going to see? Well, it seems to be the end of that phase, as instead Edge tries a lot of different pinning attempts until Orton RKOs him out of nowhere. A woman is loudly screaming in the crowd. Orton eventually decides that the punt kick is the only option. Edge isn't having it though, and he spears him out of his boots. No pin is made. Instead, Edge hits another spear, just a 2. Edge looks for a dive, but he's caught with an RKO. Edge does manage to kick out of that, so Orton's finisher is now dead. Edge looks to lock on a submission. Orton panics and he hits him in the nutsack. The punt kick connects, and Randy Orton is the winner. Look, despite my difficulty to concentrate, I ended up enjoying this one for the last 10 minutes. I wasn't struggling at all for that last 10. A pretty nice match with a variety of styles of character work. It's an A from the hook.
Kiss me,
Edge injured his arm in that match, and he'd be gone for 3 months. And after that match, I was starting to feel very positive. That was a tough start, but it should be out of the way now, and it should be plain sailing going forward. Blue skies all the way. But apparently not in Bridgewater Bay. Match 4, Royal Rumble 2021, the Royal Rumble match. Oh no, he's starting the match. It's 58 minutes. It's okay. That doesn't mean I'm going to have to watch 58 minutes. Someone could throw him out. Someone please throw him out quickly. Edge starts with Randy Orton, so I guess that feud's still going. It sure doesn't feel like any Royal Rumble match as they battle on the outside. Eventually, Sami Zayn breaks up the party. Everybody seems to be teaming up on Edge. Mustafa Ali doesn't like Edge because he doesn't like legends stealing his spot. Yet he's happy to work with Orton. That doesn't make any sense. Jeff Hardy stops the handicap situation. Orton gets distracted and starts being a dick to everyone, which gives Edge an opening to hit the spear. Once again, Orton and Edge fight on the outside. Edge has something nasty planned on the commentary desk. Eventually, he hits the execution. The table doesn't break, completely ruining the spot. That isn't Edge's fault though. Edge is annoyed about that, so starts smacking Orton with a chair. Dolphin Ziggler eliminates Jeff Hardy to leave him dumping in his nappy all the way back to North Carolina. Edge is now back in the ring, but Ziggler hits him with the zigzag. Orton is carted away by some dorks. He's too injured apparently. Edge is gone for a while now before Ricochet starts annoying him. Nothing happens. The big red machine enters with a choke slam on Edge. Christian joins the match for a cool moment and he hugs it out with Edge. Riddle also wants a hug. He doesn't get one. Instead he gets the shut up or I'll smack you one punch. Next thing of note is Edge spearing AJ Styles. Mysterio enters now, so lots of Edge's history in this match. As we go past 45 minutes, Sheamus is here and he refuses to give Edge a break. He crushes him with a diving clothesline. As we arrive at the final 5, Daniel Bryan hits Edge with a big knee and almost eliminates him, but Edge hangs on. The final 4 is Christian, Edge, Rollins and Strowman. Edge and Christian work on Strowman, but he's too powerful for them. Strowman tries to power Edge out the ring. Edge just won't let go of his meathead. Strowman does start overpowering him when Christian and Rollins get involved. Rollins and Christian roll out the ring. Straight away, Edge throws out Seth Rollins. It's not over though because Orton is back and hits an RKO. Within seconds, Edge just throws him out. Edge is going to WrestleMania. It's not like he wouldn't have been going anyway, let's be honest. Second Royal Rumble win for Edge. That was a real chore. Edge pretty much didn't do anything exist in this match. Only a few eliminations. I did enjoy the early Orton interactions though, and he went the distance, so it's a low A. Match 5. Jesus Christ, how are we only on match 5? Randy Orton versus Edge again. At this point, I'd already watched 2.5 hours, which is longer than lots of people's entire runs on Ring of the Hawk. I've got to do something about this. Edge is strongly booked in this one. Orton can't seem to land a move as Edge hits the execution. He can't hit the spear and he gets snap slammed. We have a bit of a botch in this one as Edge goes wild throwing fists. Later on we get a top rope clothesline from Edge for a 2. Straight after the Edge-o-matic gets him another 2. As usual they battle on the outside of Orton hitting a backdrop on the commentary desk. Don't you miss the days when these tables would actually crumple? Orton has him in the ring and he's looking for the RKO. Some strange music plays as Alexa Bliss appears in the ring. The lights come back on and Edge wins with the spear. Not the sort of match that you'd ever want to see again. It's a D. Match 6, SmackDown, Edge versus Jey Uso. Edge almost small packages Uso straight away. It's not going well for the Uso brother. Edge tries to put him in a submission, causing him to dump in his nappy of fear. Edge starts throwing running and jumping knees. Uso gets on top of the match by sending Edge into the steps and diving on him. Jey Uso works on Edge's guts for a while. For some reason, Edge is obsessed with throwing knees in this match. I've never seen Edge hit a diving knee from the top rope. Uso hits Edge with the Samoan drop, which I was completely okay with, but it's just a 2. Edge does a Frankensteiner in this match, which was pretty cool. He hits the execution, but the spear is countered with a super kick. Uso does a frog splash to the bad ribs of Edge, but it takes too long to make the cover and it's just a 2. Edge snaps his shoulder to calm him down, followed by the spear for the 3. Enjoyed that one, nice to see some new moves, and guess what? It was much shorter than most of the other matches on this run. More of this please, it's a B, nice match. Then Roman Reigns spears him, so this is our next feud. Match 7, WrestleMania 37 triple threat for the Universal title. The challengers are D. Bryan and Edge against the champions Roman Reigns. The Bloodline just end up turning it into a handicap match. Edge tries his hardest to sort this out by sending Usos into the steps. Edge ping-pongs Roman Reigns back and forth between the crowd barrier and the ring apron. He then ensures this won't be a handicap match by crushing Uso into the ring steps. It's all Edge and Daniel Bryan for a while now. Edge reverses a Frankensteiner into a 2 count. He also hits the Edge-o-matic for another 2. They're doing their best to keep Roman Reigns out of this match. Bryan hits Edge with a missile dropkick but doesn't make a pin. Instead he dives into Reigns who catches him and destroys him. Edge baseball slides Roman. In the ring he hits the execution on Roman, but he's too busy gorming out to make a pin. Cool spot now as both men go for spears, but instead they headbutt each other. Talking of headbutts, Daniel Bryan hits a diving headbutt on Edge. I guess his head wasn't big enough though because he can't beat anyone. Edge is down for a while now before breaking up a submission. Bryan puts him in the yes lock, which is broken up by Reigns. He powerbombs Bryan on top of Edge. Roman sends Bryan through the commentary desk. Yay, it finally breaks. But then Edge almost breaks him in half with a spear on the outside. Edge gets him in the ring and puts the crossface on. It's not working, so Edge adds a piece of chair to the crossface. It looks painful. Roman is about to tap when Daniel Bryan catches his hand. They kill Roman with a double crossface whilst headbutting each other. This one's getting crazy. Edge hits a couple of spears now, but Daniel Bryan manages to pull the ref out of the ring. Edge's eyes almost fall out of their sockets. Edge starts using a chair until Jey Uso ruins his plans. Roman Reigns does the concerto to beat Edge. Enjoyed that one, and that's saying something because the Hawk has a short fuse and an even shorter attention span. It's a B. Match 8 SmackDown, 6-man tag, The Bloodline, the Usos and Roman Reigns versus the Mysterio Twins and Edge. Edge quickly starts with a flapjack on Jey Uso. He tags Dominic in. He's back in again soon after, working with Ray to hit a spinebuster seated senton combination. Not sure how much of Edge we'll be seeing in this one. He's gone for a while, but when he returns he has a really nice hot tag. Nice big boot into a baseball slide and a clothesline on the outside for Roman. Edge slips out of the Samoan drop and tags Ray. Basically, the Usos are useless and Roman has to do everything. Edge hits a big spear on the outside, but it won't help as Jey Uso sneaks a win over Ray. Not a great deal to see here. I'd hope there'd been a bit more work between Edge and Ray as they were tag team champions together in the past. It's a D. At this point, I felt like I was making real progress, finally, but that was all about to change with another match over half an hour. This is endurance, man. Match 9, Money in the Bank 2021 Universal Title Match, the challenger Edge versus the champion Roman Reigns. It's not enough that this match is over half an hour, but the entrances have to last 10 minutes. It's unbearable. Edge makes it a personal start with a slap. He's just playing with Roman. Roman responds with a shoulder tackle which knocks Edge out the ring. Nothing happens for a while, it's really boring. I woke up to see Roman Reigns hit a Samoan drop on the outside. Why is this match so slow? I actually started fast forward in this match. I have to find a way to get through this run, because getting through is the aim of the game, man. If a submission stays on for more than a minute, I'm just not buying that the guy won't either pass out or tap out in this time. It's just not necessary. Edge gets a hope spot when he turns a Superman punch into a backslide. It's honestly the first thing he did for 10 minutes. Michael Cole dumps in his nappy of excrement as Edge hits the Edge-o-matic, even though that move's never beaten anyone. Edge hits a flapjack into the execution, which is the most exciting part of the match so far. Just a 2. Edge gets Roman in the Tree of Woe and he stomps a mud hole in him. Yay, now there's another Roman Reigns submission which lasts a minute before they fall out the ring. Roman tries to spear Edge, who moves and Roman crashes through the barricade. Edge isn't done though and he spears Roman through another barricade. Surely Roman is dead now. No, he kicks out too. Roman makes it back to his feet and hits a Superman punch which causes the first ref bump of this video. Roman breaks a chair apart, which is something Edge has been doing recently. He can't do anything with it though as Edge comes back with headbutts. Edge once again puts on the crossface with the chair part. The Usos walk to the ring to desperately help their leader. The Mysterios stop them. This submission lasts 2 minutes. It can't be that brutal because Roman hasn't passed out. Seth Rollins interferes and boots Edge in the head. There's still no ref, for God's sake. Edge only fell into his knee. This is ridiculous. This match sucks Solo Sikoa's ass. Edge hits the spear. Still no ref. Now a new one arrives, but he only counts a 2. Seth Rollins is back. He distracts Edge to allow Roman to hit the spear. Oh, thank God it's over. Roman wins. What a boring and silly match that was. Well, what's next for Edge, seeing as he hasn't won the title? Well, it seems to be a feud with Seth Rollins. Seth looks like Roman's unwanted son. This match is a D, I just don't think they mesh well together. So, my mission to get through all of Edge's return matches seems to be failing. 9 matches and it's taken most of the day. I'm seriously pushing myself to stay in this damn seat. I want to go outside and see the world. I want to go outside and see a girl, instead I'm stuck in here. Please, I'm begging you for a shorter match, I can't take it anymore. Match 10. Jesus Christ. SummerSlam 2021. Seth Rollins vs Edge, who randomly comes out to the Broods music. Well, that was cool. Disappointing fan reaction to it though. The crowd are in silence for this one. Rollins wastes time dumping in his nappy of anger. That is one scary referee. Edge throws Seth out the ring to eat up some more time. They come back to the ring only for Edge to knee Rollins straight back out the ring. He shouldn't have bothered as Rollins drives him into the ring pole. God, this match is slow. Rollins gets a 2 off a net breaker. You can hear crickets in this crowd. Seth hits the frog splash. Unfortunately, it doesn't end this one. Edge hits a pretty nice net breaker from the top rope. The execution doesn't end the match. That move's been completely useless in this run. The only thing more useless has been the Edge-o-matic. Nice move from Rollins now, the superplex transitioning straight into the Falcon Arrow. Not sure how, but it was just a 2. Somewhere, Bob Holly is gritting his teeth until they break. The pedigree is now switched by Edge into the Glam Slam for a 2, paying homage to his wife. This match is turning up now. Edge spears Rollins out the ring. He keeps going and drives Rollins into the ring apron, which turns it off. He tries to finish it with a spear, which Rollins turns into a pedigree for a 2. Edge does hit the spear anyway, but it's just another 2. Seth starts smacking Edge in the back of his old head. Edge stays alive though. He blocks a stomp and locks on the Educator, first time seeing that submission in this run. It doesn't work anyway, and Edge seems to prefer the crossface at this point in his career. He keeps slamming Seth's meathead into the mat and eventually Seth taps out. It's over, Edge wins. Pretty good in the end, but shave off 5 minutes it would have been even better. It's a B, pretty nice. At this point, the only option was a power nap. I find that 12 minutes is the optimum time. Any more and you go into a deep sleep and you feel like trash when you wake up. I woke up from my slumber to find out that things hadn't really improved. Match 11, SmackDown, Edge vs Seth Rollins. Except this match is different because it's even longer. Great. I'm going to have to start just breaking this down into highlights. This is killing me. Well, the highlight of this one is Rollins botching a glam slam, so he simply picks Edge up and does it again. Imagine losing to your wife's finisher. Fortunately, Edge doesn't lose. There's not much to say. It's good, but it's not anything we haven't seen before. What we haven't seen before is Edge hitting a full Nelson slam, but now we can tick that off the list. Edge pulls out a powerbomb whilst Rollins pulls out a buckle bomb. Rollins kicks Edge in the head, but he doesn't go down. He just stares gormlessly, so Rollins kicks him again. Rollins screams at him, "Why won't you die?" and kicks him again. More like, "Why wouldn't you just pin him?" Rollins hits a stomp. Now the pin is made and it's over. They do an injury angle. I'm not surprised. I'd be injured if all my matches were half an hour. My brain is injured from watching this. Another B. Match 12, Crown Jewel 2021, Hell in a Cell. No! 27 minutes. I can't take it anymore. I'm not even at the halfway stage. I really need this one to be violent and balls to the wall because I am struggling, squad. I don't know what else I can do. I've already punched myself in the gut 3 times to try and perk up. Maybe I should find my inner angle. Rollins takes the first big bump as he misses a dive and hits the cage. Edge hits his ultimate finisher, the execution, in the first few minutes. Of course, it's not over. Why do they have to tease me like that? They fight over the piece of chair. No one can land a shot though. Eventually, Rollins smashes Edge in his eyelid with the chair stick. The arena falls silent. Rollins punches a chair into his face and hits the frog splash. Sorry, but how is that just a 2? That's like 3 finishers in 1. Seth keeps trying and hits the umbrella. The commentary team are idiots and call it Edge's own move. Really cool moment now as Edge rushes Rollins, causing him to smash into the cage and fall through a table. Yay, a brutal moment, that wakes me up. Edge has some stairs in the ring now. He quickly hits the Edge-O-Matic on the steps. Maybe he should have done a move that actually finishes an opponent off. Edge hits a dive off the top whilst holding a steel chair into Seth on the steps. Completely dumb, it's still not over. What is Seth, superhuman? Edge also buckle bombs him and he spears him. Rollins kicks out. He is Superman. Now a ladder is introduced. Seth uses it first. Edge rolls around on the floor as spots and grease fall out of his back from his roid holes. Edge soon regrets introducing the ladder into the match as Seth sunset flip powerbombs him through the table. Seth wraps a chain around his boot and super kicks Edge. He screams, "This is how your fairy tale ends," but he misses his stomp and gets a chair to the nutsack. Edge moves on to lock a crossface on with a wrench, but he stops doing it because instead he wants to curb stomp Rollins. He crushes his pea head into the chair and that's the 3. Most enjoyable match in ages. I like that. They actually did some brutal stuff which has been missing too much from the PG era Hell in a Cell matches. It's an A from the Hawk. Match 13, Day 1 2022. The Miz with Maurice versus Edge, who is a Brood member again. They really should have brought back Gangrel for this. He could have shown Maurice the real meaning of fanging and banging. Miz hits a hip toss and does a funny muscle pose. Edge returns the favour but doesn't do a funny pose. Edge is looking more and more homeless as this run goes on. He keeps trying the crossface. Maurice runs a distraction and a bitch husband takes advantage. Anyway, this is a pretty basic match with a silent crowd. Edge hits the other version of the execution on the ring apron to 0 reaction. It's actually quite sad. Edge slams Miz into the table. As usual, it doesn't break. He comes back to the ring with a diving crossbody, just a 2. It gets into the territory of why is this match still going? Miz and the scary referee don't seem to be getting along. After trying all match, Edge finally has the crossface locked in. Maurice puts her husband's foot on the rope. End this, please. Edge reverses the skull-crushing finale into a backslide. Miz kicks out and both men big boot each other. When they get up, Edge does a sort of hip toss off the top rope. I have to say, Edge is looking really unwell in this match. Miz does hit the skull-crushing finale, but Edge kicks out. Maurice is on the apron being a dick. Edge's wife, Beth Phoenix, is here looking like she crawled out of an American Civil War. I have no idea what's happening. Has it ended? It sure seems like it's ended. Music played. Miz eventually turns around into a spear, and now it has ended. What a dumbass. Horrible, boring match. It's an S. It was at this point I couldn't take it anymore. 12 hours straight of watching this wrestling stuff. A real mixed bag. I decided I could probably finish it off in one more day. So I took myself off to bed, because tomorrow is likely going to suck Sonny Siaki's ass. Alright, it's a new day, and I'm ready to approach this with a new energy and hunger. Match 14, Royal Rumble 2022 Mixed Tag, Miz and Maurice versus Edge and Beth Phoenix. They tried to do comedy, but eventually Edge has enough of the comedy. Not a lot to say, Edge hits the execution and tags out. I swear Beth does more damage to the Miz than Edge does. Maurice hits Beth with a purse containing a brick, so this match automatically goes up a mark. It was going to be in the shove it zone, it no longer is. The brick doesn't end the match though. After 5 minutes, Beth finally kills Maurice and the tag is made, but Edge gets distracted by Maurice and who can blame him? Beth gets rid of her and powerbombs the Miz. Edge flies with an elbow drop, but that's just the 2. Edge misses his spear and Maurice hits him with a diving hurricanrana. She gets rid of Beth and the Miz hits the skull crushing finale on Edge. How is that not a 3? They try to do a double skull crushing finale which is broken up by Beth and the Grit couple do a double spear to Miz. They beat the heels with a double glam slam. Not a good match for Edge, pretty cringy. The women completely overshadowed him, it's a D. Match 15, WrestleMania 2022. AJ Styles takes on Edge, who is now a heel with the Judgment Day faction. He's got new music too. Hey, I'm not going to complain about a change. Edge seems to be struggling to keep up with the pace of AJ. Styles is doing everything he can to frustrate Edge. He smacks Edge with a sliding knee off the apron. He tries to bring him back to the ring for springboard 450, but Edge gets his bony knees up. Edge starts using a slow and methodical pace. He hits AJ with a nice shoulder breaker. AJ hits a desperate punch and both men are down. This match has been disappointing so far. AJ suplexes Edge into the corner and they're both back to lying down. Back on their feet, Styles hits a springboard DDT and a spinning powerbomb as we come into the closing stages of this one. The execution doesn't get the job done as usual. Same with the Edge-o-matic. A slingshot powerbomb doesn't work either. Styles hits a nice suplex on the ring apron. Edge only just makes it back to beat the count, only for Styles to hit the springboard 450. That is just a 2. Moments later, AJ Styles dodges a spear and hits the Styles Clash. It's over. No, it's not over. Damian Priest, Edge's buddy, stares at Styles, which distracts him. Edge spears him in midair and wins the match. It was good, but perhaps I'm slightly disappointed. I was expecting an A tier match. It's more of a B tier match. Match 16, Backlash WrestleMania, Edge vs AJ Styles yet again. They're telling the story that AJ has a bad arm. Is it just me, but I've never got used to AJ Styles' soccer mum haircut. It looks so bad. Let me know. It's AJ with the aggressive start. He hits a nice dropkick through the ropes and an acai moonsault. What a start. He can't hit his springboard forearm and Edge kicks him away. On the outside, Edge catapults Styles into the steps. It's all Edge working on Styles' arm. After a while, AJ hits the Pele kick. Then we get a meeting of the minds in the middle of the ring. Styles hits a beautiful shoulder breaker. Yeah, you'd assume given the story of this match it would be the other way around. Edge shuts him down with a backbreaker and puts on the crossface. Styles quickly breaks the hold and puts on the calf killer. That doesn't work. Edge gets German suplex now but removes the turnbuckle pad at the same time. He almost regrets that instantly. There's the spear from Edge, which is the 2 count. Styles counters another spear with a knee to the noggin. He drapes Edge across the ropes and hits the Styles Clash. He takes too long to make the cover though and Edge kicks out. Damian Priest is here again distracting AJ when he's about to dive. Finn Balor gets rid of him. After a minute, AJ tries to dive again, but a mystery man stops him. Edge locks on the crossface and AJ passes out. It was kind of fine, middle of the road, it's a C. Match 17, Hell in a Cell 2022, 6-person tag, the Judgment Day, which is Edge, Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan, Finn Balor and AJ Styles. It's not really the sort of match that's helping me survive this run. Edge has a new haircut, nobody cares. It's a boring match. AJ Styles connects with his phenomenal forearm for the first time in their group of matches, but Priest pulls him out of the ring. Not much to say, Edge beats Balor with the spear. It's an S, nothing enjoyable here. At this point I could tell I was starting to get grumpy again, so I took myself to lift some weights to cheer myself up. Unfortunately I chose leg day and this wasn't helping my energy levels on my return. I returned for match 18. It was a singles match between Damian Priest and Edge, who is no longer in the Judgment Day. The crowd are actually awake for Edge here. It helps that this is Canada too. Edge frustrates his protege and kills him with a powerbomb across the barricade. We come back from an advert break to see Priest miss a dive. Edge diving to the outside gets him a Holy Hawk chant. Priest isn't injured and he chokeslams Edge on the ring apron. Then he puts Edge through the commentary table with the Razor's Edge. It seems to only break when it's not Edge using the table. Back from another advert break and Edge is somehow fine. Not sure how, but he does a Frankensteiner. Priest no-sells it and kicks him in the head into the Umbrella. Edge also uses Priest finisher in this one, it's quite fun. Then there's a ref bump. Priest hits his chokeslam finisher but no ref. He tries to give Edge a concerto. It doesn't work and Edge breaks the chair apart. Been a while since we've seen him with his little stick. He puts on the crossface. He does it for literally 5 seconds. What was the point? Even more so when he charges with a spear only for Priest to hit him in the head with the stick. Edge kicks out the pin. Then randomly Edge hits a Canadian Destroyer. Wasn't expecting that. Edge nails the spear and it's over. Very fun match. This cheered me up. Non-stop action. Did it get a bit silly? Yeah, for sure, but we've had a lot of really slow moving matches lately. This feud with the Judgment Day isn't over though. It's an A. Match 19, Clash at the Castle tag match. Rey Mysterio teams up with Edge, who is also apparently a Mysterio triplet for the night. They faced the Judgment Day, Balor and Priest. I almost attended this event, so let's find out if I missed out on anything. After what felt like half an hour of entrances, the match finally started. I could barely keep my hawk eye open. Eventually, Damian Priest demands to wrestle Edge. The crowd give Edge a loud cheer as he's tagged in. It's good to see Edge and Rey actually work together this time, unlike the last match together. Edge throws Rey out the ring onto the Judgment Day. Rey gets isolated for a very long time now. When he gets the tag, he's a hawk on fire. The Edgecution is now a standard transition move. I swear it had more effect during the Ruthless Aggression era. Maybe people had softer heads back then. Edge hangs up Finn Balor on the ropes and much to everyone's surprise hits the 619. Rey Mysterio also hits the splash and it should be over. It's a perfect ending, but no, Priest breaks up the pin. Edge spears him on the outside. The match breaks down and Edge beats Balor with the spear. Pretty fun match, even if it wasn't a wrestling classic. Not a terribly long match, a perfect example of cutting 5 or 10 minutes from a match can make it better. It's a B for this fun match. Match 20, Raw, Edge vs Dominic Mysterio. Straight away, Edge smashes him into the corner in comedic fashion. Edge picks him apart as Ripley glares at him. Edge is on a mission to teach Dominic a lesson for Rey. Edge uses the table, but as usual it doesn't break. Rhea Ripley cuts Edge off. Dominic gives Edge 3 amigos to loud boos. He's getting too cocky though and Edge makes him fall in his nutsack. Edge tries a superplex which is stopped by Ripley. Dominic hits a nice frog splash for a 2 count. Edge sends him into the ring pole and starts his comeback with a flapjack and the Edge-o-matic. Dominic avoids the spear and gets Edge in a half Boston Crab. Edge turns that into a cradle pin for a 2. Now Edge ties him up in the ropes. Edge starts boxing him in the face. The ref's a dick and stops him from doing it. Edge looks to spear him too, but he's stopped by Rey Mysterio. The Judgment Day rush the ring and the match is thrown out. I was enjoying Edge's character work in this one. He made the match better for his character work. It's a B. Balor does his finisher to Edge's leg. It was at this point I felt some hope return to my life. That was until I saw the next match was half an hour again. Kill me. Match 21, Extreme Rules 2022 I Quit match. Edge vs Finn Balor. Really boring for ages. Finn Balor starts slamming Edge's head into the table and each time a moron in the crowd screams, "You still suck." It's all Balor, but nothing that crazy is happening. Edge uses a hockey stick and puts on a crossface. That hasn't worked this entire run. Give it up, Edge. They end up fighting all over the arena. It's quite a cool spectacle in some places you wouldn't normally see wrestling. It just kind of trundles along. Predictably, the Judgment Day turn up. Edge takes them out of a spear. It turns into a group beating of Edge with a cane. Apparently, nobody in the back cares about Edge. Oh, never mind. Here's Mysterio. Better late than never. Edge's wife also comes to his aid and she removes the handcuffs. Edge makes a brief comeback before the numbers game gets him again. This just feels like a prolonged segment on Raw. Balor stamps on Edge 3 times. Edge is still refusing to quit though. Instead, they turn their attention to Edge's wife. They're about to give her a concerto, and that is enough to make Edge say that he quits. Ripley is a dick though, and does it anyway. What a heel move. The match sucked, but Edge in the segment did a good job of making the Judgment Day look like the biggest scumbags. Give it a middle of the road C. Match 22, Royal Rumble 2023. My initial fears and worries were quickly healed as I found out that Edge enters this one at number 24. So no chance of another hour for Edge in this one. The Judgment Day are already in the ring and Edge starts cutting them in half with spears. He throws out Damian Priest and Finn Balor in quick succession. His old rival Seth Rollins is checking him out. Nothing happens and Edge tries to eliminate Dominic. The rest of the Judgment Day pull Edge out the ring and he's gone. Yay, he's gone in only 2 minutes. I've never been so happy. Oh yeah, some guy called Cody Rhodes win this one, which I hear is a bit of an issue right now. Let me know. Anyway, 2 eliminations for Edge in a 2-minute appearance. It's a D. So with that out of the way, I was powering forward. With the next match only being 13 minutes, things were feeling really positive. Match 23, Elimination Chamber 2023 Mixed Tag. Judgment Day vs Edge and Beth Phoenix. Okay, not quite how I expected to see this personal feud pay off. Ripley and Beth fight for ages. The crowd have fun trying to wind up Dominic. Every time Edge looks like he's going to get the tag, it's stopped. Finn Balor comes from under the ring and hits a final cut on Edge whilst looking like a little baby dumping in its nappy of happiness. Edge does eventually get in, but it's hard to care. This Judgment Day stuff has gone on forever. Blah blah, the women both powerbomb the men. Edge hits a rare tope in this one. He's been very careful and grounded in this run. Beth and Edge beat Balor with a shadow machine. It's a D, I just couldn't get into it. Alright, 5 to go. You never truly know. Except you do know, because I just told you so. Match 24, Raw, US title match. The champion Austin Theory versus the challenger Edge. I'm surprised how far from the title picture Edge has been. That's not usually the case with veterans. Quickly, Edge drags Theory out the ring and drops him on his manicured face. Theory is really struggling as he gets a Russian leg sweep now. A chase around the outside of the ring results in a brutal back body drop, quickly followed by Edge flying with a clothesline. In the ring, Theory turns it around with a Scott Hall special. Edge risks it all with a crossbody to the back of Theory, but it's not enough. Cool moment now as Theory rolls into the ring and he's scooped up by Edge into a powerbomb. He also reverses the A-Town down into an execution. Both guys are battered. Oh no, it's Finn Balor, not him again. He kicks Edge from the outside and Theory beats Edge with the A-Town down. Can we please end this Judgment Day stuff? A decent match is a C. Oh man, here we go again. Match 25, WrestleMania 39, Hell in a Cell. Edge is once again embracing his gothic side, although I can't quite recall Gangrel dressed like a masked moron. He of course takes on Finn Balor. It's pure weapon chaos. Edge takes the first bump as he kicked through a table. The Demon keeps kicking out of all Edge's moves at one. Edge now has a ladder. Edge throws it in Balor's face. The match gets ruined because medical personnel have to check on the Demon. Loud boos from the crowd. The Demon wakes up with a flurry of moves. Edge misses a spear and almost gets rolled up. Loud boos again. Balor hits his double stomp and Edge kicks out. He wants to do it off the ladder now, but Edge cuts him off and up he climbs. Wow, he hits the execution off the ladder. Ridiculously, the Demon kicks out. I don't know why I'm even surprised at this point, that move is useless. The Demon goes berserk with a chair. He wants to drive Edge through the table. The Comrades team go crazy at his dive, even though it's only about an inch higher than the top rope. He misses the dive anyway. The Edge spear doesn't end the match, but what does end the match is the concerto. Just a middle of the road Hell in a Cell, it's a B or something. Match 26, SmackDown Triple Threat. The Rated R Superstar versus Rey Mysterio versus AJ Styles. This one should be good. They all trade pinfalls for a bit. Edge gets annoyed and big boots Styles. They try to do some creative stuff in this one as you would expect. Edge boots Rey in the head and looks regretful about it. Styles wipes Edge out of a diving forearm and clotheslines him out the ring. He's back soon after with Rey giving him a head scissors. Rey tries to give him a crossbody but Edge catches him and boots Styles in the head and connects with the Scott Hall special. Mysterio gets up and hits a code red on Edge for a 2. Edge falls out the ring. AJ slides Rey into Edge and kicks him away as Edge DDTs Rey. Nice move. We come back from an advert break of Edge hitting a double spear out the ring. Apparently during that last advert break AJ hit a double inverted DDT on the outside. These three are working well together. Rey is destroyed with a double submission until Edge starts smashing his meathead into AJ. Don't you all just wish AJ would shave that hair and give it to Edge? Edge and AJ stop Mysterio from hitting a double 619 with a double dropkick. Mysterio delivers a tower spot for a 2. He still can't hit the 619. AJ dodges a spear and Edge falls on the rope. Mysterio tries another 619 which Edge catches and locks on the educator. Styles wakes up to make the save but Edge switches the submission onto Styles. But that causes Edge to forget about Mysterio, who hits him with the 619 at the third attempt. Rey flies off the top. And now there's a botch. I think Edge was meant to spear him. It's irrelevant anyway because Styles hits the diving forearm for the 3. Really fun match. Shame about that ending. Shocked that Edge had been kind of pushed down the card at this point. It's a B from the Hawk. Match 27, SmackDown. Edge, who doesn't get an entrance, versus Grayson Waller. It's clear here who the crowd won. Waller is being cocky, so Edge slams it down with aggressive shoulder blocks and a couple of random gut busters from Edge. Now a gut wrench suplex. Is Edge trying to change his style at the end of this run? Or maybe just like smacking him in the gut? Edge hits the Scott Hall special now. I barely recognise his moveset at this point. Waller blocks the spear with a big knee. Waller slides out the ring and clotheslines Edge down. Back from an advert break and Grayson hits a diving DDT for a 2. Grayson controls the match for a while now, but he's too busy smiling at the crowd. Waller tries a second rope dive, which is blocked by Edge's bony old knees. Edge makes his comeback and powerbombs Waller into the ring mats. Edge brings him back with a crossbody for a 2. Waller still has a bit left in the tank with a twisting Umbrella. Edge counters his finisher though with the spear and it's over. Pretty nice to see some different stuff in there. Enjoyable, it's a B. Match 28, SmackDown. Final match! Yes! Final match. I'm gonna kiss someone in a minute. Probably a girl. Well guys, we finally made it. But first, Edge has a 25th anniversary celebration. It's just a half-cocked video package. It's Sheamus versus Edge. He gets a nice moment with the fans before the match. I feel like we've been on a real journey along with Edge in this video. The crowd are aware that he's done with the WWE. Sheamus isn't a heel here, it's more of a friendly matchup. Sheamus crushes him with an early big backbreaker. Randomly, Edge comes back at him with a springboard back elbow. He powerbombs Sheamus on the outside, and Edge brings him back to the crossbody for a 2. Not much happens until Edge hits the spear out of the ring. Very slow match here, perhaps Edge is feeling his age. He gives Sheamus a superplex and the execution for a 2. Sheamus hits a middle rope white noise and the Celtic cross for a 2. Why? The kickouts in this video have been hilarious. Sheamus throws a tantrum and starts clubbing Edge time and time again until he looks like a corpse. But Edge digs himself out of his grave and fires back. The crowd spraying their nappies with happiness. Edge can't hit the spear and Sheamus smashes him with the brogue kick. Again Edge kicks out. Sheamus misses another and almost gets rolled up. The spear with authority only gets Edge a 2, so he just does another spear and it's over. Edge wins. Should he have put someone over on the way out? You tell me, I couldn't care less at this point. Just give it a B, it was enjoyable. Not long after this, Edge would sign with AEW and nowadays he performs as Adam Copeland as he winds down his career. Alright, this has been my longest video in ages, so I'll keep it brief or you'll knock out my teeth. We got to shove Edge at Final Grade to close out this series of Ring of the Hawk Season 4. So have we got a new champion? That is the question. Edge impressed me, even though he looked half dead a lot of the time, but he mostly kept up with the younger performers. He showed nice move variety later in the run and good character work throughout the whole run. I definitely think the matches would have been better if he shaved 10 minutes off, but that's the style nowadays, so I can't criticise him for that. It sort of felt similar to CM Punk's 2 episodes. A lot of the matches were great, but not incredible. Pretty much the whole of Eddie's matches in ECW were incredible, but he did have 9 matches only, so maybe it's not comparable. Edge really did everything he could for the company. Edge's character work was definitely better than Eddie's. It's a tough one. But for the fact that Edge could still perform at this level and didn't hog a title, I think this is an A as a collective.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
So it's a new champion on our series finale, and if you don't agree with that, I'll beat you down in an alley. There we go then, there were some seriously long matches in that run, and it took me much longer than usual to make that episode of Ring of the Hawk, but massive props to Edge for showing that not only can he still go the distance, but also that he's still got it. New Jack in TNA.
Jack, the current champion of the Ring of the Hawk. Whatever the fuck that means. If you want to get in the ring with me, get in the ring with me, and I'll make you do the job. I will knock your ass out with a fucking brick. Hit you in the dick. Make you go click. Wild Wild West. New Jack.
Isn't it funny? New Jack gets so much hatred nowadays, but then I released this TNA video on his run, and there was just so much intrigue to see what this guy got up to. Everybody had heard the stories about this guy, and most people didn't even realise he had a short TNA stay. And what a stay it was. Alright, New Jack, hardcore icon or smoking crack? Let's find out. Match 1, 6-man tag team match. It's Christopher Daniels and the Nazi brothers. What a weird team. All they have in common is that they're all bald, and they'll be taking on Perry Saturn, who's also bald, and the Sandman, and a special mystery wrestler. It's our guy, New Jack. He appears in the ring and smashes Daniels with a trash can. This is a weird match. It's mostly just Saturn hitting some devastating moves on Daniels. Random observation here, but Sandman is the only one in the match with hair, and he barely has it. It breaks down after a couple of minutes and everyone is fighting all over the place. New Jack fights backstage with one of the Bold brothers and gets him on a table. He then points up to the steps and he heads up the balcony. He's about to jump, but Brian Lee appears behind him and shoves New Jack off the balcony through a table. There's zero reaction from the commentary or the crowd. The problem is that everyone is fighting all over the arena, so no one paid any attention to it. New Jack almost killed himself for no reason. In the ring, Saturn hits a Death Valley driver on a Bold brother for the free. For some reason, Bart Gunn then appears in the ring out of nowhere and attacks Perry Saturn. He hasn't been seen in the US since Butterbean knocked him out. What a crazy first match on Ring of the Hawk. Unfortunately, our guy was barely on the screen. He was on there for about a combined 10 seconds. And all he did was go through a table for no reason and nobody cared about it. As far as debuts go, it was an F. I'm sorry. Match 2, the opener. Armed Asylum triple threat tag team match. The Sandman teams up with New Jack, but our guy's missing for some reason. The other teams are Slash and Brian Lee with James Mitchell. And oh, New Jack suddenly appears in the ring to attack the New Church. The Nazi brothers are the other team in the match and they attack Sandman in the crowd. New Jack uses a cheese grater on Slash, but then Brian Lee takes him out of a kendo stick. Brian Lee then hits him with a trash can as it flies off the screen and possibly hits a goon in the crowd. New Jack gets a staple gun and attacks Slash with it, who is busted open. New Jack decides to try and kill himself again. He has a chair and dives off the apron as he crashes into the barriers. I have no idea who he was trying to hit because there was no other wrestler on screen. He either missed someone by miles or he just wanted to break his arm for no reason. Everyone starts fighting all over the arena as you would expect. New Jack is busted open fighting Brian Lee in the crowd, but I'm not sure how it happened. Slash is pushed off the balcony through a table onto a Nazi brother. This match is nuts. Brian Lee and New Jack make their way up to some steps to the exact same place that he was thrown off from last week. Brian Lee charges at him and then New Jack tries a back body drop off the balcony through a table. It doesn't go well and it looks bad. Jack then stacks Slash up on a table, but his partner Sandman is thrown through a table by the Nazi brothers. Jack heads up the balcony again. Wait, he goes even higher this time. He dives with an elbow through the table. Damn, both men are dead. In the ring, the Bold brothers kick a trash can into Sandman's face, and then they hit a double team move to put him away for the free. The commentary team blame New Jack brutally for this loss and say it was all his fault for taking himself out of the match. What a match it was though. I don't normally like hardcore matches that much, but this was a great match. As far as TV openers go, it was an A, but we're grading New Jack here. And I'm still giving him an A, because he nearly died twice, so shove it. After this match, Bart Gunn is randomly being interviewed and Goldilocks says that he's starting out at the top of the card because he's taking on Perry Saturn. I'm sorry, this isn't a video about him, but that just made me laugh for some reason. Before the third match, Sandman is yelling at New Jack for not having his back in the last match, and then he gets shot in the face with a fireball. He's okay though, because next week him and New Jack just sat there playing chess. Jack cuts a promo that he doesn't care about winning or losing, and his job is to jump off the highest thing possible. He says he doesn't care about belts because if he won one, he'd just pawn it. Match 3, Brian Lee and Slash with Father James Mitchell versus the Sandman and New Jack. Brian Lee and Jack fight on the outside. It's all feeling a bit slow, unfortunately. Slash sets New Jack up on a table on the outside and he climbs onto the top. Sandman makes the save though and canes Slash in the head. James Mitchell attacks Sandman with a prison shank. Perry Saturn then runs in and makes the save. The match has not been thrown out though for some reason. New Jack climbs to the top with a chair and then nails Slash in the head. Mike Awesome then runs out, who had a short stay with the New Church in TNA. His Ring of the Hawk episode is already on my Patreon. He picks up New Jack for a powerbomb and drives New Jack over the top to the outside and through the table. Oh god. They pin New Jack for the free. The lights then go out and then Just Incredible appears and goes nuts with a kendo stick. It's true, it does feel like we're watching an episode of ECW here. Mike Awesome looks like a combination of Braden Walker and Bret Hart here. This match wasn't great, but the bump at the end was, so I'll give it a C because New Jack nearly died. Match 4, Ultimate Sin, 6-man tag team match. Accompanied by James Mitchell, it's Brian Lee, Slash and Mike Awesome versus Perry Saturn, New Jack and the Sandman. Saturn comes out wearing ECW merch, he just doesn't care. New Jack starts out hitting Slash with, oh god, what is that? It looks like something the Grim Reaper would use. He carves open Slash. He also gets him with a fork. Jack then grabs a staple gun, but Slash fights back and staples a dollar bill to New Jack's head. Jack and Slash fight on the outside, both covered in blood. Saturn slams Mike Awesome on the barbed wire ropes as Mike Tenay makes fun of WCW, saying, this is real barbed wire. On the outside, New Jack puts something on Slash's head. I have no idea what this blue thing is supposed to be. I'm not only colourblind, but stupid, so you tell me what it is. Saturn is trying to have a wrestling match while everyone else is just hitting each other with weapons. Awesome hits a powerbomb on Sandman through a table off the ring apron. New Jack sets Brian Lee up on a table on the outside, and then Perry Saturn hits an elbow drop onto him. New Jack is just full of energy in this match and dives from the top with a steel chair to cream Slash, but he manages to somehow kick out of the pin attempt. New Jack then notices that there's a baseball bat hanging from the ceiling and he climbs up the ladder. Unfortunately for him, Slash pushes the ladder over. New Jack tumbles to the outside and goes for a table. Damn, how is this man still alive? People talk about the bumps that Jeff Hardy took. Every week, New Jack is trying to kill himself in TNA. Just Incredible interferes in the match again and he hits Slash in the head with the bat, so Team ECW win this one. It was okay, it wasn't as good as the other hardcore match. I still quite liked it though. I'll give it a C because New Jack tried to kill himself. Match 5, triple threat match. New Jack starts out by throwing a trash can at JB and then he gets a microphone. He cuts a promo talking about all the shenanigans he got up to in ECW. Taking drugs, Paul Heyman, bestiality of a sheep, and his hatred of Sabu. You know, the standard stuff. He's taking on the Sandman and Sabu. New Jack and Sabu fight in the ring while Sandman drinks in the crowd. Sabu opens New Jack up with a metal spike. Sandman finally arrives in the ring, but Sabu is in control of the match and he hits New Jack with a trash can lid. New Jack then finds his staple gun and gets Sabu. New Jack now has a fork and is stabbing Sabu. Sabu fights back and tries to dive onto New Jack on the outside with the table, but Sandman whacks him off with a stick. New Jack and Sandman still seem to be friends at this point, and they put Sabu on a table. New Jack then finds a scissor lift and rises himself up to balcony level. And then he keeps going and going. Oh god, this is going to be his last match, isn't it? He dives with an elbow through the table, but misses. What a fool that is. Sandman is up in the balcony, so he can't break up the pin attempt, and Sabu wins the match. It was more like his knee through the table though. It was pretty quick. I give the match a C, because New Jack tried to kill himself. Because of all the gang warfare going on in TNA, 2 tournaments were put into place. Our guy is put into the Asylum Alliance tournament. The winner of the tournament gets a punch in the gut. New Jack has been randomly teamed up with Shark Boy. He's shown backstage playing board games with Shark Boy. It's hilarious, but New Jack isn't a fan of his new partner.
Queen Frosty! I got the white woman! I don't need this. I didn't volunteer to tag with you in the first place. I don't want to be in the ring with no damn fist and you
Match 6, Shark Boy and New Jack jump Ron the Truth Killings before the match. Truth has teamed up with one of the Nazis and their tag team partners who don't get on. Jack takes out R-Truth a couple of times. We then get to see the first wrestling manoeuvre from New Jack's time in TNA as he hits a belly to belly on Truth. Shark Boy gets in the match but he doesn't do well, so Jack helps him out. The Nazi boys then run in and ruin the match and attack everybody. They hit a H-bomb on New Jack. Truth then takes them out on his own and then he catches Shark Boy diving from the top and hits a power slam for the free. Jack hit one move in this match and they lost the handicap match, so it's an F. God damn, this episode of Ring of the Hawk has grades all over the place. No idea where he's going to finish in the end. Match 7, Hard 10 tournament match. So this is the other tournament. It has a bunch of weird rules. It's basically a hardcore match with point scoring and it's first to 10. You're only supposed to use weapons from the crowd, so it's basically just another attempt at TNA trying to resurrect ECW. It's Slash without Father James Mitchell versus New Jack in his only singles match in TNA. Mike Sanders is on commentary bragging that he won his tournament match, and he'll take on the winner of this one. Slash wins a point by hitting New Jack with a lid, but then New Jack hits him back, so it's 1-1. On the outside, New Jack hits Slash with a trash can, 2-1. However, Slash instantly equalises. Mike Sanders is like deaf on commentary. Sanders is constantly calling Brian Lee Faker Taker. How long ago was this comment relevant? New Jack scores a point diving with a chair. In the ring, Slash equals it up with a lid, and then takes the lead with a leg drop. Slash then chucks the trash can at New Jack. Not once, but twice, and it sure wasn't nice. On the outside, New Jack nails a trash can shot. Slash scores a couple of trash can shots himself and is 2 points away from winning at this point. Jack then creams him with a chair. Now he gets some stuff from the crowd. Mike Sanders continues to make penis jokes. This guy is a massive goofball. New Jack then hits a shot onto Slash's slash zone. Jack hits a couple of weak weapon shots and now they're all tied up. They then trade weapon shots, but neither of them have won yet because it's sudden death, as you have to win by 2 or more points for some reason. The match continues and everybody looks confused. Jack's got a chair but he's just walking around. Why doesn't he use it? They fight on the top rope and then New Jack suddenly chucks Slash from the top and through a table. Jack is the winner. Didn't really enjoy it and I couldn't stomach Mike Sanders on commentary, although I'm looking forward to New Jack beating him up on the next one. It's a D. Shark Boy and New Jack continue to play games between matches, and Jack doesn't like how Shark Boy smells.
Jesus Christ! Get your stinky ass out of my face! No longer my ass will burn. You ain't wash your ass in a month.
Despite that, New Jack defends Shark Boy when Sabin tries to unmask him. The most irritating man in the world, Mike Sanders, stops him from beating up Sabin though. New Jack says he doesn't give a about Mike Sanders. He's definitely got that one right. Jack's cutting a fire promo, but the Shark interrupts him and he has Hulk hands. Jack promises to beat Shark Boy off with the hands after the match. Match 8, Hard 10 matchup, semi-finals. Mike Sanders, the most boring man in the world, versus New Jack. Sanders hides before the match and then runs out and hits New Jack with a trash can to score the first point. The fans have all brought weapons with them here and it's evident. New Jack then equals up the points with authority. Sanders then takes an early lead. New Jack runs from the ring apron with the chair but he misses Sanders and crashes into the barrier. Shark Boy comes out to watch the match for his friend. New Jack finally starts to catch up and my favourite is probably the headbutt into the trash can on Sanders' nutsack. Sanders is struggling at this point and Jack puts him on a table on the outside. Shark Boy then distracts him when he's about to jump and tells him to use the Hulk hands. The crowd then encourage him and New Jack starts to Hulk up. Then he punches Sanders with the Hulk hand off the apron and through the table. I absolutely loved that ending, and the Odd Couple team is great. I'm giving it a B for that feel-good ending. New Jack is now in the final. The winner of the final would be named the most hardcore wrestler. I'm not sure if it was a botch by Mike Tenay on commentary, but he says that the winner of the match will become the new hardcore champion. It would have made sense for them to have a hardcore title at this time with all the ECW guys. TNA also tried to have a hardcore division in 2010. They were going to rebrand the global title, but that didn't happen either. I'm not going to lie, I'm really enjoying this episode of Ring of the Hawk. There's something about these guys. He's hilarious, his promos are fire, and something happens in every match that makes it worth watching. And his team with Shark Boy, there's just something that's perfect about it. I think Vince McMahon would have secretly loved this. New Jack gets annoyed with Shark Boy because Shark Boy wants to get Jack to come in the paddling pool with him.
I'm not playing in this little pissy pool with you. I'm not doing it, all right? Black people don't play in the water good. Black people don't do water good. The last time they put a bunch of us in the water, it was in a boat and the ride wasn't no fun. I don't want to get in no water with you. What the hell is that? A damn octopus? I don't like this game. I gotta get in the water.
Okay, and then we go from comedy to stone cold serious as we get build up for the Hard 10 tournament final. New Jack says that he invented hardcore wrestling. He also said that he wishes it wasn't a Hard 10 match because he just wants a normal hardcore match. Yeah, well that's the problem with this match, isn't it? It forces the wrestlers to count the weapon shots and forces them into a format. Hardcore wrestling is best when it's free-flowing, explosive and unpredictable. No one wants to sit around counting things, that makes it boring. Match 9, Hard 10 tournament final. New Jack versus the Sandman. New Jack starts out losing as he has in all of these matches, and he's cut open early on. New Jack fights back with a painful looking trash can shot. Jack then opens up on Sandman and it's pretty even. The fight continues into the crowd and onto some steps at the back of the building. They then start fighting along the rafters. And oh my god, that is one of the craziest spots I've ever seen. Jeff Hardy can shove it. That came out of nowhere. So Sandman has won the match. This is quite a hard match to rate. Nothing remarkable happened until that finish. I guess from an entertainment standpoint it's a B because that ending was just crazy and our guy has shown that he'll do anything to gain a place on the Ring of the Hawk roster. Another promo before the next match. I have no words. New Jack agrees to wear a Shark Boy mask for the next match.
Well, just like a shark, I'll go up in the water and he'll see a wounded fish, he'll eat him. Just like a fat, snot-nosed kid, a dig in his nose and pull out a booger, he'll eat it. Tonight, your asses is gonna get a what? You're a pain in my ass, but for some reason, this night, I'm gonna deal with it. If you trying to sit here and tell me to wear this mask, New Jack is over if he wear a mini skirt and some flip-flops. It don't matter.
Match 10. Final match. Oh, I don't want this run to be over yet. The Nazi Boys versus New Jack and Shark Boy. They are the new Sharks. Jack takes out the brothers with a double clothesline. The crowd love this guy and won't stop chanting his name. New Jack grabs a chair and dives off the apron onto one of the brothers. Then he partially removes his mask and screams at him. The brothers hit a pretty nice double team move on Shark Boy as he gets isolated. New Jack then randomly throws a chair to the brothers, so they pick it up and hit Sharky with it. What did you expect them to do? New Jack does get in the match eventually and hits a couple of scoop slams. Jack then hits a leg drop onto a chair but doesn't make a cover. New Jack tries to jump from the top with a chair, but he's met with a chair shot from one of the brothers to wipe him out. The brothers then pick up New Jack and hit him with the H-bomb and pin him for the 3. The brothers then decide to unmask Shark Boy. They do it, but then Jack takes his mask off and puts it on Shark Boy. He's such a caring partner. Shark Boy disappears but then runs back out with Hulk hands and takes out the Bold brothers. You know you're doing something right when you make your audience care about a match involving the Nazi brothers. It gets a C. I don't know why this had to end, it was so entertaining. Well, as far as why this run ended, from what I can tell, Jeff Jarrett was getting tired of the language that New Jack would use, so Jack would just do it anyway to rub Slapnuts the wrong way. So it sounded like tension with the management caused him to leave. The Shark Boy went on to team with Crash Holly after this in another pretty decent team, although they didn't have quite the same amount of chemistry as New Jack and Shark Boy. So wow, 10 matches and talk about a mixed bag. I'm going to have to add this up a minute. Well, it's official. We have a new leader on Ring of the Hawk, because I'm going to give New Jack an overall B. He didn't need to do a million flips or wrestle 30 matches to do it. Crazy spots, crazy good promos, and a crazy good tag team with Shark Boy. He worked hard and put his ass on the line for TNA. From an entertainment standpoint, this has to be the most enjoyable episode of Ring of the Hawk. I was on the edge of my seat waiting to see what he'd do next, so I have to thank you all for making New Jack win the vote. I really didn't expect it to be as good as it did, and I've had a talk with him, and the Hawk is in complete agreement. He wants New Jack to do the JOB every night, every day to the HAWK, and he's awarding New Jack a Ring of the Hawk contract, a punch to the gut, and a private bird dance. What a lucky little fellow New Jack is. And if you don't agree with that, here's a picture of Wes Briscoe covered in piss. Well, there we go then, New Jack, the winner of Ring of the Hawk Season 1. Originally, I did this thing where I think Ronda Rousey beat him for the title, but the Shove It Squad just battered me in the comments. If Ronda Rousey wins, we riot. I was forced to change the grade, and that's how New Jack won Ring of the Hawk Season 1. Looking back, I think he probably should have taken it cleanly. You can't really say he didn't deserve it because New Jack tried to kill himself. And honestly, I just love this run so much. Talk about memorable. Brock Lesnar in New Japan. This one will never be allowed on YouTube because New Japan are very strict with how you use their footage. But the video is still up on my Patreon. And I'm just glad I made that video because it was great fun seeing Brock Lesnar just destroying dudes in another company. It's an excellent run full of power moves, some familiar faces and great wrestling. It truly was one of the greatest short runs in wrestling history. Hardy Boys in TNA. This is one that people may not remember so fondly. In fact, many of you have completely missed it. The main portion of their tag team run came in TNA at a time when the company was downsizing and fans had stopped watching. The show was crap, so why are you telling us about it then, Hawk? Watch and see. Okay, Jeff and Matt Hardy, will this run be gnarly? Match 1, tag match. Rob Van Dam teams up with Mr. Anderson to take on the Hardy Boys. This is 2011 and they haven't teamed for 2 years. You'd think that this would be a big deal, but it just isn't. I think it's because the Hardys are heels. We start with brawling on the ramp. They come to the ring where the Hardys are getting their asses kicked. The match calms down with RVD wrestling cold-blooded Matt Hardy. Big monkey flip from Rob on Matt and he tags out. Anderson's having an easier time against Matt. He gets a 2 from a corner clothesline. Matt turns it around for back elbow. Anderson comes into this match in a bad way and the Hardys are going to take full advantage of that. RVD eventually gets back in. Matt Hardy misses a moonsault and then Rob shows him how a moonsault's really done. The Hardys try to regroup on the outside, but a flying no-job Rob takes them out. Later on, Rob tries another dive, but he gets jerked off the top. It's the side effect from cold-blooded Matt Hardy now, just a 2. Rob boots him in the face for the double down. Anderson and Jeff get the tags, but the wacky Mr. Anderson neckbreaker gets a 2. It should be over after the mic check, but the pin is broken up. Then there's a ref bump. Matt Hardy is kicked and given a mic check, but there's no ref. Beer Money run out and attack RVD and Anderson. Anderson gets catapulted into a DDT. RVD gets super kicked. Beer Money are of course friends with the Immortal faction. Matt Hardy hits the twist of hate on Anderson and Jeff Hardy hits the Swanton bomb. The ref wakes up and that's the 3. Do you think anyone's going to have the nutsack to steal Jeff Hardy's finisher manoeuvre during one of his actual matches? This is a hard one to grade because heel Hardys aren't really what anyone wanted to see. I'm giving it a B overall. It was a good main event, but I'd rather see them as good guys. Now the Hardys don't team together for another 3 years because Matt Hardy doesn't stay with TNA. He returns to TNA full time in 2014. Match 2, Destination X 2014, tag team title match. The challengers are the Hardys and they take on the Wolves. Davey Richards and Eddie Slapnut Edwards. The crowd are split between the two teams because both teams are faces. Matt Hardy is drop toe holded and drop kicked in the head. Jeff gets the tag and he does better. Big spin kick on Davey Richards. The Hardys start working on his arm, we'll see if that continues. Double team suplex from the Hardy Boys on Davey Richards. Davey frantically dumps his nappy and tries to make the tag. He can't do it. Then poetry in motion goes wrong and Richards runs off Jeff's back to do his own poetry in motion. Now he tags out. Eddie reverses the double team and snaps off a double hurricanrana. The Wolves howl with happiness and hit stereo suicide dives. The Wolves keep double teaming. Jeff Hardy's kicked into a German suplex followed by a jackknife cover, just a 2. The crowd chant, "This is awesome." Matt Hardy storms the ring and the Wolves are sent out of it. Jeff dives off his brother's back for a sort of super poetry in motion out of the ring. Moments later they hit the real thing in the ring. Side effect city from Matt Hardy, and that's quickly followed by the Swanton bomb on Eddie. Davey stops the pin from being made. Matt Hardy surveys the ring and decides to hit a moonsault. It actually connects, just doesn't look that amazing. Matt Hardy uses his special ice pick submission. At the same time, Jeff does it too. The Wolves are in real trouble. Davey manages to drop Jeff on the others to break up both submissions at once. Jeff tries a dive to the outside which Davey dodges. The Wolves have Matt isolated now. Matt's thrown into a kick and then he gets double foot stomps from both Wolves. Somehow Matt Hardy kicks out of all of that. Edwards sees Jeff waking up on the outside so he flip dives him out of the ring. That gives Matt a chance to hit the twist of fate on Davey, just a 2. His next one is reversed into a backslide for a 2. We get a big powerbomb backstabber combination from the Wolves. It's a nice move, and that is the finish. I really thought the Hardys were winning this one. Awesome match though. The Wolves bow down to the Hardys after the match. I can't find any fault of it overall. This one's an A. Match 3, Matt Hardy and Jeff Hardy take on the Dudley Boys. Oh, here we go. More than 10 years after all their famous matches, will they still have the ability to have a great match? The Hardys get the better of Devon for a while until he hits a spinning back elbow. The Dudleys double team Jeff with a side slam leg drop combination. After the break, Jeff hits Bubba with the head scissors. And the Hardys do their double leg drop. So far so good. One poetry in motion hits, but the second is broken up. It's all the Dudley Boys now. Jeff Hardy gets swatted out of the air by Devon Dudley. Bully starts hitting some comical elbow drops. Jeff desperately tries to fight back, but he can't manage it and he gets double team back suplex neckbreaker combination. Jeff Hardy's just getting destroyed in this one. That is until Bully takes too long on the top rope and Jeff Hardy snaps off the Frankensteiner. Just a 2 for Jeff. Tags are made on either side. Matt's hardly been in this match. He gets a 2 off a Bulldog. He gets another 2 off a side effect. And a third 2 off a moonsault. Bully breaks the pin up. Jeff does wake up now, but he can't manage to hit the Whisper in the wind. Devon climbs to the top. Matt puts him on his shoulders and we get a super Whisper in the wind. Really nice move. The Hardys look for a double suplex from the top, but Bully breaks that up by simply launching Jeff across the ring. The Dudleys hit the Doomsday on Matt for a 2. Jeff Hardy races back into the ring and he immediately gets flapjacked on top of his brother. What's up from the Dudleys now? And the Dudleys are thinking about a table when Jeff hits him with the super poetry in motion. Back in the ring, Matt hits the twist of fate and Jeff hits the swanton on Devon. Then it gets a bit weird now. They're trying to do a pin, but Bubba pulls Jeff down and Devon kicks out. I think Jeff was supposed to fall on the pin and break it up, but it didn't happen. It doesn't matter anyway because seconds later the 3D from Team 3D beats Matt Hardy. My favourite match so far, even if that Devon kickout was a bit weird. It's another A. Great tag team wrestling. Match 4, 3-way tag match. The Dudleys versus the Hardys versus the Wolves. They're doing this series to see who the best tag team is. Weird start to this one. The Hardys just stand on the apron uninvolved. They eventually storm the ring, but their poetry in motion is reversed. This seems to be a pretty basic tag match. Jeff looks really weird in this match too. Jeff takes the Wolves out with a dive to the outside. I have to admit, I was shocked to see Matt Hardy moonsaulting to the outside. Fair play for that. Later on, Matt Hardy is almost beaten by the kick into the German suplex into the jackknife cover. Jeff has to break the pin up. Devon saves Matt, who's getting destroyed by tagging in. Everyone starts hitting finishers. It's hard to see which way it's going. But ultimately, it goes the way of the Dudleys and the 3D. Overall, fairly basic. I was impressed with Matt Hardy's moonsault, giving this one a C. Match 5, 3-way tag team table match. The Dudley Boys versus Matt and Jeff Hardy versus the Wolves. The crowd are really excited for this match. They really want to see some tables. We get a what's up in the first minute, which is probably the earliest I've ever seen it done. Devon is sent to get the tables, but this one's far from over. The Wolves try to take the Dudleys out, but a table is shunted into them. Then the Hardys kick the table in half. The Hardys find some different ways to use the table that you don't normally see. Davey almost wins for superplex for a table, which Devon moves out the way at the last second. Now it's Eddie Edwards' turn to almost taste the wood with a Doomsday. Again the table is moved out the way. The Whisper in the wind from Jeff takes out both Dudleys. Yet another tease with Bubba almost losing, but he dodges the Whisper in the wind through the table. Something else I've not seen before is a table bridged upside down. Jeff can't put Davey through it and Edwards takes him out of a dive. The Wolves are looking the most likely now. They reverse a twist of fate and throw Matt Hardy into a kick. The Dudleys move the upside down table, which gets loudly booed. The Wolves have to break up a 3D on Hardy. Eddie Edwards almost sends himself through the table. The Hardys have a chance now as Matt hits the twist of fate and Eddie Edwards is set up on a table on the outside of the ring. Jeff dives with a swanton bomb, and yes, the Hardys get their first win in TNA as a tag team. I was starting to think it was getting a bit silly. It was good, nothing too crazy, a B is fair. Match 6, tag title ladder match, the Hardys versus the Dudleys versus the Wolves. This is the decider, and it's a match you would expect the Hardys to win as well. But it's the Wolves who are taking all the risks in the early going. The Hardys have to stop them from getting a quick win in this one. The Wolves aren't very grateful. The Wolves start using a ladder as a battering ram. Jeff Hardy decides to do a Whisper in the wind into the ladder. It looks really cool, but I fail to see how that would hurt the Wolves more than Jeff Hardy. Later on we get Bubba powerbombing Jeff Hardy into a stack of ladders. Pretty cool. Hardy wakes up after 5 minutes and Matt hits the twist of fate off the ladder. Jeff climbs the ladder, but Buddy meets him up there. Wow, a super duper plex. Hardy's feet literally hit the belts as he flies over. That is crazy. Surprisingly, that doesn't kill off Jeff, and they hit double twists of fate on the Dudleys. They follow it up with the moonsault and the swanton bomb. They can't climb the ladders because the Wolves are being pesky. Jeff Hardy hits a poetry in motion into the ladder on Eddie. Davey is slammed on a ladder and splashed into the ladder. Really good match here. The Hardys have taken too long and the Dudleys have awoken and they have a table in hand. Davey Richards double stomps Matt Hardy for a table. There's a really scary spot towards the end of this match. Jeff's on top of the ladder and Davey starts pulling the ladder away. And Jeff sort of falls on top of the ladder in mid-air. The Wolves win it. What a match. I always ask Ring of the Hawk competitors to put their body on the line for the Hawk, and nobody can say the Hardys didn't do that. And I'm not a fan of the Wolves, but fair play to the other two teams for trying to put over the younger guys. It's an A. Match 7. I thought that ladder match would be the decider, but it may be about to get even crazier. 3-way Full Metal Mayhem match, which is basically a TLC match for non-TNA fans, and it's for the tag belts. The Hardy Boys versus the Dudleys versus the champions, the Wolves. Matt Hardy is the first Hardy Boy to take some serious damage when he's hit with the big rock bottom from Bully Boy. He's also hit with the Wolves kick and German suplex into a chair. Jeff Hardy might go back to Carolina if he keeps getting upstaged. Randomly, Eddie Edwards accidentally works a Bully Ray to hit the sort of 3D on Jeff. Some really fun moves in this match. Matt Hardy superplexes a Wolf whilst being on Bully's shoulders. You'd think the Hardys would have learned by now not to try and do poetry in motion on the Wolves, but no, they're dumb. Jeff gets a ladder thrown in his face. This is a very long match, 25 minutes. Jeff realises he hasn't done that much in the 25 minutes, so he nails Bubba with the Whisper in the wind straight away, followed by the Swanton. Now you remember that upside down table from previous matches? Well, Jeff Hardy throws himself through one with a leg drop. Good to finally have a payoff to that. Matt Hardy's still alive in this one, and he works with Bubba to throw Eddie Edwards off the ladder. He continues to have a brawl with Bubba on top of the ladder until they both fall, with Hardy smashing into a ladder behind him. Matt Hardy's still putting his body on the line. He leg drops Davey through a table on the outside. Devon is taken out by Jeff Hardy, throws him off the top and through 2 tables. Bit of a botch now. Jeff Hardy tries to make his own Van Daminator with a dropkick instead, but he misses it. They just do it again, but the chance to impress has been missed. Things get crazier now though. Hardy's on top of a ladder and it's pushed over as he sort of splashes to the outside on Bubba through some tables. Matt Hardy is somehow still alive, but not for long because he's powerbombed for a table. The Wolves win again. Pretty simple, another A. It's awesome to see that it's not just Jeff taking the risks, but where do the Hardys go from here? Well, the answer to that is back to the very start of the queue as they go into a tag team tournament. Match 8, first round tournament, the Hardy Boys versus... oh no, DJ Zima Ion. I can't stand this stupid screaming DJ gimmick. And then it gets worse because he teams with Jesse Goddard. It's a 5-minute match which feels extremely deflating after the last one, but I guess they can't all be balls to the wall. Hardys do show some new tag team moves for this video. Unsurprisingly, Jeff Hardy wins with a Swanton Bomb on Jesse. It was fine, it was a C. Match 9, second round tag team tournament match. Tyrus and EC3 take on the Hardy Boys. EC3 starts out by reminding Matt who he is, just in case any of you have forgotten about this guy. Within 1 minute, EC3 is suplexed and hit with a Jeff Hardy splash. It could be over, but it isn't. Nice head scissors now from Jeff Hardy. He's getting destroyed. It's a poetry in motion straight into a side effect. Fat Boy Tyrus gets the tag and he does a lot better, putting his weight to good use. The Hardys are beaten for a while now until EC3 tries to do a stinger splash and the match completely turns at this point. EC3 is hit with the Twist of Fate stunner and he bounces over to his partner. Tyrus smashes both the Hardys down and tries to finish them with a big squash, which he completely misses. Jeff stunners him, Matt does the Twist of Fate, and that ends the match. Just an average match, probably the worst so far in fact. It's a D. Match 10, Tag Team Tournament Final. The Beatdown Clan, Low-Key and Smurjo versus the Hardy Boys. Man, I wish they'd given the Hardys better music. Probably the worst during any of Jeff's TNA runs. And I know it's him actually singing the music, but it's just a horrible noise. You'd think this match would be good with the names involved, but it just feels like we're going through the motions here. There just isn't much to say until the closing stages. Matt Hardy gets hit with a low-key Warrior's Way. Jeff takes him out in response with a front suplex. Jeff Hardy looks for poetry in motion, which almost leads to Low-Key getting the sneaky pin. Matt hits a Twist of Fate. The pin is broken up. Then Samoa Joe has the clutch locked on Matt Hardy, which Jeff breaks up with a Swanton Bomb. The poetry in motion is now the setup for the finish apparently. Jeff hits the Swanton and Matt hits the moonsault for the 3. Just an average match at this point, a C. The Hardys are again the number 1 contenders for the tag belts. Or not, because TNA lost its TV deal and went over to a new TV network and they had to take a short break. Match 11, tag title match, number 1 contendership match, Matt and Jeff Hardy versus the Wolves. It's another match lacking on energy. We do get something new here with the Hardys doing a high-low attack on Davey. The match gets turned as the Wolves keep hitting screaming attacks on the Hardys. After a long time, Matt dodges a double foot stomp and hits the side effect. Jeff gets the tag. Double Whisper in the wind on the Wolves, but they bail from the ring. We get a nice trade-off as neither team can hit dives. Matt Hardy is thrown onto the ring apron and he springboards backwards for double DDT. Nice move from Matt Hardy. Jesus, now Jeff Hardy runs along the top rope and throws himself out the ring. The commentary team suck and say nobody's ever done that except The Undertaker. Poor Elix Skipper. Eddie Edwards blocks the Swanton Bomb with his knees and they hit Jeff with a kick into a Falcon Arrow. It's a 2 and the crowd have woken up now. Yet again a side effect from Matt Hardy. Eddie Edwards steals the Twist of Fate and Davey double stops him to add insult to injury. The pin is broken up with the Jeff Hardy Swanton Bomb. Jeff throws Davey overhead and out of the ring, so he's now dead. The poetry of motion is the setup for an unusual Twist of Fate where Matt Hardy holds Edwards in the air. That's the 3. I was impressed to see some new things in this match. I have to credit the Hardys. Every time I start getting a bit bored, they pull something new out of the bag. This match is an A. Match 12, Cage Tag Title Match. The Hardy Boys versus the champions, The Revolution, who will be represented by the Idiot Abyss and the Cowboy James Storm. What a strange collection of people this is. It all seems to be pretty simple in this one. The Hardys are throwing everyone with suplexes. The goons on the outside are trying to interfere and the Hardys handcuff them to the cage. Taz is perplexed on how the Hardys have handcuffs. Later, James Storm hits a diving elbow into an Abyss Big Splash. He now has a Fat Man's finisher. This match is kinda lame and the Hardys hit 3 Twists of Fate and a splash, but it's just a 2. Matt misses the top rope moonsault, but moments later he hits the Twist of Fate from the top onto James Storm. Mahabali Shera drags Matt out the cage through a camera hole. Jeff hits the Twist of Fate. What's that, 5 of them now? He tries to climb the cage, which doesn't work as he's missed it in the face. James Storm nails Jeff with the last call super kick and it's over. I absolutely hated this match. They had no ideas and just spammed Twist of Fates. It's an S from the Hawk. At least Matt is sky-high'd through a table after the match. I appreciate him putting his body on the line for the Hawk. Jeff also takes a cowbell to the head and falls off the cage door onto some steps. Okay, that looked painful, fair play, it's a C. Match 13, yet another tag team tournament match. Talk about spinning your wheels. The Hardys take on the Revolution, who are no longer the champions. This time it's Storm and Shearer. Matt tries to dive on Shearer off the ring apron, but he's caught and slammed on the steps. Not much else to say, the Twist of Fate and the Swanton Bomb ends it. Didn't enjoy it, but it's just a nothing match. It's a D. Match 14, later that same night, Ultimate X Tag Team Title Match. The belts are currently vacant. The Hardy Boys versus Kenny King and Low-Ki versus EC3 and Tyrus versus the Dirty Hills, Robert Roode and Austin Aries. This match is mainly just going to be about the Dirty Hills and the Hardys. The other 2 teams are jealous because they suck and they take them out. This is one of those Ultimate X matches where the Hardys use a ladder, which is generally frowned upon. The Hardys clear the ring with the ladder shots and they both climb up the structure. Low-Ki and Kenny King also join them up there. Fatboy Tyrus shakes the structure to knock them all down, with Jeff taking a cool bump. Later we get Matt Hardy hitting a Twist of Fate off the ladder. Matt is used to being frowned upon, so he tries to climb the ladder again to get the belt. Low-Ki stops him, but Jeff Hardy's also up there. Jeff Hardy kicks Low-Ki down, and the Hardys have captured the belts. They have finally done it. I'm shocked it took 14 matches. The match itself was not good, but we always grade upwards for a belt win on Ring of the Hawk. It's a C. Match 15, 6-man street fight tag. The Hardys and Davey Richards take on the Revolution, Abyss, Shearer and Manic. The Hardys are desperately lacking a storyline or compelling opponents. Matt Hardy hits the Twist of Fate, but Jeff can't hit the Swanton Bomb. Shearer picks Jeff up, but then he proceeds to slowly lower him to the ground before slamming him. You'd think the Hardys could do something fun in this match with weapons involved, but so far not. We do get a giant tower spot, which is pretty nice. There just isn't much going on here. Jeff moves the chair into Abyss's nutsack. Matt does the Twist of Fate and the Swanton Bomb ends it. I'm giving it an S because it was seriously boring. Well, little did I know, I wouldn't have too much to worry about this run becoming boring. Jeff Hardy gets injured and Matt has to relinquish the tag belts. Jeff broke his leg doing a stunt on his little bike. What follows is basically a completely separate video. But whilst Jeff was injured, Matt Hardy went through a complete character change. He became Big Money Matt, the TNA Heavyweight Champion, and he was a heel. When Jeff returned, Matt Hardy was being a dick to him. They feuded with each other, with Matt Hardy coming out on top and forcing Jeff to become Brother Nero. They had some extremely memorable matches like Final Deletion. Match 16 tag match. Matt's bitch wife Rebby gives them a ring intro, and this is the official ring debut of the Broken Hardys. At this point, the crowd are pretty much in silence. They think Matt is a weirdo. Hilarious entrance here where Jeff Hardy has music saying "I'll fade away and classify myself as obsolete," whilst Rebby aggressively screams obsolete in his ear. Jeff Hardy looks miserable about being bullied and he doesn't like being called a mule either. Jeff hasn't embraced this broken stuff yet, and nor have the crowd. Matt demands that Jeff wins the tag titles on his own and he's banned from diving off the top rope too. They take on 2 jobbers, JC Dunn, who makes the girls run, and Chuck Taylor, the girls call him Failure. So yeah, it's a tag match, but in name only. It's basically a handicap match. Matt Hardy's doing running commentary on the outside of the ring. Jeff hits a kick, but the pin is broken up. One of the jobbers hits a diving armbar on Jeff and smiles with happiness. The jobbers hit a double back elbow. The other wacky jobber does an elbow drop for 2. The crowd are having a great time messing with Matt Hardy. He's furious at them using the Jeff Hardy name. Now it's a high knee followed by a discus forearm. Never have I ever seen 2 jobbers getting so much offense before. Matt is now attacking fat fans at ringside. Jeff Hardy starts finding a foot in the match, but he can't put away the jobber. In the end, it's the Twist of Fate stunner into a real Twist of Fate, which takes away a jobber. The second is hit with a back body drop and hit with a twist of... Wait, no, he's not. The jobber hangs on, kicks Jeff in the face. The jobber tries another discus forearm, but this time he catches a Twist of Fate with authority, and what a sell that was. Matt tells Jeff that he isn't allowed to dive off the top rope, and he tries to block him in the ring. Jeff doesn't care and swanton bombs over Matt. As a punishment for that, Matt takes his own brother out and tags himself in. Matt makes the cover for the 3. It was crazy, and it's really cool to see the early stages of the Broken Hardys here. It's an A for character work and general entertainment. Match 17 tag match. The reaction to Matt has improved. Brother Nero now seems to be embracing Obsolete more. Jeff tells Matt before the match that he needs his help in this one, but Matt won't do it. He says Jeff cost them the tag belts. After an entertaining promo, they're interrupted by their opponents tonight. They are the Tribunal with Al Snow. Oh great, I can't believe I'm finally having to talk about these 2 guys on this channel. They're basically evil, bland French guys who were pushed hard for about 2 months. Nobody cared. Matt is still refusing to help his brother out. In fact, Jeff has to deal with Al Snow too. One of the Tribunal guys is called Dax, and he has the weirdest facial expressions I've ever seen in wrestling. Jeff gives his weird face a face breaker, but he can't tag Matt. The Tribunal move on to working on Jeff's arm. Matt Hardy starts brainwashing fans at ringside, and then he bites Al Snow. It's the most entertaining part of the match. Matt even beats up a French guy and he smacks him with his boot time and time again. This allows Jeff to hit the Twist of Fate for the 3. This really wasn't a good match, and if it wasn't for Matt, I'd dump it in the zone. Jeff Hardy flips after the match because he's tired of having to try and impress Matt. He drives Al Snow through a table, and then he swanton bombs himself through a table for absolutely no reason. Jeff is now admitting that he is Brother Nero. Both Hardys share a laugh about this. Plenty of character progression to be found here in the end from the Hardy Boys. A C for entertainment. Match 18, Ascension to Hell ladder match for the number 1 contendership for the tag belts. The bromance with Raquel versus the French guys versus Trevor Lee and Andrew Everett. Good to see Trevor Lee, who makes the girls pee, got to have a match against his trainers. Versus the Broken Hardys. Jeff now has a new look as he is obsolete. He looks like a zombie or something. The French guys work together to throw the obsolete mule into a ladder. Jeff retaliates by diving off the top rope. It looks like he barely connects. Most of Matt Hardy's moves are just biting now. He even tries to bite Raquel, who slaps him. His reaction to it makes me laugh. The bromance hit him with a power slam and a diving fist drop. Jeff Hardy does a frantic diving splash on the outside of the ring on a French guy. Matt Hardy's in the ring now and he hits a side effect on a ladder which is on its side. I'm sure that has an effect. The match ends when Jeff Hardy and Trevor Lee crash into each other off ladders, and Matt Hardy pulls down the contract for a title shot. This certainly wasn't like any Hardys in a ladder match you'd expect to see. It's just a D for character work. Match 19, Bound for Glory 2016. The tag team titles will be decided in the Great War. Rebby does a full piano intro for the Hardys' entrance. Jeff Hardy sings his obsolete line, which the crowd love. They're taking on the champions, the Decay, who are Abyss and Crazy Steve with Rosemary. The Decay will spray mist into Rebby's face as soon as the bell goes. This is essentially just an anything goes match. Matt Hardy hits a belly spelly on Steve for a 2. Imagine if it had just ended like that. Later, Crazy Steve holds a trash can next to Matt's head and then Rosemary smashes it for coast to coast. We haven't seen much from the other 2 yet. Abyss is playing with a staple gun. The match starts heading backstage. This is of course just to turn into a pre-tape match, which gets crazy. Steve dumps a bucket of water on Jeff, which says Lake of Reincarnation on it, and Jeff disappears. Matt Hardy and Abyss are outside fighting in the resort. Jeff Hardy eventually re-emerges as one of his crazy characters called Itchweed. He's talking all fast and crazy. He basically sounds like he took every type of drug that exists all at the same time. He puts a pumpkin on Rosemary's head. She still misses him for it though. He has goggles on, why would he still be affected? Rosemary brings Abyss's stick. He's about to hit Matt Hardy but he gets distracted and they both get taken away in a pickup truck. Jeff Hardy is now turned into one of his other characters, Willow the Wasp, or is it Wisp? The other 2 are now fighting in the truck with some drone shots. Vanguard 1 takes out Rosemary with some mist of its own. Steve and the Wasp return to the impact zone. Steve hits a cannonball into the steps on him. Abyss and Matt have also returned. Abyss suplexes Matt on the ramp, but not long after it all goes wrong for Abyss. He gets the Twist of Fate and the Swanton Bomb. Somehow he kicks out of that. Abyss powers them away and chokeslams his own partner on top of Matt Hardy. A barbed wire board comes into play, and of course dumb tacks. Matt slams Abyss into the board with a side effect. Another board is placed on top of him. Matt drops the elbow. Rosemary awkwardly breaks up this pin. Matt Hardy's wife Rebby returns and powerbombs her into a table. Crazy Steve is given a twist of fate whilst his head is twisted up in a chair. I felt that one. Matt Hardy gives Jeff permission to dive off the ladder, which is actually quite a big deal, and that ladder is huge. Jeff dives from it with a swanton bomb, putting Crazy Steve through the table. And that, my little friends, is how the Great War ended. A fun match and a tag title win. Can't really go wrong with that, it's an A from the Hawk. Match 20, TNA tag title match, Wolf's Creek match. It's basically a cage match with weapons, sadly no creek. The Broken Hardys with Rebby, who are the champions, take on Decay, Crazy Steve and Abyss. After the Great War, this one's unfortunately a bit slow and depressing. The Decay slowly dominate with weapons for ages. Matt is a different man now and he's much more of a brawler. He fires back at the monster. The Hardys do a double suplex on Stevie, which I believe is the first wrestling move of this match. Matt Hardy has a chainsaw, and he becomes just the second man in TNA to hold a chainsaw. Unfortunately, Steve stops him from using it. Matt hits the side effect on Steve, but he walks into an Abyss chokeslam. Jeff Hardy nails the twist of fate on Abyss. He climbs the cage, but Rosemary runs out and sprays him in the eyes. No big bump here from Jeff though. Rebby gets involved too, which allows the Hardys to do a double back suplex. Abyss is handcuffed to the cage, which allows the Hardys to single out Crazy Steve. Matt Hardy ends up climbing and falling out the cage to win. Just not good. Nothing nice to say about this one. It's an S. Massive anticlimax. Match 21. At this point the fans are going crazy for this gimmick. They will delete their opponents, who happen to be... oh no, not the Tribunal again. Baron Dax, who's the one in the tight black shirt, fights off a twist of fate but gets a DDT for his efforts. He does manage to fight off the Poetry in Motion with a sort of mid-air shove. He now grabs Jeff around the throat and shoves him to the mat. The Tribunal are trying hard to isolate Jeffrey, and it works for a while. That is until Jeffrey does a Russian leg sweep and tags out. Not exactly a move you'd associate with Jeff. Matt Hardy bites his opponent into a belly to belly. The Bulldog gets Matt a 2 count, and the side effect another 2 count. Has that move ever beaten anyone? The Tribunal have enough of his antics and hit him with a double spinebuster. Jeff Hardy makes the save and hits a twist of fate. And it's a jawbreaker into a twist of fate, followed by another twist of fate. Not something I'd ever watch again. This match is an S. Match 22 tag match. The Broken Hardys take on the Death Crew Council, aka the Masked Morons. It's not really much of a match. After 2 minutes the ref is taken out. The brawl continues backstage where we get a rare sighting of a Harris twin in 2016. Matt Hardy chases down a man in a forklift. We end up with a massive cliffhanger as Matt Hardy suffers a fall and seems to have lost his memory. The match is an S. Match 23, 3-on-2 handicap match for the tag titles. The DCC, Bram, Kingston, James Storm versus the champions, the Hardy Boys. I've seen this match before for Ring of the Hawk and unfortunately it's long and not a lot happens. The crowd are barely reacting to anything that's happening. Matt almost wins with a simple second rope elbow. We get a Poetry in Motion crushing 2 men, which is a first for this video. The Hardys win a very long boring match with a double twist of fate on Eddie Kingston. I really feel like the lack of good competition is affecting this run. When the Hardys face an established team, the match is always better. This one is also an S unfortunately, extremely boring. Match 24. For this one,
we're going back to North Carolina,
where it all began in the Hardys barn. This is the Tag Team Apocalypto for the tag belts. It's a Falls Count Anywhere elimination match. There's actually so many people in this match and a lot of them are indie workers I've never heard of, so I'm not listing all the competitors, you can shove it. There's a big fire or something and everyone has to leave the barn. The good guys shoot the bad guys with fireworks. What am I even watching here? Once again we have Matt Hardy fighting in the back of a pickup truck. Jeff forces the ref to ride a dirt bike with him. You can understand the ref's fear given Hardy's past on dirt bikes. A group of geek indie workers are recruited by the Decay. Shane Helms and the Dynasty fight at the side of a motorway. The fight seems to carry on in an antique shop, then a train line. I'm surprised they were allowed to have done this. Matt Hardy somehow uses his superpowers when he's about to be pinned to move a dilapidated boat to save him. The Dynasty beat up the boat. Matt comes to the boat's aid. What am I even saying here? Shane Helms is knocked into the Lake of Reincarnation and he re-emerges as Shane Helms from 3 Count in WCW. A hilarious throwback. He complains that his partners aren't Shannon or Evan and they super kick him back into the lake. That's probably my main complaint with this match, a complete lack of stoner friend. For a while the Hardys fight the Rock and Roll Express in an actual wrestling ring whilst a flame keeps going off. Jeff Hardy and everyone's favourite grandma Ricky Morton are fighting in cranes above the ring. Nothing happens and Matt Hardy moves the cranes. Jeff decides to dive from this crane but he misses his swanton bomb. It wasn't even that high anyway. Matt Hardy beats Robert Gibson with the twist of fate. Matt tells off Jeff and calls him a spot monkey. The Grandma is left on top of the crane. The Decay have been beating teams left, right and centre, but then they run into the Hardys and the Helms Dynasty. The Abyss chokeslams Jeff Hardy, but he can't take advantage as he had a firework fight with Vanguard 1. Elsewhere, the Helms Dynasty are about to beat Matt with shovels when the Hurricane arrives and saves Matt. They pin the Dynasty and then they bury them alive so they can... They pin the Dynasty and then they bury them with shovels so they can make a joke about burying young talent like Triple H. The Hardys and the Decay fight inside a flaming Hardy symbol. They really went all out with this thing, didn't they? It all ends when Matt Hardy hits Abyss in the gut with his barbed wire stick Janice. Jeff Hardy hits Crazy Steve with a twist of fate into a volcano, which causes him to fly through the air and the Decay are beaten. More fireworks go off to celebrate as Rebby reveals that she's pregnant again. What a match, really entertaining, crazy stuff, it's an A. Match 25, tag team title match, the champions the Hardys versus the Wolves. Been a while since we've seen these two teams together. There's a very long feeling out process in this one. The Wolves speed up and double team Jeff with the drop toe hold into the drop kick. The Hardys respond with their tag team elbow drop thing. Matt Hardy is still playing along with his gimmick and he smashes Eddie Edwards into the turnbuckle with the crowd shouting delete for every time he does it. 2 count off the poetry in motion. Come on Hardys, you're supposed to set up your finishers from that one. A really cool spot here is Davey doing a Northern Lights on one Hardy whilst pinning the other. It doesn't end the match though. He also gets both Hardys in submissions at the same time. They make the ropes. Matt Hardy's in trouble for ages until the side effect hits. Jeff Hardy gets the tag and the double whisper in the wind hits the Wolves, 1 leg for each hound. He follows up with the Swanton Bomb, but the knees are up for Edwards. They hit Jeff Hardy with their kick into the suplex move. Jeff looks done, but he dodges the double stomp. Matt storms the ring and twists the fate and the Swanton Bomb. No, Davey Richards breaks up the pin. The Wolves look for another double team, but Eddie is a slapnut and throws himself out of the ring. Davey is annoyed and yells at his slapnut partner. Jeff rolls him up whilst he's distracted. That's the 3. Not as good as any of their earlier stuff, it's a C. By the way, I haven't really talked about it too much, but at the same time as all this is going on, the Hardys are doing this Expedition of Gold thing where they wrestle around the world trying to win as many belts as possible. It ends up being about 6 or 7. Match 26, final match. 3 corners match for the tag titles. The Broken Hardys versus the DCC versus the Decay. The Hardys are barely in this one, they just let the 2 other teams fight. Jeff Hardy eventually says screw it and attacks the Abyss. It doesn't go well, he's isolated with James Storm taking shots from the outside. Matt gets the tag and he does do a bit better, but then the match breaks down. Kingston hits Matt with an STO for a 2. He's not celebrating his move for long because he gets a mist in the eyes. Jeff dives off the apron with an axe handle and Matt puts Kingston away at the twist of fate. A completely nothing match, but the crowd seem to like it, it's a D. What happened next was a bit weird. The Hardys were off the TNA show for a bit. They still appeared occasionally doing weird things like talking to giraffes and giving us updates on their progress to their Expedition of Gold. Their TNA contracts were up, but they were still the tag team champions, so what's going to happen here? Now the Hardys offered to return to TNA for one night to drop the belts, but TNA's parent company declined. And what they do instead? Well, it sucks Sonny Siaki's ass. The Hardys teleport with their drone somewhere, but the teleportation ends up in the impact zone, and instead of the Hardys, it's the Decay, and they have the tag belts. Whilst this was not an official title change, the whole thing was ridiculous, dumb and confusing. Not a great end to a really cool run. Right, all that's left to do is grade this thing to see if the Hardys can have a place on the Ring of the Hawk roster. For the first half, they had some incredibly good matches, but it was lacking storylines. Considering TNA was on its knees at this point, they did do a good job trying to make people care. I guess they gave people a reason to still watch the TNA show at this point. When they became the Broken Hardys, the match quality suffered, but the entertainment value was second to none. And during the Broken Hardys, they did have 1 or 2 incredibly good, creatively good matches. I graded 7 of these matches as A's and 2 as B's. You've also got to factor in that most of this run was taking place with TNA at its absolute worst, and they only had so many people to work with. And the Hardys completely reinvented their characters and became the biggest things in pro wrestling for a short period. So I have to give their final grade an A.
Oh, yeah!
I'm also going to make them the new champions. It was better than MJF and MLW, and it was better than Hamada and TNA. Yes, there were some boring parts, but it was a pretty long run, and the positives far outweigh the negatives, and if you don't agree with that, I'll decide who dies and who lives. Together, the Broken Hardys almost made TNA relevant again, which, trust me, was a hard thing to do. The Broken Hardys gimmick really got people talking and managed to bring back some fans. This was by no means a small feat, so for what they achieved in such a short space of time, the Hardy Boys deserve recognition for having one of the best short runs in wrestling. And the best short run in wrestling is Sting in AEW. The Hawks' most recent and final episode of Ring of the Hawk Season 5 was a crazy climax to the season. Chris Benoit in ECW was on track to take the title, but he faced one final challenge in the icon Sting in AEW. Okay, it's the final run of the Icon Sting. Will he be the champion of the ring? After a WWE run which didn't really go as well as fans had hoped for, Sting signed with AEW in 2021 where he'd form a team with Darby Allin. Match 1, AEW Revolution 2021 Tag Team Street Fight match. Okay, so it's cinematic style. Ricky Starks and Brian Cage take on Darby Allin, who skateboards his way to the show, and Taz is just infuriated about this. He's screaming, "Okay, enough, we get it." And his partner is the Icon Sting. After a chaotic start, Sting pairs off with Starks in the ring and hits the Stinger Splash. Starks tells him he's nothing without the bat, so he throws it away. He rains down with punches on Starks instead. He has to leave that battle because Darby is losing to Brian Cage. Sting throws him into a ladder. This 2-on-1 advantage doesn't last for long because Starks returns and sends Sting into a wall. Ricky Starks throws a barrel into the Icon's back. Sting comically opens a drawer into his leg to stop him. He sprays Cage with a fire extinguisher to save Darby Allin from a powerbomb, and they double chokeslam Cage for a table. Starks returns again and smacks Sting with a 2x4. Members of Team Taz start interfering. Sting Scorpion Death Drop for the 3. A hard match to judge, especially if we're trying to see if this was better than Benoit in ECW. It is going to be a tough comparison between the two runs because they're ultimately completely different. So what the Hawk wants you to do here is use your heart. Whose run was better in your heart? And if you don't have a heart, just stick a picture of the two up on a wall and throw a dart. It didn't really feel like Sting did much in that match, so let's just give him the benefit of the doubt of a C and move on. Match 2, Double or Nothing 2021, tag match, Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page versus The Stinger and Darby Allin. What's crazy here is Darby gets a bigger cheer from the live crowd. Personally, as far as smaller wrestlers go, I find Darby Allin to be pretty enjoyable. Some of you may hate me for saying that, and maybe my opinion will change by the end of this video, but for now, I appreciate Darby Allin. Anyway, Scorpio Sky suplexes Sting on the ramp, which the Icon no-sells. Scorpio dumps his nappy of fear and Sting launches him off the stage. He ain't done though, and he hits a diving crossbody. The crowd can't believe that one. Now the Sting throws Darby around the ring using him as a battering ram. He hits a super dramatic bulldog on Scorpio. The match turns, Darby is isolated for a very long time. There wasn't much to say except Ethan Page has been billed at 6'2", 220 pounds. Pretty wild to me. You'd think they could bump that weight up. Anyway, water released and Sting looks annoyed. Sting gets tagged back in with Scorpio. Scorpio keeps kicking him, which Sting no-sells. He's too late on a Stinger Splash and Sky tries to do a cutter back into the ring, but the Icon blocks it and hits the Death Drop for the 3. Sting didn't do much in this one, but everything he did do mattered. He surprised me at times, and props for trying some new stuff. That being said, he wasn't match 3, Dynamite Tornado Tag. 2.0, Jeff Parker and Matt Lee. Okay, the Hawk hasn't heard of either of these two guys before, so interesting that Sting isn't just being saved for the big time shows. They take on Sting, and I love the production efforts with his entrance, and his partner is of course Darby Allin, who teleports into the ring with a skateboard. Sting double clotheslines 2.0 to start us off. They hit Stinger splashes together before the match heads into the crowd. They return to the ring. Sting's 10 punches in the corner is stopped, and these two guys powerbomb Sting for a table. But he piles them both together and puts on a double deathlock to finish the match. A pretty easy match for the Icon, and it was cool to see him take the table bump at his age. He certainly felt like a star here, another C. Match 4, Dynamite Tag, FTR take on Sting and Darby Allin. Sting starts this one with a bunch of smacks and a scoop slam. Dax saves Cash from a Stinger Splash and they get all over him. Dax snapmares Sting now and nails a leg drop for a 1 count. Completely randomly, they both go running and smash heads. Sting eventually collapses forehead first into his nutsack. He tags out. Similar to the last matches, Sting is gone forever. When he makes the tag, he nails Dax Harwood with a cab driver slam, but it's not over. Sting ends up on the apron where he shoves Cash off the top to the outside and he dives into Dax for crossbody for a 2. Sting gets distracted though and he's almost rolled up. Harwood tries to tombstone the Stinger, which he reverses, and he almost delivers a death drop but gets distracted again. He starts doing Stinger splashes to FTR. Sting hits the death drop to Cash Wheeler, but he's not legal. The heels try to cheat with a steel chair, but instead, Cash Wheeler hits it, and Sting rolls him up for a 2. The Icon locks Dax in the deathlock as Darby takes out Cash, and it's over. I'd say that Sting was involved a bit more here, but at the same time, it was less exciting. I think this run is going to be about Sting picking and choosing his spots. It's a D. We really need to step this up if he's going to beat Chris Benoit. Match 5, 3 months later, Dynamite Tag. The Gun Club, Billy Gunn and Colton Gunn versus Sting and Darby Allin. The Legends are kind and they let the young guys start this one. The Legends eventually have a stare down when they join the match. Sting's face paint is interesting tonight. Sting smacks Gunn one and hits the atomic drop. Gunn is able to dodge the Stinger splash and he dumps in his thong with fear. He decides to send his son to Sting instead, who simply tags Darby. It's an extremely long time, probably the longest of all times, for Sting is tagged, smacks them all one and hits Colton Gunn with the spine buster. He has the Scorpion Deathlock on, but Billy distracts the referee. Austin Gunn interferes and he smacks Sting out. The referee is still distracted as Billy Gunn delivers a famouser. But no, Sting kicks out the pin. Darby destroys the Gunn Club on his own. Darby hits a stunner into Sting's Scorpion Death Drop for the 3. Yeah, this was not that good. Sting barely did a thing, it felt like the Darby Allin show. It's an S. Match 6, Dynamite 6-man tag. Maxwell, Jacob Freeman and FTR take on Sting, Darby Allin and CM Punk, who gets in the spirit of things with his face paint. Punk and Darby Allin will start this one. Stinger gets the tag against Cash Wheeler. He tries to put on the Scorpion Deathlock, but he escapes. MJF is next to face Sting. His chop has zero effect and they proceed to have a sort of test of strength of sorts on who can make a tag. They're evenly matched, so Sting just smacks him down. The match takes a break for a bit with the Stinger getting frustrated and suplexing Cash Wheeler into the ring. Sting tags out, but it's great to see him be a bit more involved this time. He keeps playing his part as he smashes Dax's meathead into the turnbuckles 10 times. He also back body drops Cash Wheeler and hits MJF with a spine buster. He's really on fire here, everybody's getting a Stinger splash. Punk and Allin join in with the corner attacks. Sting has the Scorpion on Dax, but MJF breaks it up. There's sort of a clunky moment now as Dax bundles Sting to the floor and the crowd groan and moan. MJF grabs his eyelash. Sting has surprisingly been isolated now. Harwood starts stretching him out the abdominal stretch and MJF helps out too. Cash continues the attack on the well-toned abs of Steve Borden. Sting tries to hip toss him off, but they botch it, and then we get a double down. Sting manages to catch a splash attempt from Dax and he slams him. MJF stops the tag though, which he pays for when Sting throws his face into the mat and Sting collapses head first into his nutsack. The tag is finally made to Punk. After a long time, the heels all end up on the outside of the ring, Master with a coffin drop. The Goth Kids win. Pretty fun, and he continues to be able to surprise the Hawk, it's a B. Match 8, Revolution 2022, 6-man tag. Matt Hardy, Andrade and Cassidy versus Sting, Sammy Guevara and Darby Allin. Sting quickly helps Darby Allin hit a trash can dive, but Andrade makes them both pay for it with the same trash can. Sting recovers and he clotheslines Hardy in the ring and hits a trash can shot. He calmly stands by Darby Allin as he handles business. Unfortunately, Andrade takes him out. He's looking like a real menace in this matchup. Sting and Hardy fight on the outside, but not a lot is really happening. Hardy heads into the crowd now with Sting giving chase, steel chair in hand. This one turns into a handicap match with FTR interfering. After a lot of tension and build, Sting suddenly gets the mental idea to dive off a balcony and he puts Andrade through 3 tables. That is totally insane at the age of 62. Darby Allin wins this one with a coffin drop. Basically, nothing happened and then Sting did something insane, which is kinda how I was expecting this video to go down. He is 62, Shove It Squad. It's a B from the Hawk. Match 9, 3 months later, Dynamite 8-man tag. Sting, Darby Allin and the Hardy Boys take on Private Party and the Butcher and the Blade. Sting hits a big dive out of the ring. Everybody just kind of does what they want here and they just go and do what they want. It's not like a standard match. Basically, I didn't even see Sting until the phrase missed and Sting somehow gets free and he hits the Scorpion Death Drop for the 3. Really enjoyed this one. Sting should be booked like this. You're not trying to make him do anything he can't. Instead, you're focusing on his character abilities. It's an A for this fun spectacle. And he took that insane bump. Match 13, 2 months later. I'm not surprised after that table bump. AEW Full Gear 2022 tag match. Jay Lethal and... oh no. You have got to be kidding me. A wild slapnuts appears.
Hey, Jeff Jarrett.
Screw you, Slapnuts. You knew this was the final Ring of the Hawk episode of the season. You just had to rain on Sting's parade, didn't you? You had to get your moment of glory. You can shove it, you curly-haired Memphis mid-card moron. They face Darby Allin and Sting. We start with a stare down between Sting and Slapnuts, and Slappy fills his nappy. Sting has the better of him, but Jay Lethal arrives in the ring. Sting throws Lethal off the ropes and onto the ring apron. Nasty. They fight in the crowd with Sting smashing Lethal with a trash can. The cameraman just can't keep up. It keeps almost missing Sting dumping Lethal in his nutsack on the barrier. And it's been a couple of months, so Sting decides to do another crazy dive onto them both. This Slapnut squad, they just love cheating. Sting has the Scorpion Deathlock on, but first Sanjay Dutt interferes, and then that's just a double down though, and Sting manages to tag Darby Allin. Sting desperately tries to give Sadman a Scorpion Death Drop, but he's too weak. But that doesn't matter, because Darby Allin destroys everybody, and Sting just beats Kip with the match 15, 3 months later, Dynamite 8-man tag. Darby Allin, Sting, Dustin Rhodes and Keith Lee versus the Mogul Empire. Sting is awake in the early going, flattening everybody with Stinger splashes, but it doesn't last unfortunately. Sting disappears forever, and when he reappears, he keeps, as usual, it's Darby Allin to the rescue. Brian Cage doesn't last long against the power of Sting. He gets a clothesline and briefly fights off a death drop until Orange Cassidy hits an orange punch and Sting wins it. It was an awesome match, where Sting mostly stood on the apron. It's a D. This is getting concerning. He's had some highs, but there's just no consistency here. Match 16, Forbidden Door 2023 6-man tag, Suzuki, Guevara and Chris Jericho versus Naito, Sting and Darby Allin. Somehow Naito looks almost exactly the same as his TNA run 12 years earlier. When Sting gets tagged in, it's one of the most insane ovations of all time. It really makes the hairs on the back of Sonny Siaki's ass stand on end. Jericho and Sting have a face-off, but everybody swarms the ring before anything can happen. We're told that Sting and Chris Jericho have never faced each other in a wrestling match. That stat was that Darby Allin smacks Sting with a chair. Sting no-sells that and beats his chest like a gorilla on acid. Christian uses his bat to take Sting down, and Swerve hits a double stomp from the top. Strickland gets Sting in the coffin. He makes a poor decision dropping the bat into the coffin with him, so Sting uses it to block the coffin door. He rises up, only for Strickland to kick him and slam him on the coffin. Misses his crazy dive. Sting gives him a death drop on top of the coffin. The match still isn't over though because Swerve blocks the lid with his hands. Simple solution, which is Darby diving on the coffin, and that's how it ends. A really fun match which just came off better on television. They did some fun stuff here, so it's another A from the Hawk. Match 20, Rampage tag match, Christian Cage and Luchasaurus versus Sting and Darby Allin. Is Sting going to have any damn singles matches in this run or not? It's possibly the worst match so far. It's short and Sting is hardly involved. Christian gets distracted by Nick Wayne and Darby just rolls him up, so it's an S. Let's be honest, we were due one. Match 21, Dynamite tag, Sting and Darby Allin versus the Outrunners. Darby tags Sting whilst being held upside down for a suplex. This match is essentially just smacks. The Outrunners can't hurt Sting. Stinger splashes and the deathlock ends this match. It's a D because he was full of character during this short match. Match 22, 6-man tag collision. Lance Archer and the Righteous take on Darby Allin, Sting and Adam Copeland. I can only see this match going one way really. Sting is still getting the crazy ovations and Tony Schiavone is still screaming, "It's Sting!" He has a woo-off with Lance Archer. He clotheslines Archer out the ring where he uses a chair on him. The match turns during the advert break, but it doesn't last and Sting smashes into Vincent. I thought he was going to do the headbutt to the nutsack spot, but instead he staggers over to tag out like he's a cartoon zombie. There wasn't a whole lot happening, but I enjoyed Edge and Sting working together to hit us with the spear. Pretty straightforward as expected, it's a D. Match 23, Full Gear 2023 take on the Patriarchy. I thought he also uses his brand new double team move with Adam Copeland and Darby wins with a coffin drop. Not much to say, apart from, are we about to see our first undefeated run in Ring of the Hawk history? It's a D. Match 24, World's End 2023, 8-man tag, Jericho, Guevara, Darby and Sting versus Big Bill, Ricky Starks, Powerhouse Hobbs and Taker Shitter. Sting is missing for ages, but he's still getting the incredible pop when he does join the match. He has splashes, clotheslines for everybody. He messes up Big Bill's nutsack on the top rope, which leads to more splashes. Big Bill suddenly fights back and he takes Sting down with something. Starks has the tag and he goes old school on Sting. Then there's a botch. I think Sting wanted to hotshot Starks, but instead they just sort of slop to the mat. Sting tags out. He eventually comes back in with Taker Shitter. His knee doesn't hurt Sting and he locks him in the deathlock. Don Callis breaks up the deathlock. Sting gets a lot of fun in the ring. He could do a moonsault too. Anyway, Sting gets the tag and he hits a Stinger splash to Drake and throws the other guy out of the ring. He beats Drake with the Scorpion Death Drop, and it's over in just a couple of minutes. I'm sorry, but this is definitely a lull in the video. It's an S. Match 26, tag match, Darby Allin and Sting versus Powerhouse Hobbs and Taker Shitter. This one is just a crazy out of control brawl. They hardly even make it into the ring. They want to end Sting before he can make it to his final match. They look to use a chair on Sting when the Nature Boy comes to his rescue. This is actually a really cool moment seeing these two legends work together. Sting hits a spinebuster on Hobbs and they head up the ramp. Darby Allin is going crazy in this one. Hobbs decides that it's a good idea to start carrying Sting around the arena. He eventually exhausts himself and Sting's able to overpower. Not a comfortable landing for either guy at all. That's the 3. Enjoyed this crazy brawl. It was cool seeing Flair and Sting and a huge bump at the end. It's an A for this special spectacle. Sting is asked who his final match will be against. Apparently it will be the Young Bucks. Match 27, Dynamite tag title match. What? Pretty late in the video for this, but damn, Sting and Darby Allin should have got a shot before. They're undefeated for God's sake. Surely the most dominant tag team in this company's history. The champions are Ricky Starks and Big Bill. Just like that last match, it's another crazy brawl. They start fighting on the entrance ramp. Out of the blue, Sting appears at the top and dives down on the champions. This match is far from done though. After a bunch of weapon shots, there's a cool moment where Sting beats his chest but turns around into a Stark Spear, another 2. Ricky tries another spear, but Sting blocks this one and hits the death drop. Sting was much more involved in this match. It feels like we're getting better and better the closer to his retirement. It's an A for this match and a rare Ring of the Hawk title win too. Cool to see Sting celebrate with his sons too. The Young Bucks ruined the celebrations with an attack on the Borden family. Match 28, final match, Revolution 2024 tag title match. The challengers are the Young Bucks and the champions are Darby Allin, and then Sting gets this long cinematic entrance where they go through his past. Unfortunately, it's mostly just pictures as WWE owns the rights to most of his career, and I guess TNA own a fair chunk of it too when you think about it. Then the entrances begin and Surfer Sting and Crow Sting appear on the stage. I'm pretty sure these are actually his sons, or at least one of them is. I appreciate the efforts made for this final entrance. Sting quickly locks the Bucks in a double Scorpion Deathlock, which doesn't last long as they just sort of collapse. The Bucks just don't look on his level. I love how all of these matches are just randomly no DQ. Darby Allin and the Sting squad set up a glass platform. Sting desperately swings his baseball bat at the Bucks, who dump in their nappies with fear and run away. They head up through the crowd and up to the stage. Then, holy crap, Sting takes a suplex from Matt Jackson off the stage and through a table. He is surely done. I felt sorry for Sting until Darby did this.
Dude, I was watching AEW Revolution 2024 the other day, man. And this dude, Darby Allin, he stole my Swanton Bomb finishing maneuver, man. But he missed it. Man, I'm going back to North Carolina. And I'm going to tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you, Darby Allin, man.
Sting makes it back to the ring where he fights off another table suplex. The Icon dodges a double kick in the corner, he chokes Matt and shoves him into the ring mat. Matt Jackson is set up on a table and Sting climbs up an insanely high ladder. Matt wakes up though and stops him and powerbombs Sting through a table. Sting no-sells it as the crowd squirt in their knickers with happiness. That doesn't last for Sting though, as the Bucks send him through glass. Matt messes up his nutsack and hits a Scorpion Death Drop, just a 2. Ricky Steamboat and Flair both come to Sting's aid. The Bucks get annoyed with Flair and superkick him and Steamboat. Matt Jackson hits Sting with a title belt, still just a 2. The Bucks hit double superkicks, Sting no-sells them. He doesn't even budge from the spot. He's awake now, he gives Matt a Scorpion Death Drop, but the pin is broken up. He reverses the next one and the Bucks hit double knees for another 2 count. They do it again, and Sting kicks out at 1. Sting begs for more, so they oblige with superkicks. They try the Tony Khan driver when Darby Allin finally returns to save Sting. Sting hits the Scorpion Death Drop. No, not yet, just another 2. Sting assists Darby now with a coffin drop and locks Matt in the Deathlock, and yes, he taps out, it's over. So Sting retires from wrestling and he retires from AEW undefeated and still a tag team champion. He gives a nice speech about his career. He puts Darby Allin over for a bit as the best tag team partner he ever had. That was probably the best Sting match in AEW, and he shocked me at the punishment he took here, and this was the perfect match to end the career of this legend. For a man in his mid-60s, to take that level of punishment is almost unheard of. A fitting final match. It's an A from the Hawk. And I know there's going to be comments saying fancy having his last match against the Young Bucks. Well, going back to that earlier match, Sting actually enjoyed wrestling the Young Bucks, and he asked to wrestle them again for his final match. So shut up or I'll smack you one. So that was Sting in AEW. It was nice to see that he went out on his own terms, unlike many of his colleagues. Let's talk about the negative first, as there aren't many. I think it's a shame that he never had a singles match. Not a knock on his team with Darby, it just would have been nice, but maybe he didn't quite fill up to that. They felt like a true star in AEW though, and minus a few botches, this run wasn't embarrassing like it could have been if it had been done wrong. Sting wasn't going to be able to put on any wrestling classics at his age, so instead he lent into the hardcore stuff, which was a clever cover for him. I was honestly shocked at the way he put his body on the line for this company. So yeah, sure, I'd have him on the Ring of the Hawk roster. How could the Hawk not when Sting kept trying to kill himself? But most importantly, was this better than Benoit in ECW? It's apples and oranges, isn't it? So we have to think about how these runs made us feel. If you look deep inside your ass, the only answer is clear, and there is only one winner. It's Sting. Because this run had storylines, this run had memorable moments, and this run had a fitting end to a legend's career. Benoit's run was essentially just a short collection of great technical bouts, and not a lot else. So we end Ring of the Hawk Season 5 with a new champion in the Icon Sting. And if you don't agree with that, I'll fight you on a cliff and fling. So Sting beats Chris Benoit for the title, and I think it was fully deserved. Benoit's run essentially was just a short collection of matches without any other content. Whereas with Sting, he did a bit of everything and took some crazy risks for a man of his age. You have to credit Sting for everything he did here, a man in his 60s just trying his hardest to put AEW on the map. And some of the things he did really did get people talking. So if you want to compare this to something like Edge's run, Sting's run was far more impressive, especially when you take into consideration that Sting is 14 years older than Edge. It's actually pretty mental. If Sting wasn't already massively respected, he would be getting respectful bricks to the jaw for this run. The Hawk found this a very tough decision because there were just so many runs here which I loved, but I think the decision to say Sting is the best of the best is a fair one. It's the most well-rounded run, it was the most entertaining run, and the things he did here seriously impressed me. But if you think that I've got it wrong, I'd love to know who you think deserves the Ring of the Hawk Hall of Fame spot, and if you don't agree with that, I'll punch you in the gut. A lot.